Well, good morning. Welcome to Emirates Old Trafford for this, the second day's play in the LV Insurance County Championship match between Lancashire and Northamptonshire. The first thing to tell you is that it's an absolutely glorious morning, beautiful sunshine, and forecast certainly set fair for a full day's cricket. I'm Andrew Radd, and Scott Reed joining me on commentary today as well. And Scott, fascinating day yesterday, which ended with Lancashire 264 for 8. Honours just about even, I reckon.
I think so, yeah. Good morning, Andrew. Good morning, everybody. I think so. I think I asked Josh Barnum yesterday where he thought the game was at, and he said that probably about even. I think it was a great day's cricket. I think there was some lovely stories yesterday. For me, the highlight of the season so far was watching Simon Kerrigan bowl. I thought that was terrific to see, and a lovely interview that you did with him as well at the close of play last night. So yeah, it was a good day's cricket. I think it's nicely balanced. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how day two progresses. And I thought Simon's message or word that he said to you about batting on the second day here at Old Trafford, he knows his ground, and I think it's a really intriguing point, because more often than not, day two is the best day for batting here. So Northamptonshire will certainly be hoping that is the case.
Well, they will. I think the first thing they've got to do, and this is where, in a sense, the match against Kent went slightly pear-shaped for Northamptonshire, because if you look at the close of play in the opening match against Kent at Northampton, they had Kent 301 for 7 on probably an even better batting pitch. And they were looking to say, OK, just knock the Kent tail over with and start batting. And of course, Kent went on and got 450, which wasn't quite plan A, as it were. So yeah, Northamptonshire really will be hoping that they can knock these last 2 wickets over quickly and start batting. Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it, Simon Kerrigan? I mean, he's not a sort of an overtly emotional sort of chap, but just listening to the way he was talking and about coming back here, and the fact that it was a ground, and he said himself that he never thought he would play another competitive cricket match on after Lancashire released him. Yeah, there was a quiet emotion, and I think also a quiet pride of what he'd actually managed to achieve, and to come back here and to perform well. I full credit to him. I think it doesn't matter who you support. It's a great human story, isn't it?
Without doubt. Yeah.
It's just been and it was a joy watching him go about his work yesterday. And the thing that he gives Northamptonshire, I think, when he's bowling as well as he is control. And it's something that has been a bit of an issue with Northamptonshire over the last few seasons. Gareth Berg did it in a slightly different way in the opening match against Kent. But the fact that Simon Kerrigan yesterday bowled 30 overs, 3 for 53, so he was going for less than 2 runs and over. It just it allowed Northamptonshire a bit of breathing space and gave a chance to bowlers at the other end. And Tom Taylor, I mean, he's one of those cricketers, and we were talking about this last night with a couple of Northamptonshire supporters over social media, and he's one of those cricketers that you just sense he makes things happen. Mm-hmm. Yesterday, bowling was perhaps a little touch over the shop. Anyway, we're going to start again. Here's Ben Sanderson. He's to bowl the first ball of the second day's play to Saqib Mahmood, who plays it up to mid-wicket. There's no run. Yeah, I mean, Tom Taylor, if you did his pitch map yesterday, he was, the odd one went down the leg side, but he gets people out. Things happen, and there was the superb run out to get rid of Alex Davis, who was batting so well at the time. And he just sensed that Taylor is one of those cricketers that makes things happen, and if that's the case, then he's going to be a very useful acquisition. Here's Sanderson, and again 3 slips running away from us from this Brian Statham end. First run of the morning, as that's worked away past mid-wicket, and Mahmood's going to come back for a second run, which he does easily enough. So 2 to Saqib, goes up to 17, and Lancashire up to 266 for 8. Taylor, of course, had a few issues yesterday with the injury to his hand. He had to go off the field, and he's still got a bit of strapping on the last 2 fingers of his right hand, but hopefully it won't incommode him too much when he's batting. Here's Sanderson in again, and bowls, and Mahmood just plays that quietly up to the aforementioned Tom Taylor at mid-on, and there's no run there. Mahmood on 17, At the other end, Tom Hartley on 10, who's going to have quite a bit of bowling to do. And Simon Kerrigan made the point, because we were talking about the way that the match might pan out, and he was saying that obviously knew a little bit about Tom Hartley, because I think he plays for the same club as Simon Kerrigan. Or
did he? Oh, I didn't realise that.
Yeah,
okay.
he said he'd seen a bit of him because he plays for plays for his club. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls down the leg side, bit of a wasted delivery from Ben Sanderson, which is a rarity, taken by Adam Rossington, and there's no run. A few fluffy white clouds over the city, over to our right. Absolutely brilliant to go up one story from where we're sitting now, thanks to you, Scott, and have a look at the view of over the ground and the city from the television gantry at the top. Absolutely wonderful. Wish I'd got a better head for height, so I've stepped forward a bit more. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls short, and that's pulled away by Mahmood. Doesn't time it completely, but he's going to get a couple of runs as it goes out towards the mid-wicket boundary, the shorter boundary, with the pitch over towards the right-hand side of the square. So 2 more runs to him. He goes up to 19, and Lancashire to 268 for 8. It's a great head for heights, but it was just an amazing view over the city and the area. Wonderful. Now, change of field. One of the slips has been taken out, so we're down to 2 slips, and now he's got 2 men back on the boundary, one just in front of square and one behind. Sanderson in bowls and hits Mahmood, I think, high up on the thigh pad, just cut back in a little bit. End of the first over of the morning. Mahmood is 19, Hartley is 10, and Lancashire 268 for 8.
Yeah, we've had the first over of the day under bright blue skies and glorious sunshine. 268 for 8, Lancashire in their first innings. It was a good day for a former Lancashire man, Simon Kerrigan, yesterday. Well, the Red Rose will be hoping to try and get as near to 300 as possible, with Saqib Mahmood unbeaten on 19 and Tom Hartley on 10. Lancashire in their first innings, 268 for 8.
So we're going to see, it's going to be Taylor, isn't it? He's going to open the bowling from the far end, the James Anderson end.
Yeah, 3 for 73. He kind of went a little bit under the radar, didn't he, Tom Taylor?
He did. I mean, he had a good day. 3 wickets and a run out as well.
Here he comes. 3 slips in place. Balls to Hartley. Push full, but wide of off stump and left by the Lancashire batsman. Yes, get ourselves all excited, and understandably so, about Simon Kerrigan. But
it's just such a great story, though, isn't it? We love a tale, and it really is. I have to say, Scott, we've been taken to task.
Oh dear.
We have been taken to task. We'll just do this ball, and then I'll tell you why and by whom we have been taken to task.
It's only 3 minutes past 11. We've been told off already. Taylor to Hartley. It's left again. Through to the keeper, no run.
This stems from yesterday, the conversation we were having in the box about Wayne Parnell, who's not playing in this match, but made an appearance on the field yesterday as a substitute fielder, and was wearing not the approved crimson Northamptonshire cap, but a blue cap, which I think the feeling was it looked as though it was something that he picked up out of the pros shop at his local golf club.
Yes.
I'm informed this is not the case.
Oh dear. Oh dear. I feel like we're in bother. Taylor to Hartley. It's a short ball, but down the leg side, and taken by Rossington. There's no run.
It is apparently, and I quote, a grey rose mesh back trucker cap.
Oh.
Which is available from the Northamptonshire online shop. So I've been asked to put the record straight, which I am always happy to do in approved BBC fashion. But yes, this apparently is part of club merchandise.
Taylor over the wicket to Hartley, who pushes forward, and there's no run.
I would doubt it's intended to be worn on the cricket field, but there you go. That's what it is. So we have put the record straight.
And I tell you, it looks a lovely cap. It looks a lovely cap. A lovely colour of blue. Something a little bit more informal. I like it. Yes. I'm going to try and see if I can find it. There, I've seen it. There it is. There it is on the website. Yeah. And what a bargain price it is as well. Taylor to Hartley. It's angled across the Lancashire batsman and taken by Rossington, and there's no run.
How much are they going to sting you for that then?
It's just $11.99.
Oh, right,
I think that's a bargain, and it's got a nice S on the front of it.
Oh yes, for steel backs. Yes. I still don't think it should be worn in a first-class match, though. I'm sorry. Call me old-fashioned, everybody else does, but yeah, Northamptonshire caps in first-class cricket and red ball cricket are crimson, have been for many years, and hopefully will continue to be so.
3 slips waiting, Taylor to complete his first over, and he bowls a beautiful delivery to Hartley. He's asking if there's a little feather behind to the keeper, but it was probably more the fact that that was a good ball. I want to at least ask the question. But it beat Hartley as he played forward through to Rossington, and there's no run. End of Taylor's first over of the morning. 268 for 8. He starts with a maiden.
Yeah, it was a super delivery, and Tom Taylor got very animated about that. Probably wasn't a huge amount of support from behind the stumps from Adam Rossington, but yeah, it's certainly a moral victory, if not a tangible one at this stage. Sanderson is going to bowl the third over of the morning. 24 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 48. Ben Sanderson, very tidy yesterday. Should have had a wicket in his first over. In the end, he had to wait until the back end of the day before Luke Wood obligingly chopped one on. Sanderson in again, bowls outside the off stump to Hartley, who flashes away. Comes off a thick outside edge, well past the fielder at second slip, goes down to third man for a single. So Hartley into double figures, 10 to him, 269 for 8. 2 slips in place, third man on a long leg. You just don't want to be leaking too many runs. In fact, third slip is coming in for Hartley, the left-hander.
Yeah, this is still a relatively new ball, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's just they didn't take it straight away yesterday. Here's Sanderson bowling to Hartley, full length. He plays it out into the offside, where it's fielded by Saif Zaid, but backward point, and there's no run. 3 slips in place. Third man, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, fairly deep, mid-wicket, and as I say, a man down in front of the point. That long leg. Bit of encouragement for the bowler. Not a great deal of breeze, but it actually seems to have turned round a bit from yesterday, judging by the flags. Here's Sanderson in again. Bowls to Hartley. It's him high up on the pad. Appeal for LBW. Looked a bit high from here, I think, especially with the new ball. It's just bouncing a little bit. Sanderson pleading with umpire Burns, but umpire Burns unmoved. Just looked a bit high.
Yeah, good shout, wasn't it? But
it was. It nipped back and gave the bowler a bit of encouragement. He's having a chat with Michael Burns. He walks past him. I don't think he's going to get any change out of that one. But anyway, I say another little success for the bowler, and Ben Sanderson still having a chunter as he goes past Tom Taylor, who's at mid-on at the moment. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls full length to Hartley, who's solidly in behind that, plays it back down the pitch for Sanderson to field, and there's no run. Just passes the ball on to Luke Proctor. Interesting inquiry from John Whiting, who's one of our regular listeners. Morning John and morning Erica, in the village of Stratton in Northamptonshire. He asked the question whether Northamptonshire have ever before played a county championship match against a side 3 of whose former players were in the Northamptonshire team, in Buck Proctor and Kerrigan. Sanderson in again, bowls to Hartley, who works that away into the onside, and just goes straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. The short answer is I don't know. I have one or two theories, but I just will need a little bit of time to research this one, I think. But it's unlikely, I would have thought. I'm struggling to think of anything off the top of my head.
It's a very good question.
It's a very good question. But if anyone has any ideas, feel free to share them with us. Here's Sanderson again. Bowls short to Hartley, ducks underneath it. Goes through to Adam Rossington. End of the over. Hartley 10, Mahmood 20, and Lancashire weathered the first 3 overs of the morning without any undue alarms. 269 for 8 it is.
Yes, and these two actually, even at this stage, have put together quite a handy little partnership here. They came together with a score at 242. They got Lancashire up to 250 in that extra batting bonus point. They both look very assured. Last night, even facing the new ball and very early stages, of course, on day 2, but Mahmood and Hartley, I'm sure, as most bowlers do, pride themselves on their batting as well. And they'll be keen to put together a very handy 9th wicket partnership, which would frustrate Northants. It will be Mahmood to settle back into his crease. Here comes Tom Taylor from the Anderson end, bowls to Mahmood. It's played up to Luke Proctor, who's at mid-off. Just speaking of Northamptonshire caps, Proctor's cap is different, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, you notice also probably closest to us here, Rob Keogh at second slip, and also Adam Rossington, the keeper. They've got the gold braid on their caps, whereas the others in the slip cord, like Emilio Gay, for example, at third slip, hasn't. That just denotes that they're cap players.
Oh, okay. Nice.
They have a different cap.
Taylor to Mahmood, flicked it to mid-on from a fullish ball, just a fraction wide of off stump. Gathered it mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, relatively recent innovation, I must say, I rather like it.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Like Yorkshire had the budding rose, wasn't it? And then the sort of the rose with the 11 petals on it. But yeah, Northamptonshire have got this. The cap players one with the piping in it looks rather like an old style sort of Quidnuncs cap, or something like Percy Chapman might have worn in the 20s.
Taylor to Mahmood, who's half pushing at that delivery, which shapes a fraction away from the Lancashire batsman and taken by Adam Rossington, and there's no run.
And as such, I wholeheartedly approve, of course. But, no, I think they look smart.
I agree.
And it's something a little bit special. Do Lancashire wear their player numbers as well? I haven't looked at their shirts, but
they do. Yes, I think they do. I think that's a relatively new addition. Taylor in towards a short ball, which forces Mahmood to crouch down and just drops his knees and his hands and allows that ball to fizz past. But sharp enough delivery from Taylor got Mahmood crouching underneath it.
Northamptonshire did wear the numbers on for a while, and then they stopped because there was such a turnover of players at one time that I think it was getting a little bit confusing. But now I think it's something that maybe hopefully they'll look at doing. They certainly do a little presentation before anybody makes their debut.
Taylor to Mahmood, who plays forward and defends, no run.
Tom Taylor, of course, making his first-class debut for Northamptonshire in the previous match against Kent, so he's number 529, and presumably Wayne Parnell will be 530.
I'm just looking on the shirts of the two Lancashire batsmen. I can't notice any kind of numbers on there, so maybe Lancashire don't do that. Taylor back into Saqib Mahmood, who just protects the top of his off stump there. Content to play safely and calmly into the offside for no run. The end of Taylor's second over of the morning, 269 for 8. We're set for another 100 overs today.
Yes, of course, yes, that's right. 6:15 finish. It's not doing a lot out there, is it, at the moment? It's probably fair to say. I just wonder whether how long it will be before Adam Rossington thinks it might be worth giving Simon Kerrigan another role at the lower order batsman. Conversation there between Adam Rossington, Ben Sanderson and Tom Taylor. Taylor just going to his fielding position at mid-on to the left-handed Hartley. Rossington, of course, back behind the stumps. 3 slips in place for the left-hander. The wide third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off. A long leg. Short from Sanderson, and Hartley just ducks underneath it, goes through to Rossington, and there's no run. Northamptonshire will be very keen to wrap this innings up as quickly as possible, as I say, not least with the memory of what happened against Kent fresh in their minds. On that occasion it was Darren Stevens, turns 45 in a couple of weeks' time, end of the month. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Hartley, who's in behind that, just drops it down at his feet. And there's no run. As Hartley played beautifully on the second morning at Montage Road, 116 not out. got excellent support from the lower order, but Northamptonshire will be trying to certainly avoid that scenario replaying this morning. Hartley settles into his guard. Sanderson in again, bowls to him, and that's a good ball, and it just shaped back into him, hit him on the pad, high up on the pad again, clearly going over the stumps. And Hartley just settling himself, doing a few little boxer-like zigzag steps, get the feet moving. Taylor having a chat with umpire Michael Burns. Nathan Buck likewise. Nathan Buck likes to chat with anybody. Not quite in the Richard Levy class for that, but here's Sanderson in again. Bowls full length to Hartley, who drives up to Taylor at mid-on, and there's no run. Richard Levy will have, when he's batting, will have a conference with his partner after every ball, if possible. I did ask two of the Northamptonshire players what he finds to talk about, and the sort of consensus of opinion was the answer was nothing much. Not playing in this game, although he did play the seconds in the week. Here's Sanderson again, bowls to Hartley outside the off stump. Good judgment, lets it go through. Decent carry with the new ball, newish ball anyway. It goes through to Adam Rossington.
Some people just like to chat, don't they? Some cricketers like to have a little natter, and others absolutely not. They're in their own kind of bubble, aren't they? And they go through all their different routines, and they've got their ways of preparing for each delivery. Some like to do it completely differently. Natter.
Certainly Levy in the T20 last year, when of course time is a bit of an issue. It's outside the off stump, goes through to Adam Rossington, with Hartley just letting it go through. 10 to him. Mahmood 20, 269 for 8. Lancashire, 5 overs gone this morning. Yes, it's you know, obviously there was a little bit of time pressure, and you have to get your overs in a certain amount of time, and there were occasions when Levy just seemed to be constantly talking to his partner, particularly when he was opening with Paul Sterling last year, and they just were chatting away about anything and nothing, slowing the game up a wee bit.
I spoke to Keaton Jennings about this a week or two ago, about opening, well, partnerships in particular, but especially the opening partnership of a team, and how much do you kind of work at the understanding and the relationship that you've got out there, because it's obviously an individual game but played within a team, and Mahmood just nudges his first delivery from Taylor up to mid-on, and there's no run. And he said, yeah, they do work at it quite a bit, you know, what makes each other tick, the kind of the body language of each other, then it becomes more instinctive rather than forced. And doing all that while having to concentrate on your own game as well. It's quite an intriguing concept.
It is a very interesting point, and actually David Ripley's visited this already this season with the opening pair that he's put together, that we shall see batting at some point today.
There's Taylor to Mahmood, short, he rocks back, he pulls the ball down towards long leg, and he's been taken by Nathan Buck. And Mahmood departs for 20. And Lancashire lose their 9th wicket. 269 for 9, and Tom Taylor picks up his 4th as well. 4 for 72 for him. Just
baited the trap, didn't they? And it was interesting that in the previous over from Ben Sanderson, they got a couple of men back for Mahmood, so they obviously thought it was a plan, and obviously a way that they might get him out. He took that one on. He just got a little bit big on him. He didn't get over it, and in the end, a relatively straightforward catch for Nathan Buck in the deep. So, yeah, 4 wickets to Tom Taylor, and once again we say he's the sort of cricketer that just makes things happen, and he's on for a 5 here, which would be you know, a terrific way to celebrate only his 2nd county championship appearance for Northamptonshire. We have one of those great questions. We talk about you know, statistical things. Taylor made his Northamptonshire debut in all cricket last year in a T20 match at Edgbaston against the Bears. Took a wicket with his 2nd ball, and this year when they were playing the pre-season programme, he took a wicket with his 2nd ball of the opening pre-season match of the season down at Southampton, and I got asked, is this the first time anybody's ever taken a wicket with their 2nd ball with a white ball for Northamptonshire and their 2nd ball with a red ball for
What? How are you supposed to?
And I said, well, probably not, but. And I'm afraid I shrugged it off with the rather pathetic excuse. Well, it's, the pre-season match. It's not a first-class match. It's
What a question that is.
But it's a good one. But it's the stuff of county cricket, isn't it? It's the sort of thing we love. These little questions that come up every now and again.
And you just shrugged it off, did you?
Well,
You've not found the answer out.
I haven't found the answer
right.
out. I just said as I thought that it's not it's not really a pre-season game. You can't count that.
Batsman cross. Tom Hartley's on strike. The first delivery that, the next delivery that Taylor balls to him is angled across the Lancashire batsman. Matt Parkinson is the last man out for Lancashire. He's at the non-striker's end.
Now, the point you're making about opening pairs is a very interesting one, because David Ripley was saying that he basically said at the start of the season that he thought that Ricardo Vasconcelos and Ben Curran were his preferred opening pair. And he said, not least because they actually get on really well together.
Taylor to Hartley. It's a nice shot, whipped through mid-wicket. And there is Curran out on that leg side boundary, so he'll get across there and cut that off, and throws in with his sunglasses on. And come back for 2, so Hartley moves up to 12. Score moves on to 271 for 9.
And he cited the opening pair that obviously were with Northamptonshire for part of David Ripley's own playing career, which was Alan Fordham and Nigel Felton, the Northamptonshire's F plan, who had some very successful seasons together in the late 80s and early 90s, and again they were extremely good friends and very close off the field as well. So there's maybe something in that.
A nudge through the onside again for runs this time, but just a single by Tom Hartley. That ball just angled in towards the Lancashire batsman and just eases it safely through the onside for 1. 272 for 9.
I did ask Ben Smith, who was having a chat with us for the commentary during that match, whether he could think of any instances of batting partners, regular batting partners in his playing career, who actually didn't like each other very much, and he swayed out of the way of that one. Very, very sensible.
Oh, that's boring. Well, I mean, you're going to get dressing rooms where people don't get on. Not everybody gets on with everybody, do they? So
this is very true. But of course, earlier vintage, Jeff Cook and Wayne Larkins, of course, were close mates for a while. And a terrific opening pair for Northamptonshire for many years.
Just changing the field here with Matt Parkinson facing his first delivery. Third slip is in a catching position on the leg side for a delivery that's like that. It's short, which Parkinson ducks underneath, and taken by Rossington to put that short leg in place there.
Very short, wasn't it? But no threat at all, really.
Matt's not the tallest, and he was. He did bend his knees to get underneath it, but he probably could have just stood there. End of the over. Wicket-taking one, though, for Tom Taylor. 22 overs, 4 for 75, so he's bowled very nicely. And he's having to manage probably a problem with his finger, which he picked up yesterday. So he's had a good day yesterday, plus that run out as well.
Yeah, Ben Sanderson is going to be looking to try and pick up the last wicket. 272 for 9. Sanderson just the 1 wicket to show for his efforts in this innings. 3 slips in place, running away from us bowls to the left-handed Tom Hartley, who has a little flash outside the off stump, goes past the outside edge to Adam Rossington, and no run. That could easily have been the last wicket.
Yes, there was a delivery not too dissimilar to that in the previous over, which Sanderson put about there to tempt Hartley into playing that type of shot, and he ignored it in the last over, but he couldn't resist having a little go at it on that occasion.
It was a little loose. They've now got a man put save back on the cover boundary. As he comes in again, bowls to Hartley, gets in a little bit of a tangle with that. Looks to play it on the onside. Hit him, I think, probably high up on the pad, thigh pad maybe. Drops down. Adam Rossington runs around from behind the stumps to retrieve the ball, and there's no run. He has an interesting field now. He's got 3 slips in, then a wideish third man. And save has disappeared out to the cover boundary. And then an extra cover, fairly straight, just on the edge of the square, mid-on. Deep square about halfway back. That's short again. Sanderson to Hartley, and Hartley gets everything out of the danger. Just drops the hands and it goes through to Adam Rossington, and there's no run. So he's got, yes, a man just in front of square on the leg side. Nathan Buck probably about 10-15 yards in from the boundary, which is the longest boundary being used for this game, and then a long leg as well. Sanderson in again, bowls to Hartley, and Hartley plays that on the onside, and he's going to get a run, goes just behind square, and it's Nathan Buck who fields, sends in his return to Adam Rossington. One more to Hartley, who goes up to 14. Lancashire to 273 for 9, so Northamptonshire have now got their maximum third bowling point. Lancashire 27 runs away from a third batting point, all of which suggests that it's fairly even Stevens, which I think is probably about right. Lancashire would dearly love just to get that little psychological boost of getting over 300, apart from the fact we've given them another point, but it always looks a bit better, doesn't it? 300 batting first. And Sanderson bowling now to Parkinson. Parkinson drives nicely out in the offside, not with any great power, but he's going to pick up a single to get off the mark as it's fielded by Nathan Buck, who finds himself an extra cover. They had dropped another man back on the boundary for the short one, but that's the double bluff there as he bowled that ball pretty full length. Parkinson to 1, Lancashire 274 for 9. 3 slips in place. Sanderson prepares to run in again. Bowls to Hartley, who paddles that away on the onside. He's going to get runs here, and he's going to get a couple because it's a long chase for Simon Kerrigan down there at long leg. Sends in his left-handed return. 2 runs, 276 for 9. Hartley up to 16 to end the over. Sanderson 27 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 53, so he's still going at just under 2 and over. And Lancashire 276 for 9, 24 more runs needed for another point.
Matt Parkinson's playing his first county championship game since 2019, September 2019, the last time he played a 4-day game. Same for Saqib Mahmood as well. I think Matt Parkinson will be just enjoying the fact he's out there playing, because he spent I think 3 months away with England. Yes. During the winter in Sri Lanka and then into India, and didn't play at all.
A lot of drinks carrying, yes, but not much cricket.
So between T20 finals day of last year, as Taylor comes into Parkinson, who defends to mid-on, there's no run. The T20 Blast final last year when Lancashire lost. Up until this game, he's played 1 game of cricket, which is loosely described as a game of cricket because it was Team Root against Team Butler in an England kind of inter-squad friendly game. That's the only thing he's played since.
How extraordinary. That is just
the end of September last year to today.
It's an amazing factoid, isn't it? It's a bit worrying in a sense.
It is, yeah. That's a nice shot. Nice little kind of checked drive through straight mid-off. He's going to get 4 for it, Matt Parkinson, to the right of Luke Proctor. Nicely timed.
Lovely shot, yeah. Just chases it up to the fence in front of the hotel. But I think once it had gone past him, Luke Proctor realised that was 4 runs all the way. Timed it to perfection. Beautiful shot.
So yes, it was a rather bittersweet few months for him. I think he was obviously thrilled to be part of the England squad and be considered for the broader squad. But then I think he was a little frustrated not to at least play a T20 match. He was at that. Or, at least some appearance in that competition. It's down towards 3rd man for. I think he stopped that nicely, Ben Sanderson. Or no, he's not. That's very honest, because at first view I thought he'd stopped that and pushed the ball away before running into the rope. But
I think he just kept it in his hand. Didn't get rid of it when he touched the rope. I think, but as you say, very honest. Good to see.
So 4 more to Parkinson. He moves up to 9, 284 for 9.
Yes, I suppose it's the nature of overseas tours, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Half an hour gone of the second day of this county championship fixture between Lancashire and Northamptonshire here at Old Trafford. Lancashire have lost a wicket, Saqib Mahmood out for 20 off the bowling of Tom Taylor. He pulled a shortish ball which was caught by Nathan Buck, and Mahmood fell for 20. But Tom Hartley's still going pretty well. He's unbeaten on 16, and Matt Parkinson just picked up successive fours, playing his first four-day match since 2019. So Lancashire edging towards a possibility here of 300 and an extra batting bonus point at 284 for 9.
Yes, you're saying in the old days of overseas tours, there'd be plenty of matches between the test matches to give some of the other players a run out.
Taylor to Parkinson, playing and missing at this delivery.
And you'd be able to play against, I don't know, Victorian country districts at Bendigo or something or whatever. But yeah, of course, that's not the case now. No. And there's really, if you happen to be on an overseas tour and not in the 11, then there's just no cricket for you, is it? It just, I suppose they always look at how many players they take away, and at the same time, the fact that these days you can. It's not like having to get on the boat somewhere, is it? You can fly somebody into pretty much anywhere in the world within a day.
Final ball of the over. 2 on the leg side boundary now, but he doesn't go short. He goes full but wide of off stump, and that's steered down to wide third man for a single for Parkinson. Keeps the strike as well. End of the over. He's on 10. Hartley on 16. 285 for 9, Lancashire.
Yes, it always used to be like the second keeper, wasn't it? That when they'd take 2 wicket keepers away, and they would actually basically get very little cricket. They could be away for, for 6 months and hardly play. But yeah, maybe it's something that they need to look at if they're taking players away on overseas tours. Not least, I mean, for any sort of personal considerations, if Parkinson, say, if one of the England spinners had Jack Leach or Don Bess or whatever had got injured, and they said we've got to play him, what sort of form is he going to be in? If he's just been bowling in the nets for 3 months, it seems a bit strange. Here's Ben Sanderson running away from us and bowls to the aforementioned Matt Parkinson, who's hit high up on the pad, drops down on the offside. There's no run.
I think that the part of England touring India. In particular, the white balls, the 2 white ball series there, is because the T20 World Cup's in India. So if you're naming Parkinson in your squad for the T20 squad for that tour of India, bearing in mind the World Cup takes place there in a few months' time, why on earth would you not bowl him?
No, it seems extraordinary, doesn't it? Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Parkinson, plays it up on the onside, fielded by Luke Proctor just in front of square, but they come through for a comfortable single. 11 to Parkinson, 286 for 9. No, I quite agree. It's just, as I say, you can look at it at various ways. You can say, well, for the individual concerned, it's difficult, but for the team, if he needs to play and he's got no cricket to play, and apart from just bowling in the nets to whoever happens to be knocking around at the time, it just seems a very odd way of running things, but there you go. Greater minds than ours, Scott.
Indeed, yep.
Here's Sanderson bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Tom Hartley, who's in behind that, plays it up to Tom Taylor at mid-on, and there's no run. Hartley on 16, Parkinson 11. I think they're looking about somebody calling. I think Rossington's gesturing to the Northamptonshire dressing room, which is directly below us here, for a helmet. So either he's going to stand up to Ben Sanderson, which he has done before, or maybe we're going to see a little bit of Simon Kerrigan. Sanderson round the wicket, bowls to Hartley, and once again he's just across that, pushes it up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Taylor, and there's no run.
One thing that is good to see, and we've mentioned the spinners on both sides for this game, but this is just the second match of the season, and we're seeing spinners have an impact in this game, which is really good, because you're kind of almost writing off April for spinners, aren't you? But not in this game.
Sanderson in again, bowls to Hartley, who dabs that down on the offside. After a moment's hesitation, they come through for a well-judged single. So Emilio Gay had to run up from third slip to field. So they come through for one easily enough. 17 to Hartley, 287 for 9. And these two have already put on 18 runs, which is very handy in the context. And Northamptonshire will just be looking to try and Knock one of these over as soon as possible. 3 slips in place. Sanderson back over the wicket to the right-handed Matt Parkinson. Bright sunshine, beautiful morning here in Manchester. As Sanderson bowls, and he's flashed away at that, and he's going to get 4 runs, I think, as it runs down towards third man. It flew over Gay at third slip. It crosses the boundary rope in front of the old pavilion. And if you're going to flash, flash hard, as they say. That's exactly what Matt Parkinson did, and he's benefited to the tune of 4 runs. His third boundary, 15 to him, and Lancashire 291 for 9. We've had 9 overs this morning, in which Lancashire have scored 27 runs and lost just the 1 wicket.
Yeah, and these are really bonus runs, these, aren't they, for Lancashire? Already up to 291. They've not got a possibility of reaching that 300 mark. The bonus point could be crucial, and then the kind of the added benefit of reaching 300 as well. This kind of psychological bonus of doing that. This is
it's Kerrigan time.
Yeah, oh, excellent. Inside the first 35 minutes.
Well, he had to, bearing in mind he did that chase around the boundary to try and cut off that stroke from Matt Parkinson, went sprawling full length on the boundary rope in front of the old pavilion here, and they sort of pick himself up, dust himself off, and make the long walk to the bowling crease. But he's going to resume bowling after what 30 overs and 4 balls yesterday. He'd have slept well, I suspect, Scott. I
need to just confirm the details of this, but I was given a stat yesterday about Kerrigan, and I think it's the first time he's bowled 30 overs in a match. I think the stat was given was since 2016.
Golly, it's plausible.
So yes, I suspect he would have had quite a nice night's sleep last night. He's in and bowling to Hartley. He's playing forward, and there is no run. There's a little bit of company around the bat. There's a slip and there's a forward short leg. There's men on the drive on the offside and the onside. There's a long on and mid off, a deep backward point. And Hartley plays a rather expansive looking shot, but taken by Rossington. He then clips the bails off instantly. The green bails. What do we think of the green bails and the blue stumps this season?
Yes, right, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's quite easy to see, at least.
Yeah, yeah.
And they don't flash. They have that, they have that to be said for it.
Kerrigan to Hartley. Swivels back into his crease, and that's dragged out through the onside where Curran fields, and Hartley gets 1, so he moves up to 18, 292 for 9.
It's actually very plausible if you look at his season-by-season stats in first-class cricket. Simon Kerrigan obviously played very little, nothing at all in 18 or 19. And yeah, 2016 was the last season. He sort of bowled a lot of overs, really. 2,992 balls in the season.
Left arm around the wicket to Matt Parkinson, who just jabs the bat down and there's a big grin on his face, Matt Parkinson, as he looks back towards Simon Kerrigan. He's bouncing back in again to Parkinson. It's dropped into the onside for no run.
So I would have thought that's entirely plausible.
It's a great story of resilience and grit and character that Kerrigan's shown. Driven by Parkinson to extra cover, and there is no run. Wonderful story of a man piecing back together again a career which he admits himself thought was over. I'm sure he slept like a baby last night. 110 overs have been bowled. So Lancashire will not be getting their extra batting bonus point. 292 for 9.
No, they've just ran out of time on that one, but even so, they can still be looking to get as many runs as they possibly can, as we say. And if there is going to be increasing turn as the game goes on, and that seems to be the consensus of opinion, certainly judging by the selection of both teams, and also what Simon Kerrigan was saying last night, then anything up over 300 I think won't be a bad effort at all in context to the match. Well, here's Tom Taylor, who's switched to this end. He's bowling his first ball of the new spell to Hartley, who plays it up on the onside for an easy single, fielded by Nathan Buck. 1 more on the total, 293 for 9. And Hartley up to 19, very useful runs for Lancashire. Yeah, Taylor, 23.3 overs now, 4 for 85. Including yesterday his 100th wicket in first-class cricket. That's with his third county now, having played for Derbyshire and then for Leicestershire. And now a 3-year contract with Northamptonshire. Taylor comes in, bowls to Parkinson, spearing in towards middle and off, plays it up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Ben Sanderson, and there's no run. You wouldn't believe, say about a week being a long time in politics. I think a week's quite a long time in cricket, certainly in meteorological terms, because you've got people out there with no sweaters on, or just a short sleever. Yes, this time last week it was layers galore. Here's Taylor in again, bowls, and that's driven nicely by Matt Parkinson. Well timed, but just picked out Ben Sanderson at mid-on, and there's no run. It's just the old slip-overs for a lot of the players out there this morning, as opposed to a week ago when it was thermals, body warmers.
Oh, yeah, the whole lot. Yeah.
Raiding the bag. Here's Taylor in again, bowls full length to Parkinson, who drives, doesn't time it, goes up to extra cover where it's fielded by Nathan Buck, and there's no running. Just imagine people last week at the very bottom of the cricket bag and all this every possible t-shirt shirt layer that they could find to try and keep warm.
I should sit in here as well.
Yes, well, certainly in our commentary position at Northampton it was a bit fresh. Here's Taylor, and again 3 slips waiting as Parkinson comes across his stumps, plays it up in the direction of Sanderson at mid-on, but doesn't get quite as far as him. It's Luke Proctor. It's a little trot up from his fielding position just in front of square on the onside, and fields.
Thanks to Ken for this message. Tom Hartley and Matt Parkinson have now reached first-class career best scores.
Oh, well. Good time for them to do it. It's very handy runs. 24 added for the last wicket so far. Here's Taylor in, bowls to Parkinson, who plays that up to mid-off. It's fielded by Nathan Buck. End of another over, the 11th of the morning, and Lancashire 293 for 9, 15 to Matt Parkinson and 19 to Tom Hartley.
Yorkshire have been bowled out, 379 all out. I think David Willey came out and gave it a bit of a bash. He did 37 off 43 balls.
That's Northampton born David Willey.
Indeed, yes. Northampton's finest David Willey.
We still claim him, of course.
Why not?
we claim Sam Curran, who's born in Northampton.
Without doubt. So Kent have just started their reply. They're 10 without loss. Yorkshire 379 all out. 4 wickets for Darren Stevens, 4 for 60. Here comes Kerrigan for Northants. And Hartley plays it into the offside, but for no run.
I shouldn't think Sam Curran's paddled in the River Nen too often, but there you go.
You never know. Kerrigan to Hartley again. That's a nice ball. Past the edge of the bat and taken by the keeper. No run. Northampton and England's Sam Curran. It's a little edgy from Hartley. He's slashing at the ball. It runs along the ground through third man. He'll come back for, well, they think about a third and decide that there is 3 there. So
it's a long way down there, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah. Well, the grass to cover. Tom Taylor.
Ricardo Vasconcelos set off in hot pursuit. I think possibly just to get his legs moving. Bearing in mind he hopes to be batting in the not too distant future. These two might bat for a while yet.
Kerrigan around the wicket to Parkinson. It's defended into the onside. 296 for 9. These two came together with a score at 269. So these are very tidy little runs for Lancashire. Edging towards 300. Kerrigan to Parkinson.
The conversation I had with Simon Kerrigan last night, making the point that patience is very important on this sort of pitch for batsmen and for bowlers. You just have to bide your time sometimes.
Into Parkinson, he gets runs through extra cover. Just one, keeps the strike as well. End of the over. Parkinson 16, Hartley 22, 297 for 9.
At this stage, it's not the sort of pitch that you're going to run through a side on. I don't think. Obviously, if it turns a bit later on, then it might be a different story. But at the moment, it's still fairly easy paced, and the bowlers have just got to keep plugging away. And equally with the bat, as it showed yesterday, and talking to Simon, he made the point, that the fact that the likes of Josh Bohannon and Alex Davis yesterday getting in, it shows that you can play yourself in and you can score runs. Now, what Northamptonshire will be hoping is that that's still the case, and that one or more of their batsmen, rather than getting a 60 or 50, 60, 70, can actually go on and get a 100 plus. Which obviously, if a couple of them can do that, as they did in the previous match against Kent, when Ricardo Vasconcelos and Rob Keogh both got hundreds, then it will leave Northamptonshire in a strong position. But that's a way off yet. And here's Tom Taylor about to run into bowl to Matt Parkinson, who's been in there so long he's had to check his guard. From umpire Michael Burns. Close field forming up. Still the 3 slips. And Taylor running away from us. Bowling from the Brian Statham end. Bowls to Parkinson, who plays that down on the offside. Fielded by Safe Save at backward point, and there's no run. 28 these have added for the last wicket so far. With plenty of power to add. Not much breeze this morning, such as it is. Seems to be coming from the direction of the city, over to our right. Still bright sunshine as Taylor comes in, bowls to Parkinson, hits him on the pad. Appeal for LBW, not with any great conviction by the bowler. Nothing from the keeper. First and second slips. Felt obliged, I think, just to ask the question, but don't think that was going to be anything to test the umpire too much. That Parkinson just goes down the pitch, gives it a prod, and sweeps away any foreign bodies maybe on the pitch. The sun just goes behind a cloud as Taylor runs away from us. Bowls once again very full length to Parkinson, who works that away behind square on the onside. It's Ben Curran who comes in off the boundary. Single to Parkinson, who goes up to 17, 298 for 9. Curran, who again will be hoping to be out there with the bat fairly soon. Curran and Vasconcelos will be Northamptonshire's opening pair. 2 left-handers. David Ripley did make the observation that they certainly won't be the tallest opening pair in county circuit this year. Is Taylor again over the wicket to the left-handed Hartley, plays that up just past the bowlers, fielded by Nathan Buck, and there's no run. Both fairly diminutive. Ben Curran's an interesting one. Doubtless we shall talk more about it when he does get a chance to bat, but he just keeps getting starts and looking good, and then just not going on. And maybe something that you want to give him a decent run. Here's Taylor in again, full length, big appeal for LBW from Taylor. Just wonder if that might just have pitched outside leg stump. Not out, says umpire Burns. Taylor looks distraught. Just didn't look quite right to the left-hander bowling over the wicket. My first thought was that might just have pitched outside, or certainly very close to leg stump. The umpire's not going to want to be guessing, but it's not out anyway. You got the replay on that.
Yeah, I think that's perhaps call that one right. May have just pitched outside the line of leg stump. I think there's enough in that for the umpire to be guessing.
Well, if there's any doubt. Here's Taylor again, bowls to Hartley, who drives, bounces over the bowler's head. They're going to pick up a single, that's all there'll be, as Ben Sanderson chases back towards us in the stand at the opposite end of the ground, at the Brian Statham end. They pick up one more run, 299 for 9 at the end of the over. 13 overs bowled this morning. Matt Parkinson has made 17. Tom Hartley has made 23. Partnership now 30 runs for the last wicket. Yeah, Ben Curran's an interesting one. He sends it's rather like Mike Gatting in his early days of his Test career, and the fact that he didn't get a Test 100 for a while, and it was sort of one of those monkeys on his back. And you just feel that when Ben Curran gets one, others will follow. He keeps looking good, getting a start, just finding ways of getting out.
It's Kerrigan from the Anderson end to Hartley. It's driven down the ground, stopped by Kerrigan off his own bowling, and there is no run. Slip of the short leg waiting as Hartley drives through extra cover. There's a Tom Taylor from deep backward point, swings around to extra cover to field, and Hartley jogs back for a couple, and Lancashire tick along to 301 for 9. So got themselves up to 300. Hartley moves to 25. I suppose for Curran as well, good batting at the top of the order, and with so many games, as Hartley plays forward and balls through to the keeper, there's no run. So many games at the start and the end of the season. It is the toughest place to play, isn't it?
No, absolutely right. I think he's a fine player. It's just wish he would actually go and get a big score of which he is capable, undoubtedly.
Expansive looking shot from Hartley, but a play and a miss. Taken by Rossington. And there is no run. Here is Kerrigan for Northants. Left arm over the wicket, balls. Tossing it wide outside the off stump, bringing Hartley onto the front foot.
I can reveal that the Lancashire record for the last wicket against Northamptonshire features a Northamptonshire-born player.
It's Kerrigan again, and Hartley defending. No run. End of the over. 301 for 9. Parkinson 17. Hartley 25.
Record is 75.
Okay.
The last wicket, which was by David Hughes and Peter Lee. Peter Granville Lee, born in the village of Arthingworth in Northamptonshire. Started his career at Northamptonshire, was moved up here. Had a lot of success at Lancashire. One of Wisden's 5 cricketers of the year for his performances in 1975. Sadly, his career curtailed by injury a little bit after that, but was playing in local cricket in Northamptonshire well after that, and still a regular attendee at former Players' Day. Tends to pop along, but yeah, Peter Lee and David Hughes, 75 at Northampton in 1973. Taylor starts a fresh over. Bowling to Parkinson, plays it up to mid-on, fielded by Ben Sanderson, and there's no run. Very possibly saw that, actually. watched a lot of cricket those sort of few years in the early 70s. School permitting, of course.
Absolutely, yeah. All above board.
Oh, indeed.
Yeah.
But yeah, 1973 that was. Still a little way to go, but worth keeping these things in mind. Here's Taylor again, bowling full length to Parkinson, who drives up to extra cover, fielded by Nathan Buck, and there's no run. Haven't seen Buck in the attack this morning. Northamptonshire going with initially Sanderson and Taylor, and then Taylor switching from the Jimmy Anderson end to the Brian Statham end, with Simon Kerrigan coming into the attack at the Anderson end, as he bowled all day yesterday, nearly all day yesterday. Here's Taylor in again, bowls short to Parkinson. No great venom in that one, just passes over the small of his back, goes through to Adam Rossington, and there's no run. It's an easy paced pitch, there's no great pace in there at all. And certainly not with the ball starting to get a little bit softer now. I think this is something like the 32nd over with this ball, so Northamptonshire didn't take it as soon as it was available, but not long afterwards last night. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Parkinson, flays at that outside the off stump. Almost flayed himself off his feet.
Did.
And it goes past the edge. And Adam Rossington takes it, and there's no run, but good intent by Matt Parkinson.
He's got a lovely way about him, Matt Parkinson. He has a nice, always has a smile on his face, and he's got a big beaming grin back to his batting partner at the other end in Tom Hartley.
Well, I'm just looking forward to seeing him bowl, because it's watching a leggy at work is always a pleasure. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to him. Ooh. He drives that away through extra cover. That's a beautiful stroke, going up towards the boundary. Nathan Buck setting off in pursuit. This could be a real teaser, because I don't think it's quite going to get there. It just about does it, by which time Nathan Buck had run all the way to the furthest corner of the ground. But lovely stroke. 4 to Matt Parkinson. He goes up to 21. 305 for 9, Lancashire. That's one you don't want, is it? Especially if you might be thinking about having a bowl in the not too distant future. It was just a little teaser over to the just about the longest boundary on this ground, with the, as we were saying yesterday, the strip being used well over to the right hand side if you're looking out from this Brian Statham end. Here's Taylor, and again 4 for 91, bowls to Parkinson outside the off stump, just pulls the bat inside the line, goes through to Adam Rossington. End of another over. 305 for 9, Parkinson 21, Hartley 25, and Taylor has now bowled 26.2 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 91.
Well, if one of those shots in that over was a bit of a wild thrash, the other one was a very nice, easy looking cover drive.
So Washbrook, that
it was delightful. He'll be enjoying it. I'm sure he'll be enjoying playing some cricket, as I mentioned before, because of the amount of time he's been spending carrying drinks and being in biosecure bubbles and bowling in the nets. He actually has a chance to play some cricket. There's Matt Parkinson. So he's on 21. Hartley on 25. Kerrigan will continue from the Anderson end. Bowling to Hartley. Slightly tighter off stump line. He's tossed a couple outside off stump in that previous over to Kerrigan, but that one makes Hartley play, just steering it to the leg side, no run. So the slip in place and that forward short leg as well. Swept by Hartley, but swept straight to Curran. And Simon Kerrigan picks up his 4th wicket, and Ben Curran out on the deep mid-wicket boundary with a safe pair of hands, takes the catch and goes sprinting down towards the Northamptonshire dressing room, because he'll be strapping the pads out to come out and have a bat shortly, because Lancashire all out for 309. All out for 305, with Hartley on 25 and Parkinson on 21, and Kerrigan 4 for 60 from 33 overs.
Yeah, and useful 36 runs there for the last wicket. Very handy little partnership. I'll give you the bowling figures in a second. We'll have to go and update BBC Radio Northampton. But yeah, Northamptonshire will be reasonably happy, I suppose. Lancashire getting a few more runs than Northamptonshire would have hoped. Where are we this morning? They've put on 41 runs for the last couple of wickets. But that said, as I say, I think Northamptonshire sort of slightly haunted by what happened in the previous match against Kent, when Kent extended their first innings all the way to 450 and were still batting after lunch on the second day. So at least that hasn't happened here. But let's give you the Northamptonshire bowling figures. I know there's a lot of people at home that always like to keep their scorecard up to date. So the bowling figures: Ben Sanderson 28 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 59. Tom Taylor 26 overs and 2 balls, 8 maidens, 4 for 91. Nathan Buck 14 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 51. And then Luke Proctor 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 33. Simon Kerrigan 34 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 60. So certainly again going 1.76 runs an over. You'd probably settle for that. And then Rob Keogh bowled a couple of overs yesterday for 7. There were just 4 extras in the innings, 4 leg byes, and Lancashire all out for 305. after 2 balls of the 116th over at just before midday on day 2. And I'll leave it with you, Scott, and I'll just go and update BBC Radio Northampton and back for the start of the Northamptonshire innings.
No problem, thank you very much. Yes, the innings all wrapped up in inside an hour this morning, but Lancashire will be, I think, pretty happy to get up to 300 runs on the board. And lovely to see Simon Kerrigan leading the team off for Northamptonshire. Tom Taylor was just alongside him, but then he just dropped back, did Tom Taylor, and allowed Simon to lead the team off the ground. So special moment for Simon Kerrigan. There is a interview with him actually on Twitter. If you search out at BBC Lancs Cricket on Twitter, there's a couple of minutes of Simon from last night reflecting on yesterday's play. So he's done his bit for the time being. He'll be hoping to rest his shoulder and put his feet up for a couple of hours and watch Northamptonshire go out and have a bat. Lancashire will be really pleased to have got to 305, because at 240 for 8, 300 looked a decent way off. I think they'll be quite content with those runs on the board in the first innings. Take a look at the scores are shaping up across the county championship. 2 other games in the Lancashire Northamptonshire group, actually Group 3. Kent against Yorkshire and Glamorgan against Sussex. I can mention that David Willey came out and gave it a bit of a bosh earlier on to help Yorkshire get up to 379, or Kent have lost a couple of early wickets, 25 for 2. More on that in a minute. Lancashire being bowled out, all out eventually here at Old Trafford for 305, but not before a little bit of fun from the tail end. Tom Hartley made 25, Saqib Mahmood made 20, Bolton's Matt Parkinson unbeaten on 21. Simon Kerrigan picked up 4 wickets and Tom Taylor picked up 4 wickets. So Lancashire all out for 305. Yes, Kent have lost Daniel Bell-Drummond, LBW2, David Willey for 13. And Zach Crawley, bowled by Dwayne Olivier for 1. So Kent 25 for 2 in reply to that Yorkshire total of 379 all out. And the Glamorgan-Sussex match, Glamorgan 285 all out in their first innings. Sussex made a very solid start to that reply. They've lost Aaron Thomason for 67, but he's the only wicket to fall. So Tom Haynes, who made a very impressive century here last week, he made 155, and he's 52 not out, and Van Zale is 19 not out. So Sussex are 142 for 1, replying to that Glamorgan total of 285. So the other games in the third group of the county championship. Leicestershire are at Surrey and they're 280 for 3, with Sam Evans 137 not out for Leicestershire. Again, taking place at the Oval. It's a 295 for 3. Leicestershire in their first innings against Surrey. Gloucestershire 68 for 1. They're at Taunton this week in a derby game. Somerset against Gloucestershire. I mean, that Taunton would be absolutely bouncing, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it just? Yes, absolutely.
Fans been in for that one. Gloucestershire 68 for 1, replying to a Somerset total of 312 all out. Middlesex are just starting their reply to a Hampshire total of 319 all out. Sam North East making 67. 4 wickets for Stephen Finn. Game taking place at the Ageas Bowl in Southampton. So Middlesex just about to start their reply to that total of 319 all out. At Warwickshire 80 for 3. We're taking on Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge this week. Warwickshire having lost 3 relatively quick wickets. 80 for 3, replying to a total of 273 all out made by Nottinghamshire. The Essex-Durham game has been a quirky one because Essex were 96 all out. Pretty grim-looking scorecard from the defending county champions and indeed the defending Bob Willis Trophy holders, but 96 all out against Durham. Scott Borthwick's made a century in this game for Durham, but there's just a whole kind of programme of low scores. He's the only batsman to really get anything. There's barely batsmen making double figures across the two teams apart from Borthwick's 100.
Very odd game, though, isn't
Bizarre,
it? Very
yeah.
strange.
Simon Harmer has picked up 4 wickets for Essex. So 213 for 8, Durham. So they lead Essex by 117 runs with a couple of wickets remaining. And at Derbyshire, 390 all out in their first innings. Matt Critchley made 109. I believe he batted beautifully, Matt Critchley. He's becoming a really good batsman. Yeah. One is offering a good option, of course, with his leg spin. And Worcestershire, replying to that Derbyshire total of 390 all out, are 3 for 1. Jake Libby, the first man out in the game at the county ground in Derby.
I was just looking at the Group 3 table because it is up. It's one of the cricket websites that updates it almost like moment by moment. And we joked yesterday about it being a top of the table clash. Well, now Northamptonshire and Lancashire both locked together on 18 points at the top of the table, with Northamptonshire having picked up 3 bowling points to Lancashire's 2 batting points. So it really is a top of the table clash.
Absolute thriller.
Yeah, absolutely thriller in Manila.
Could define the season for both sides.
Well, little way to go, but main thing is we're playing, and playing in altogether more pleasant conditions than we saw in the first round of matches. So the heavy roller is just making its way, reversing back towards this Brian Statham end of the ground, managed to avoid the umpires, who are out in the middle now. Richard Kettleborough and Michael Burns. The 2 Northamptonshire batsmen, Ricardo Vasconcelos and Ben Curran, also very close to being out in the middle, whereas the Lancashire team down to our left having a bit of a huddle, a chat from skipper Dane Villas, and doubtless with a few thoughts. We've got about 50 minutes play up to lunchtime, the innings being polished off on the stroke of midday for 305 if you're just tuning in. Northamptonshire picking up the last 2 wickets this morning. Saqib Mahmood caught at long leg by Nathan Buckoff. Tom Taylor rather. Tim Taylor, that's beer, isn't it? Tom Taylor for 20. That was 269 for 9.
A lovely drop it is as well.
Yeah, misspent youth. And then Tom Hartley was last out, caught by Ben Curran off the bowling of Simon Kerrigan for 25. That was 305 all out, leaving Matt Parkinson unbeaten on 21. Taylor finishing with figures of 4 for 91, and Kerrigan 34 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 60. Outstanding figures for him. And he'll be hoping now to have a nice long period to put his feet up, whilst he will be hoping Northamptonshire batsmen can put up a decent score. Tom Bailey is going to open the bowling for Lancashire from this Brian Statham end. Tall man, right arm, fast medium, with 3 slips and a gully, close catches. And it's going to be Ben Curran to face the first ball. 2 left-handers, and here's Bailey running in, bowls right on the mark. Big appeal for LBW, first ball against Ben Curran. Not out, says the umpire. Now I just wonder about that again. Probably pitched close to leg stump. Also a little bit of bounce to take into account with the new ball. Didn't look a bad shout to me.
No, I was shaking my head saying not out, but I think the new ball with a little extra bit of bounce, height could be an issue, and this it certainly flirting around with the leg stump line. Was that?
Again, it would have been a question of guessing, I think. Here's Bailey in again, bowls to Curran, who's off the mark, works that one away down to long leg and picks up an easy single. So Curran's away and Northamptonshire away as well, 1 for no wicket. Now Ricardo Vasconcelos taking guard, faces first ball. Terrific start to the season for him. Actually, in the pre-season warm-up games, they played 3 games, and he was with 2 innings each, and he was only dismissed once. And then he got 154 in this opening match against Kent. Here's Bailey coming in bowling to him. In behind that, plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Vasconcelos, we were saying yesterday, awarded a 5-year contract by Northamptonshire at the end of 2019. Was in terrific form in that 2019 season until he managed to injure himself playing football in the pre-match kick around up at Chesterfield. That was in July. Didn't play again that season. Bailey in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives nicely, but only as far as mid-off, and there's no run. And last year, again, he kept getting starts without necessarily getting a big score, but played nicely against Glamorgan, the game when he took over as Northamptonshire's captain when Rossington rested an injury. He also kept wicket in that game, and became Northamptonshires 87th captain in first-class cricket. Took 7 dismissals behind the stumps, got a 50, and Northamptonshire won. Here's Bailey in again, bowls to him, and he's off the mark, just dabs that down on the offside, and they come through for a sharp single, but a well-judged one. And so both batsmen with a single to their name, 2 for no wicket. With Bailey having 1 ball left in this opening over of the innings. And interestingly, the fielder at mid-off was wearing Tom Bailey's jumper, which is why I was looking to see why Lancashire had 2 number 8s, but obviously they can't give it to the umpire, so it's good thinking. Bailey in again, bowls to Curran, works that one away nicely off his hip. That's his great strength. He's going to get a couple of runs as it goes just in front of square on the onside. The throw comes back, and 2 more runs to Ben Curran, 3 to him, 1 to Ricardo Vasconcelos. We've had 1 over, and Northamptonshire are 4 for no wicket.
This is one of the reasons why sometimes sides are a little bit behind on over 8 is because of the, you can't just fling stuff at the umpires anymore,
right,
can you? No. you hold that for a little bit.
Yeah, 12th man's on already. We've had 1 over.
Yeah. Jumpers coming on, sweaters going off.
We'll finish up going back to what they used to do at the Scarborough Festival years ago and have tea on the field when they used to have.
Oh, that sounds delightful.
Sort of liveried flunkies used to come on and with a tea tray.
Oh, that's magnificent.
The band would be playing and they'd have their tea on the field. Some wonderful pictures of the old Scarborough Festival from the interwar years when they'd be actually reclining on the field with the waitress there in the old Lions Corner house.
See, this sounds wonderful.
Like a nippy, there with the old tea tray. It's rather nice.
Yeah, I can imagine. I'm massively in favour of bringing that back. As long as we can go out there and join them.
Yes, no, absolutely. Quite agree.
Saqib Mahmood will get us going from the James Anderson end with the new ball. 3 slips in the gully. And Vasconcelos on strike. Mahmood bowls to him. It's an excellent leave.
It's a good line right from first ball, isn't it? Right on the money.
Yes, that's not bounced and went over the top of his off stump. Judging the hardness of the new ball and the reliability of the pitch, that would bounce over the top. It was a good start from Mahmood. He bowled nicely with the new ball actually last week. Bailey picked up 4 wickets and Mahmood picked up 2, but probably figures that don't reflect how well he bowled with the new ball. Over the wicket with a width this time and steered away out towards backward point by Vasconcelos, and there is no run. 4 without loss. So Keaton Jennings is at first slip with his hands buried deep into his pockets to keep his fingers warm. Stephen Croft at second. Tom Hartley's at third. Rob Jones at gully. Bohannon is at point. Villas at mid-off. Bailey's at mid-on. Ball's a wide ball this time. It moves away from the batsman and is taken by Alex Davis in front of first slip, and there's no run.
England's Zach Crawley not having a great morning. He's Kent 25 for 2, replying to Yorkshire's 379 all out. He's out for 1. Bowled by Dwayne Olivier, South African.
Good bowler.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sharp, isn't he? Big, strong lad. Mahmood in the bright sunshine. In the balls again. It's tucked away neatly off the pads into the onside, where Wood comes round from square leg to field, and there's no run. A second successive county championship match for Saqib Mahmood, having not featured since the end of 2018.
Like London buses, you know. Don't get one for ages and then 2 come along at once.
Well, I'll have a chance. He's looked at these opening 4-day games and he didn't put himself forward for the IPL auction. Of course, no guarantees you get picked up, I get that, but he didn't put himself forward for the auction. Mahmood is into Vasconcelos.
That's a beauty. That's a beauty.
It was a delicious looking ball, wasn't it, from Saqib Mahmood? Vasconcelos beaten all ends up. Ball just nipped away into the gloves of Davis. Terrific line, length, just a little bit of late movement away, good pace, just a very good delivery with a new ball from Mahmood, who wants to enjoy these opening county championship fixtures. And again, but left this time. End of a good over from Mahmood, who got some good pace last week, but does bowl quickly and just starting to crank up through the gears in that over as well. 4 without loss, Northants.
Yeah, good testing over from Saqib Mahmood, and certainly the 5th ball was an absolute beauty, and there wouldn't have been any disgrace if Vasconcelos had managed to get a little nick on that. I think it was a bit too good for him in the end, but yeah, cracking delivery, good over, and Northamptonshire just got this. Not ideal for opening batsmen, is it? Because they're going to have to play themselves in twice, in effect, if they manage to sort of see it through to lunch. They've got about, what, 50 minutes, 45 minutes or so to go to the lunch break. And then I think they have to come back in and play themselves in all over again. 3 slips in the gully in place. Bailey starts a fresh over, bowls to Curran, who punches that away off the back foot, goes out through extra cover. There's going to be runs here for him. Goes out towards the shorter boundary and picks up a couple of runs. 2 more to Ben Curran, 5 to him. 6 for no wicket Northamptonshire, replying to Lancashire's 305 all out. Still a sunny morning here in Manchester. So a few fluffy clouds, but nothing to worry us. The breeze, judging by the flags at the far end of the hotel and the pavilion, not much of it at the moment. Here's Bailey in again. Bowls to Curran, who edges, and he's caught by Alex Davis. No, he's not. Okay. That must have gone like a fast leg break to the left-hander, because it absolutely, it was looked to be a big deflection.
It did, yeah.
And Alex Davis took it very well, but he didn't get a touch. Apologies if I've given somebody heart failure out there, Northamptonshire supporters who thought they lost a wicket, but it absolutely flew, and you just thought it had got an edge, but no, Ben Curran survives. Is Bailey in again, bowls to Curran, plays that up on the onside this time. It's fielded by Luke Wood, sends in a left-handed return to Alex Davis, and there's no run. I'd be interested to see, we've got a replay of that one, Scott, because I'm just curious to know what that did. It flew, and it sort of seamed away sharply. So it looked for all the world as though he got an edge, but he didn't. 3 slips in place. Here's Bailey in again, bowls to Curran. Comes across his stumps, plays it up to mid-on. Stephen Croft does the fielding, and there's no run. Plenty of bubble out there, as you would expect at the start of the innings. Let's have a look at this one. Just watching on the replay. Golly, that's just gone miles.
Has, yeah.
Extraordinary. Here's Bailey in again. Bowls a little bit short of a length to Curran, who goes back, looks to pull, doesn't time it. Goes on the bounce to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Luke Wood and there's no run.
I mean, Davis went cartwheel to his left.
The fact that Davis had to go so wide,
yeah.
ball that just about sort of passed the outside edge, and Davis went away tumbling in front of Keaton Jennings at first slip. Must have gone very, very late and very appreciably. Anyway, no harm done as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. Curran's still there. 3 slips waiting for the edge as Bailey runs away from us, bowls to Curran, plays defensively up on the offside, where it's fielded at mid-off, end of the over. Dane Villas picking that one up. 6 for no wicket Northamptonshire after 3 overs. Curran is 5, Vasconcelos on 1.
Indeed, yeah, good start from Bailey and Mahmood with this new ball. So they did bowl well with it last week against Sussex. Will be a terrific test for Curran and Vasconcelos as well. A good tussle throughout the course of the game so far between these two sides. A good battle, and we've got the latest instalment of it with Lancashire having a turn with a new ball. It's Bailey bowling very well from this state of the men. It's a terrific first over from Mahmood from the Anderson end, including one absolutely beautiful delivery, which beat Vasconcelos all ends up. And this little battle continues. He's in and bowling. And this is runs to the left of Bailey at mid-on, who got stomping after that. But that was clipped away with beautiful ease through the onside, and Bailey does well to actually get down and scoop the ball up, and they've come back for a third. It moves to 4. Northamptonshire move up to 9 without loss.
Just keeping half an eye as we do about the other matches down at Southampton. Replying to Hampshire's 319 all out. Middlesex are 8 for 3. Mohammed Abbas has taken all 3 of them.
Quite like it as well at the start of the season, where everyone's starting on the same day, playing at the same time.
No, absolutely. It's almost like the old days, isn't it? When you knew what day of the week it was.
It's just good, isn't it? It's Thursday starts, everyone cracks on with it, everyone plays at the same time. It just makes it easier for people to follow as well.
Yes, absolutely.
I'll move to Curran. Tentative push up to mid-off where Villas fields and there's no run.
And it's like this for a while, isn't it? And then I think things get a wee bit complicated. I think back end of May, I think there's a few different days come into play.
And the old T20 started.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
There's at least 1 round, if not 2 round of fixtures in the middle of all that, isn't there, when the T20 competition starts?
Certainly. I think it's when Northamptonshire play down at Cardiff, I think.
Really?
A fair bit of travelling in a little sequence there, I did notice.
Mahmood, right arm over the wicket, balls, Curran defends. Villas, who's prowling around at kind of short mid-off. He's in this increasingly popular position where it's not mid-off, it's not extra cover, it's kind of covering the 2 positions there.
Yeah, just on the edge of the square.
Yeah. On the prowl, the Lancashire captain, looking for any opportunity to get to the ball first and stop a run and keep the pressure on. 3 slips in a gully. Mahmood settles back into his approach and he's in to Curran, and that's beautifully driven away to the right of Villas. He'll go herring after that, the Lancashire captain, up towards the boundary underneath the point. He'll put the dive in as well, and well, has he saved a run? It looks like he has, so that's excellent from the Lancashire captain.
That's a terrific chase, isn't it? Because
yeah.
It's a very long way up there, but he set off after it and certainly saved 1 run. They did think about coming back for a 4th, but decided against it. That's terrific commitment. Good dive. Setting the standard.
Well, he does. Something he speaks a lot about. He uses the phrase, "I never really ask them to do anything I don't do."
No.
So then that was a perfect example of it. So yeah, they ran 3. Curran moves up to 8. 12 without loss, and Vasconcelos is back on strike. Mahmood balls to him. Gets right in behind and defends the ball. Snaps it down into the offside. It's picked up by Bohannon at point, and there's no run. Rob Jones at Gully receiving the ball from Bohannon. Chief polisher. Looks, Mr. Jones. He had a very rigorous shine. Of course, you can't use saliva.
No, that's right.
Still not allowed, so you conjure a bit of sweat from somewhere on the body.
Don't think we'll go there, will we? It's nearly lunchtime.
Final ball for Mahmood. It's dabbed back towards him by Vasconcelos, and that's the end of the over. So 12 without loss. I think 6 off that in the end. Yes, 6 runs off that. So Northamptonshire 12 without loss, with about 35 minutes to go before lunch on the second day.
Yes, there are some interesting, I was looking at the diary, some interesting trips in that T20. Northamptonshire go from Riverside on the 23rd of June, then back to Northampton to play Lancashire on the 25th, and then up to Headingley to play Leeds the following day. So 3 games in 4 days, 1 at Chester Street, 1 at Northampton and 1 in Leeds. And then in July, T20 here at Old Trafford. And then a couple of days later, start a 4-day game at Cardiff. Here's Bailey starting a fresh over, his 3rd. No wicket for 6 so far. Bowls that one to Curran, plays it out on the onside. And there's no run, fielded again by Luke Wood. So yes, a few miles to be to be run up, but it's a pleasure, believe me. It's just great to be watching some cricket. It's felt like a very long winter, very difficult winter for so many people. And it's just great to have county cricket back with us. Here's Bailey in again, bowling to Curran, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Bailey half stops it. This runs up for Dane Villas to complete the fielding, and there's no run. 3 slips still in place. Possibility, it's near in the forecast earlier, that it may just a bit more cloud around later in the day, which hopefully won't have an impact on the light. Here's Bailey in again, bowls outside the off stump. Curran pulling his bat inside the line, lets it go through to Alex Davis, and there's no run. Plenty of animated encouragement, as you would expect, for Tom Bailey.
A very sharp-looking haircut, is Tom Bailey.
Yes, I don't know if he's was he queuing outside the barbers on Monday when they reopened.
Very dapper.
It is. There's Bailey in again. Bowls to Curran, plays it off a thickish outside edge rather into backward point area, and there's no run. Yes, it looks a bit like a sort of 1940s haircut.
Yeah, it could be like a Peaky Blinders type thing, isn't it?
I was thinking about sort of Dick Pollard, that era of Lancashire bowler. Maybe the beard slightly gives that away, but no, it's sharp, I think is the word.
Yeah, sharp around the back and the sides.
Number 2 on the sides, number 3 on top. Dropping a man back now, possibly going to try Curran out with a short ball. Here's Bailey, bowls to, and he does, and Curran pulls it, but gets on top of it okay. Goes out to Luke Wood, who's just been dropped back for that very stroke, and he picks up a single. 1 to Curran, 9 to him now, 13 for no wicket. There's certainly a feeling that talking about Vasconcelos' terrific form the last 2 or 3 years. Maybe the short ball is one way of targeting him. Certainly Ollie Stone, we were talking about in the previous match, gave him a little bit of a working over in the Bob Willis Trophy match at Edgbaston last year. Is Bailey in bowls short, a little bit short of a length to Vasconcelos, who looks to pull, miscues it, goes off the sort of toe end of the bat on the offside. And there's no run. End of the over, the 5th of the innings. Curran is 9, Vasconcelos 4, 13 for no wicket. Also, it'd be interesting. I'll just do a break off as you know, got to update BBC Radio Lancashire.
Half an hour to go before lunch on the second day, and Lancashire all out for 305 in their first innings, and Northamptonshire have just started their reply. But the pick of the batsman for Lancashire, the 2 half centuries for Davis and Bohannon, and some runs at the end from Tom Hartley. He made 25, Saki Mahmood made 20, and Matt Parkinson 21. 4 wickets for Simon Kerrigan. So Lancashire 305 all out. Northamptonshire have just started their reply with half an hour left of this morning session. Northampton 13 without loss. There's Mahmood running in towards us with Curran on strike. It's dabbed away into the offside for no run.
What will be really interesting is if he's still in, we'll be seeing how Vasconcelos plays Matt Parkinson, because it was noticeable, I think we discussed this, touched on it yesterday, that during the match against Kent, when Joe Denley came on and bowled his leg, even though Vasconcelos was well in, had made some 140 by the time he came on, just struggled a little bit against him. He bowled, I thought, particularly well against him, and it'd be interesting to see how Parkinson targets him.
There's Mahmood gliding in again to bowl. Squares Curran up a fraction. He shapes to play it out into the onside. Ben Curran, the ball deviates out to extra cover. There's no run. 13 for no wicket, Northamptonshire. First innings, just starting the reply to that total of 305. And Saki Mahmood bowling from the Anderson end. That's where the pavilion is. So he's running in towards us. We're broadcasting from the Brian Statham end of Old Trafford. 3 slips waiting. Mahmood in to Curran. Left and through to Davis. And there's no run. Live coverage across the BBC Sport website and app, where there is continuing text commentary and links to all the different county championship games. Download the BBC Sport app for that, or enjoying the wonderful pictures on Lancashire's live stream from Emirates Old Trafford. Sunny Emirates Old Trafford. Saki Mahmood halfway into his 3rd over. Curran on 9. Who comes in again to Curran, edged and taken, I think, yes, taken by a combination of Stephen Croft and then Tom Hartley.
Yes.
I think Croft dropped it. I think he spilt the catch, and then Hartley was there to snaffle the rebound.
Good awareness.
And Lancashire with the breakthrough. Mahmood finding the edge of Curran's bat. Hartley with the catch via a deflection from Croft. And Northampton 13 for 1.
Well, Mahmood's been excellent, hasn't he? This spell with the new ball. He could easily have had Ricardo Vasconcelos in the previous over, and they're finding the edge of Ben Curran's bat. And yeah, one to t'other, but the main thing was that one of them caught it. And Ben Curran walking disconsolately back to the pavilion. Northamptonshire 13 for 1. They won't want to lose another one before lunch. I would imagine it'll be Emilio Gay coming out at number 3. He actually did open the innings for Northamptonshire in the Bob Willis Trophy matches last season, but they wanted to get, I think, Vasconcelos in at the top of the order this season to see who's coming out. They haven't crossed on the field of play, which is slightly disappointing. In fact, there's no sign of the batsman. It is Emilio Gay. Yeah, he's just going out to bat at number 3 as the Northamptonshire 12th man. Gareth Berg goes out and supplies a drink to Ricardo Vasconcelos, but Lancashire will be delighted with that. That's just what they wanted. Pick one up before lunch. If they could get another, as I say, they would be even more delighted. And Ricardo Vasconcelos having a chat with Alex Davis, isn't it? Having a good old natter there. Now having a chat with Emilio Gay, the new batsman. Just letting him know what's happening. But you have to say, I think Saki Mahmood deserved that. This really has been an excellent spell with the new ball so far. And getting his just desserts.
He stood looking rather menacingly at the top of his mark with his hands behind his back, raring to have another go at the new batsman. Good reactions from Hartley. Went to Croft. Croft couldn't take it cleanly. Tom Hartley at 3rd slip was able then to pounce as the ball went into and out of the grasp of Stephen Croft. Change in the to the field. So mid-on goes to
Leg Gully.
Mid-off, and mid-off goes to into a leg gully position, which is Dane Villas, the Lancashire captain there. Mahmood for Lancashire running in. 13 for 1 Northampton. Ball's a short ball. It is down the leg side. Sharp, quick delivery, but Gay able to get out the way of it.
It's not bad thinking, you know, because Emilio Gay's a tall man, and sometimes it's obviously a little bit more difficult just to either get out of the way of get underneath the short ball if it's well directed. And that presumably is what they're thinking about. Just get Emilio Gay tucked up, get a little edge, bat and glove to leg gully.
Final ball of the over. Mahmood in and able to defend into the offside, a ball that's full of length, and that's the end of a good-looking over from Saki Mahmood. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6. 13 for 1 Northamptonshire.
Yeah, I reckon that's good thinking, and certainly Dane Villas is such a proactive captain, isn't he? He's always just trying to make something happen, thinking about how he can best help his bowlers. And that, to me, is just it's a clever little bit of field play. If nothing else, it just puts another thought in the batsman's mind. And there's Bailey starting another over. Bowls to the left-handed Vasconcelos outside the off stump. Lets that go through outside the off stump. Goes through to Alex Davis. And yes, Mohammed Abbas is having an absolute field day, isn't he, for Hampshire against Middlesex. That's 5 wickets he's taken now.
Yeah, Middlesex are 14 for 5. He's got all 5.
Crikey. Well, I live in hope that one day somebody will be bowled out for under 12, because the record that Northamptonshire still holds, the lowest total in County Championship cricket back in 1907. One day. Here's Bailey, bowls to Vasconcelos, pushes it out the offside. Bit of buzz out there in the field, as you would imagine. Josh Bohannon fielding there at backward point. Yes, I did. I was watching, and I hate to bring this up, when Lancashire came to Northampton in 1977, and I was watching. In fact, I was on the manning the little scoreboard when Lancashire was 7 for 6 at one point. There's Bailey in again. Bowls to Vasconcelos, works that away on the onside. He's going to pick up a single. Saki Mahmood has to make a little bit of ground away to his left. Completes the fielding. And Vasconcelos through for the single. He goes up to 5, and Northamptonshire to 14 for 1. Yes, Lancashire were 7 for 6, and we thought
it's on.
It's on. But they managed to get up to 33 all out, and it was an extraordinary game because Lancashire scored the lowest and highest championship totals of the season in the same match.
It's magnificent.
33, and Northamptonshire got a big lead, and then Lancashire made 501 in the second innings.
It's absurd, isn't it?
And
really?
the match was drawn. It was an extraordinary game. Emilio Gay, 3 slips in place as Bailey comes in, bowls to him, full length. And a tall figure of another left-hander. Three left-handers at the top of the order. He plays that back down the pitch. And Bailey himself fields, and there's no run. I'm just trying to remember who got the runs. I have a feeling Andrew Kennedy might have got some runs in that second innings. I'll see if I can find it. But it was a very odd game. But yes, used to be able to man the little scoreboard, the old telegraph board at Northampton. If you got there first, Bailey in again, bowls to Gay, squirts that one away through the gap between third slip and backward point, runs down towards third man. Won't get that far, but they do come through for a couple of runs to open Emilio Gay's account. He's 2, and Northamptonshire up to 16 for 1. Yes, he used to be able to, if you got there first, go on the scoreboard, and in theory, and I stress in theory, you could claim 50 pence a day if you got there first and were there all day. If you went up to Ken Turner, the Secretary's office, and claimed it. And that was the problem. Come back to that in a second as Bailey bowls to Gay. Full length. Bailey drives up to extra cover, where it's fielded by Rob Jones. End of the over. Gay is 2, Vasconcelos 5, Northamptonshire 16 for 1. And the prospect of going up to Ken Turner's office at the top of the rickety stairs in the old pavilion at Northampton and asking him for money, I'm afraid it took a very much braver person than me to do it. And at 14 years old, I thought, no, I haven't really got the courage to do it, so I didn't bother. So I did it for nothing. Here we go. Lancashire 33 all out. They were 7 for 6. Sarfraz Noah's 6 for 8. Northamptonshire 383 all out, and then Lancashire 501. Frank Hayes got 100. Barry Wood 98. John Abraham 71.
Mahmood bowling, whipped away off the pads by Vasconcelos, but stopped at mid-wicket by Luke Wood, no run.
Bernard Reedy got 78. Jack Simmons 31. Harry Pilling 45. Bishan Bedi 6 for 98 from 48 overs. Match drawn.
What a game.
It was a good one. I think I lost interest towards the end.
Mahmood to Vasconcelos, who's rising up onto his toes and playing it with an angled bat, and the ball drops out into the onside and there's no run.
It's extraordinary if you look at the close of play score. Lancashire 33 all out, Northamptonshire 264 for 5 at the close of the first day's play. 3-day game, of course. Roy Virgin got 100, and I strongly suspect Roy will be listening, so if you are, to Roy and Anne, hope you're both well, and hope you're enjoying the commentary.
16 for 1 here at Emirates Old Trafford now. Vasconcelos, there's this one that thuds into the thigh pad and again pops out into the onside. Luke Wood coming up from square leg to field, no run.
It's a serious fight back, isn't it, though? It's
just a bit, yeah. Mahmood turns at the top of his mark. 3 slips, gully waiting. And he's moving into ball. And Vasconcelos is defending with a straight bat. Playing it into the offside, no run. Must be quite a few lists of the most kind of extraordinary games of first-class cricket. People must have compiled various kind of top 10
that's right.
suggestions of the most unlikely, almost bizarre first-class games. That's got to be in there.
It's got to be up there. Yeah, no, absolutely. It was an extraordinary game. Later on that season, I know Leicestershire's last pair, Ken Higgs and Ray Illingworth, put on 228 for the last wicket.
Mahmood bowls. He's squared up and it comes off an edge, weaves its way between backward point and gully. Vasconcelos comes back for 2. Moves to 7. Score advances on to 18 for 1.
It was an extraordinary summer in many respects of that, because of course it was the summer that the Kerry Packer thing broke, 1977, and at the end of that season, lots of senior players left Northamptonshire, still known as the Great Schism, when they had EGMs and the Members' Revolt and all sorts. It was a fairly fractious time in Northamptonshire cricket history.
Sounds a bit spicy.
It was at the time, yes.
This is a bit spicy too as well. The spell from Mahmood is terrific with the new ball. Vasconcelos defending. And Mahmood fields off his own bowling, just pops it back down the pitch, keeps it out. Lunch on the mind, I'm sure, of Vasconcelos and Gay. At 15 minutes left of this morning session. Lost Ben Curran so far. These two will be very much of the opinion it's about getting through Bailey and Mahmood. This new ball for 15 minutes and then going again after lunch.
I wonder if we might see a bit of twirl before
perhaps,
lunch, maybe, an over of Hartley or Parkinson, maybe. 15 minutes to go, and it's going to be Tom Bailey starting a fresh over, and just sets off before Emilio Gay had settled into his crease. Just having a look round the field, there are 3 slips, and the man at point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg just in front of square. Near umpire Richard Kettleborough, and a long leg, no third man. Bailey in, bowls to Gay, looks to work that away on the onside. It's gone very fine, and it's going down towards the boundary, crosses the boundary rope, and he must have got a little bit of a bat on it, because 4 runs signals umpire Michael Burns, so 4 to Gay, 6 to him, and Northamptonshire to 22 for 1. Bit of mixture of bat and pad clearly, but long legs fairly wide down there in front of the point. Just ball went pretty fine, long chase. He couldn't get round in time. 22 for 1, bright sunshine now as Bailey comes in again, bowls outside the off stump to Gay, who lets that go through outside the off stump to Alex Davis.
Details of that Mohammed Abbas 5-wicket haul. It came in 17 deliveries. So he's got figures of 5 for 3.
Golly.
5 wickets for 3 runs in 17 deliveries.
It's on a par with Sarfraz Nawaz's 6 for 8 we were talking about a minute ago, in 33 all out. Well, here's Bailey in, bowls to Gay on the leg stump. Bailey and Gay plays that away, and the onside fielding just in front of square by Luke Wood, and there's no run. Who applauds the bowler. Good probing stuff from Tom Bailey. Mustn't underestimate his contribution. Mahmood's been outstanding in this opening spell. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8 so far, but Bailey's been good as well, building pressure. And he's in again. He bowls to Gay, who's massively forward, using his height, gets right over that, pushes it up on the offside, fielded by Rob Jones, coming in from extra cover, and there's no run. Jones is doing a bit of polishing of the ball, bit of working on it. Passes it on to Dane Villas, the Lancashire captain, who's at mid-off, who in turn returns it to the bowler. And Bailey at the end of his mark, running away from us. 3 slips in place, bowls to Gay, and Gay again on the front foot, pushes it up to Rob Jones at extra cover, who just sends in a little return to Alex Davis, and there's no run. Michael Burns, the umpire, just having a look at where Tom Bailey's feet are landing. Doesn't look to be pushing the line particularly, but perhaps he's just digging a little bit of a hole there. Doubtless the ground staff will have a look at it at lunchtime, which is in about 13 minutes time, thereabouts. Is Bailey in again, bowls on leg stump to Gay, just missed his line a touch, and Gay's able to nudge that around the corner for a single, to take the bowling as well. 7 to Gay, 7 to Vasconcelos, 9 overs gone. Northamptonshire 23 for 1. And it's hand sand time.
Ah, yes. Here comes the 12th man. Bailey's bowled 5 overs for 15. The captain just went up to have a word with him there. It'll just be a little short spell from Bailey with this new ball before lunch, then back into the attack after lunch. I don't know whether he'll look to change it with an option of a spinner or Luke Wood, the other frontline seamer in the Lancashire attack. But this new ball pairing were impressive last week against Sussex, and they've started well here against Northamptonshire as well.
That Mohammed Abbas 5 for 3 into that, including a hat-trick.
Lively down there, isn't it? Bit going on at the Aegeus Bowl. Here we've still got a leg gully in place again, with Gay on strike and Mahmood bowling. And he's right up onto his toes there. He's Gay and playing it on top of the bounce, safely guiding the ball up to Bailey at mid-off, and there's no run. Somebody
pointing out that commentating, our BBC colleague down there, Kevin James, who took 4 for 4, 4 in 4 balls against Indians for Hampshire in '96.
He never mentions it though.
Including Tendulkar.
Yes.
He said it would have been 5 in 5, but Sourav Ganguly was dropped, I think, wasn't he, off the 5th ball. I must ask Kevin about that when I see him.
Mahmood over the wicket. He just dabbed away up off the toes by Emilio Gay, just dropping it into the onside. Quickly on that is Luke Wood, who comes stomping up from square leg, no run.
Yes, Ben Smith, who I say is a regular member of our commentary team up in Northampton, former Leicestershire player and Worcestershire captain, and if you ask him very nicely, he'll tell you about when he got Tendulkar out as well in a match at I can't remember where it was now. It wasn't a tourist match. It was somebody's 11 against the Indians, I think. But he did have the wicket of Sachin Tendulkar, and I say he'll happily tell you about it. As indeed would I. If I ever got Tendulkar out, very likely. But
he's actually quite modest, isn't he, Kevin?
Yes, absolutely.
Very reluctant to.
Fine cricketer, though. Fine cricketer in his day.
Changed the field here. Just the reason why the delay, because Keaton Jennings had a little word into the ear of the captain, Dane Villas, and suggested that it might be worth going from leg gully to short leg. So he's got the helmet. There's Dane Villas.
Really pressuring Gay here, aren't they?
He's just behind square on the leg side, and there's a short mid wicket as well. Mahmood in and bowling. It is a short ball, and Gay ducks underneath it. Taken by Davis. Is no run, but this was a suggestion made by Keaton Jennings. He obviously at first slipped Jennings, and he just went to his captain and he kind of replayed the way that he sees Gay playing these short balls, and said, I think you're probably worth going from leg gully to a kind of short square leg.
Well, there's a tall left-handed batsman at the top of the order. He's probably got a better idea than most.
Mahmood over the wicket again. So he's able to play a nice little forward defensive. Bring it back down the pitch. There's plenty of chatter out there. There's loads of encouragement. There's loads of psychological battles going on, but that was neatly played by Gay.
He got a big 100 for Northamptonshire seconds earlier in the week against Derbyshire. A different proposition this, it must be said. A hard-working young man. He famously bought his dad one of those sidearm, the things that you throw a ball like for the dog, or you can use for practice for Christmas. So he could give him a bit more practice.
Very good, like that. Moved into Emilio Gay, getting up onto the toes he goes, getting right on top of the bounce. Ball bowled hard into the surface by Saqib Mahmood. He steers it to the offside. There's no run.
Breeze just getting up a little bit, isn't it? It's coming more or less down the ground now towards us from the Jimmy Anderson end, judging by the Union flag on the pavilion.
Yes, fluttering away at half mast, the Union flag, and a flag on the roof of the hotel as well. Mahmood to Gay, edge taken by Keaton Jennings. Wonderful tumbling low catch to his right by Keaton Jennings. And Mahmood, who's been working Gay over with some short stuff, in the end has him edging behind to first slip, where Jennings takes a terrific low catch to his right, and Lancashire pick up the second wicket. 23 for 2.
Well, again, it's good cricket from Lancashire, because they'd sowed the seeds of doubt, I think, in Emilio Gay's mind. They was thinking about the short ball, and they'd set the field for it, and they just gave in every indication that they were going to give him a little bit of a working over. As it was, bowled it very full length. A little bit of a loose drive at it, not sure he had to play at that one, and it flew low to first slip, where Keaton Jennings took a superb low catch, really took it well, and Saqib Mahmood on fire here. 2 wickets, put Northamptonshire in a spot of bother, with Curran and Gay both out as Rob Keogh comes to the crease. Well, these were the two that shared that long partnership together against Kent in the previous match, although of course on that occasion Rob Keogh was batting at number 6, but with Alex Wakely and Charlie Thurston, who were playing in that one, not playing in this one, Rob Keogh gets promotion up to number 4. And Northamptonshire will be hoping for a long partnership between these two, because they certainly need it. That's been a terrific start by Saqib Mahmood, and leaves Northamptonshire in a spot of bother at 23 for 2. That was the last ball of the 10th over. We've got 6 minutes to go before lunch, so probably a couple of overs up to the break. But that really is outstanding new ball bowling from Saqib Mahmood. Hugely impressive. Good thinking as well from Dane Villas, the Lancashire captain. And there's Bailey starting a new over to Vasconcelos, who drives up to extra cover. where it's fielded by Luke Wood and there's no run. Just on the edge of the square at extra. It's just Dane Villas always thinking about how he can get into the batsman's head. Emilio Gay, young man making his way in the game. And I say, making it very obvious that they were thinking about the short ball and just did him with the full one in the end. Here's Bailey, bowls on Vasconcelos' legs. He just tucks that up to Stephen Croft at mid-wicket, and they come through for an easy single. So Vasconcelos goes up to 8, 24 for 2. And Rob Keogh now about to face his first ball from Tom Bailey. Keogh was in a long time. Just looking at my my notes for that innings of him. 280 balls. He was in just over 6 hours, 6 hours and 3 minutes at the crease. So he's 124 against Kent. And as we said, I think yesterday on the first innings, he had to work very hard for his first 66 up to the close. Bowled a full length, called no ball by umpire Michael Burns, as Keogh plays it up on the onside, but 2 more onto the total, 26 for 2. Northamptonshire replying to Lancashire's 305 all out. Yes, when Keogh came in, Northamptonshire were then 135 for 4, replying to Kent's 455 all out, and he dug in with Vasconcelos. Those two put on 142 to lead the recovery. Here's Bailey in again, bowls full length to Keogh, who's on the front foot, drives up to mid-off where it's fielded by Luke Wood, and there's no run. Well, Keogh has shown time and again in his career that he's prepared to bat long. Quite relatively early on in his county career, he made a double 100, 221 against Hampshire down at Southampton. A couple of years after that, saved the game against Derbyshire by batting for about 7 hours. Here's Bailey in again, bowls to him, front foot, pushes it up to mid-on this time. But again, there's no run. Fielded this time by somebody else who's wearing somebody else's jumper. It's Josh Bohannon, I think. It's slightly confusing. You've got all sorts of people wearing each other's. Matt Parkinson, beg pardon, not Bohannon. Here's Bailey in again, bowls to Keogh once again. Rocks onto the front foot, plays it up to Luke Wood at mid-off, and there's no run. Plenty of noise out there, as you would expect in the field. Lancashire on top at the moment. And Northamptonshire will just be trying to hang on to the interval. There's what, 1 ball to go in this over, so they should get another one in before the break. Will it be one of the, presumably it'll be Mahmood who'll bowl it. 5 overs, 2 for 8, Saqib Mahmood. Here's Bailey, runs in again, bowls to Keogh, who drives nicely up through mid-off. He's going to get runs, I think he's going to get 4. To get off the mark, nice way to open your account, crosses the rope just in front of us at the Brian Statham end. So Keogh's away with the boundary. He's 4, and Northamptonshire 11 overs gone. 30 for 2 in reply to Lancashire's 305 all out. Let's see what we're going to get for the last over before lunch. It is indeed going to be Saqib Mahmood, and a helmet comes out, so presumably they're going to be looking at getting somebody in there for Ricardo Vasconcelos.
Pretty tough to get the ball out of his hand, I would think, Mahmood.
No, absolutely. Well, no, he's bowled a terrific spell here. This really has been quality stuff. But I say, and at the risk of labouring the point, he's been backed up so well by his captain. He's just thought about the mental side of the game, where to put the fielders, where to put the batsmen under pressure, especially a young player like Emilio Gay. And it's been very impressive stuff from Lancashire in the last 20 minutes or so.
So here we go, final over of the session. Mahmood to Vasconcelos. It's defended to mid-off, and there is no run. Seen a replay of that wicket of Emilio Gay. It was, as Andrew described, it was a really kind of clever cricket, wasn't it? Because it worked him over with a bit of the short stuff, and they got the field set with a short square leg, short mid wicket, long leg. He's expecting something again to be whisking around the chin, but it was full of ball. He kind of went half forward into it. Smart looking catch from Keaton Jennings. Moved right arm around the wicket to Vasconcelos. A full ball speared in onto his off stump, and he brings his bat down on that, just jabs it out into the offside, and there is no run. So another eventful session of cricket in an increasingly intriguing game. Northamptonshire this afternoon will be eager to find a partnership. Vasconcelos showing how difficult it's been so far facing these two new ball bowlers. Works this one off his hip into the onside. Just perhaps deflected off the thigh pad, did it? He did, yep. The leg bye has been signalled. Remains on 8, but he's faced 27 deliveries. 31 for 2 brings Rob Keogh on strike. Just 3 balls left of the morning session, live from Emirates Old Trafford. Saqib Mahmood walking back to his mark. I'll stand and wait for the field to settle into position. What's he going to have here? He's going to have 3 slips and a gully. Mid wicket, mid on, mid off point, and long leg. Mahmood comes in over the wicket, bowls a ball which is wide of off stump, ignored by Keogh. Taken by Alex Davis. And there is no run. Pulling from the Anderson end. Barely a breath of wind across the ground. And just the odd steward dotted here, there and everywhere. The occasional arrival of someone staying in the hotel appearing on the balcony, that's been about it. Perhaps just jags back in a fraction as Keogh brings his bat down, tucks it into the onside. And there is no run. It's the final ball of the morning session on its way. Lancashire pretty happy, they got up to 300. Got runs on the board, they picked up 2 Northamptonshire wickets in this spell of 12 overs, but Northants have had to come out and face. Here we go, final ball. And we're approaching lunch. In fact, I think we're at lunch now, with Northamptonshire in their first innings on 35 for 2, replying to a Lancashire total of 305 all out, and a terrific opening spell of bowling from Saqib Mahmood. He's picked up 2 wickets for 12 runs from 6 overs. For Lancashire, who reached 305 with half centuries for Alex Davis and for Josh Bahanam, and 4 wickets for Simon Kerrigan. Lunch on the second day, and Northampton 35 for 2. And there we go, the players making their way off. Tom Hartley and Tom Bailey, Dane Villas all in a line. Mahmood just behind, he's been the star of the show with the ball. Backed up nicely by Tom Bailey. And Rob Keogh and Vasconcelos make their way off as well for Northamptonshire. They'll be hoping to enjoy a bat this afternoon. It's a pretty tough working over from Vasconcelos. He gets a tap on the bat there from his teammate, and rightly so, because he did well to get through that impressive spell of bowling with the new ball for Lancashire. The players making their way up the stairs. They'll enjoy a little bit of lunch. And there's been a pretty decent couple of hours for Lancashire. So we'll be back in about 40 minutes. Lancashire 305 all out. And at lunch on day 2, Northamptonshire in reply, a 35 for 2. Yes, it is. It's a lovely day, and Lancashire have enjoyed a pretty good session of cricket there because they reached 300, 305 to be precise, and they picked up a couple of Northamptonshire wickets, but some good batting by the tail end. Tom Hartley making 25, Saqib Mahmood making 20, and Matt Parkinson at 21, helping Lancashire reach 305 before being bowled out. And then they picked up 2 Northamptonshire wickets and some terrific new ball bowling from Saqib Mahmood in particular, but well supported by Tom Bailey too. But Mahmood with both wickets. Ben Curran caught by Tom Hartley for 9, and Emilio Gay caught by Keaton Jennings, caught superbly by Jennings at first slip for 7. So Ricardo Vasconcelos unbeaten on 8, and Rob Key on 8 will resume for Northamptonshire on 35 for 2 in reply to Lancashire's 305 all out. Well, good afternoon and warm welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford for the afternoon session, day 2 of the County Championship fixture between Lancashire and Northamptonshire, and a feisty old morning session, but a good session of cricket. Very enjoyable to watch. We've seen some good new ball bowling from Saqib Mahmood. We've seen some resolute deep batting from Ricardo Vasconcelos. He's unbeaten on 8. He's faced 27 deliveries. Rob Keogh on 8 as well. Both wickets for Mahmood. And prior to that, Lancashire got themselves up to 305 with 4 wickets for Simon Kerrigan and 4 for Tom Taylor as well. So all in all, a good morning's cricket, I think, Andrew.
Been a fascinating morning, and we were making the point earlier about the fact that the batsmen, when you go in with an hour before lunch, you've got to sort of play yourself in once and then play yourself in again. Well, that's certainly the case as far as Ricardo Vasconcelos is concerned. Northamptonshire would have been hoping to get through to lunch without losing a wicket. In the end, they lost 2, and that was down to some absolutely first-rate new ball bowling from Saqib Mahmood, who was quite brilliant in that opening spell. He was saying he's played very little cricket of any description, particularly not red ball, of late, and certainly made up for lost time, and very well supported by his captain, who set some thoughtful, imaginative fields, particularly to Emilio Gay, new batsman, relatively young, inexperienced player, and paid dividends. Well, it's going to be Luke Wood. He's bowled a bit of left arm seam. He bowls his first ball of the innings from this Brian Statham end. Starts off with a bit of a loosener down the leg side, and Ricardo Vasconcelos able to just move inside it and watch it go through to Alex Davis. 3 slips in place. Vasconcelos on 8, Keogh on 8. Keogh's runs comprising 2 boundaries. A couple of nice shots actually, one through mid-off, one through the covers. And these two, having shared a long partnership together against Kent in the first round of championship matches. Northamptonshire will be hoping for something similar from them today. As Wood, running away from us, comes in, bowls to Vasconcelos, who's in behind that, plays it up to Dane Villas at mid-off, and there's no run. 2 batsmen out this morning. Ben Curran for 9, caught by Tom Hartley at 3rd slip via Stephen Croft at 2nd. He was out for 9, and that was 13 for 1. And then Emilio Gay, beautifully caught low down at 1st slip by Keaton Jennings. He was out for 7, and that was 23 for 2. And Saqib Mahmood, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 12 before lunch. Here's Wood in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who chops that away down through backward point. He's going to get a single as it goes down to the man coming in off the 3rd man boundary. So 1 more to Vasconcelos. Gets the scoreboard moving after lunch. He's 9, and Northamptonshire up to 36 for 2. All this in reply to Lancashire's 305 all out. And I can reveal, Scott, I've been called many things in my time. I've never been called an influencer before. But if you were listening to us first thing this morning, you will have heard that we were taken to task for being slightly disparaging about the cap that Wayne Parnell took the field in yesterday, which didn't look much like a cricket cap. I'll come back to that in a second. As Luke Wood comes in, left arm over the wicket, bowls short to Keogh, who drops his hands out of danger. Good pace, good carry from Wood. It goes through to Alex Davis, and there's no run. We then had a message from the Northamptonshire Commercial Department, who said that it was, I can't remember, was it grey, rose, snap, trucker, something or other cap. Anyway, the fact is that they've sold one on the basis of the fact that we mentioned it this morning. So we are now officially social media influencers.
Well, I'm not surprised, if I'm being honest.
I don't think we're on commission, though. Definitely not. Here's Wood in again, bowls to Keogh, who's in behind that, pushes it up to mid-off where Villas fields, and there's no run.
It's a mesh trucker cap.
Oh, thank you. That's it.
The Steelbacks mesh trucker cap, to give it its full title.
Yes, I'm sure it's an extremely desirable item of apparel. It just didn't look quite right on a first-class cricket field, in my opinion. But anyway, no sign of that this afternoon. Plenty of the blue Lancashire caps with the red rose in evidence out in the field. As Wood comes in again, bowls to Keogh, who's in behind that, plays it up to mid-off. It's fielded once again by Villas. End of the over, tidy one for Wood, just a single off it. And Northamptonshire 36 for 2, 13 overs gone, with Keogh on 8, Vasconcelos on 9.
Yes, and some terrific games of cricket across the country. It was nice just to have a little break during the lunch interval and look at some of the scores elsewhere, and we obviously keep you up to date of all the scores as they go across, and wickets tumbling around the country. But there's some terrific cricket matches taking place. It's great that they're all together, playing on a Thursday, all starting on a Thursday. Everyone's playing at the same time. It gives a better sense, I think, of occasion to the county championship if everyone's all together rather than games being dotted here, there and everywhere.
Blessed with some decent weather as well.
So,
This round so far.
Lucky, haven't we? Some excellent games. Coverage of all those games as well. Score and text commentaries, links to all the different live games on the BBC Sport website and app, as Mahmood continuing what was a feisty spell before lunch, bowling to Vasconcelos, who plays softly. The ball is edged down into the slip, but it bounces in front of third slip. And there is no run. And we're live from Emirates Old Trafford on Lancashire's live streaming service, watching Saqib Mahmood walk back to his mark in his short sleeves. Jennings at first, Croft at second, and Hartley at third slip. Driven to mid-off by Vasconcelos. It's fielded by Dane Villas. And there is no run.
I was just looking at the fact that there's a T20 international starting this afternoon. South Africa playing Pakistan. And that great stat you came up with yesterday. That's the first time that a county championship match and a Sheffield Shield match have been played on the same day. That's my favourite stat of the year so far by a distance. That is a corker.
Yes, that was given to me by Chris and Gary, who were scoring the match, this game here. Mahmood balls and dabbed away through gully for a single by Vasconcelos, who moves into double figures up to 10. The score moves on to 37 for 2. It was a belter, wasn't it? So 1890 when the county championship started. 1892 is when the Sheffield Shield started. But this is the first time that they've overlapped.
Well, I suppose it's from Northamptonshire's point of view, we were saying yesterday about the fact that obviously last year the T20 went into October, which is the first time Northamptonshire had played a competitive match in October, although whether you can call the quarter-final last year competitive in view of what happened down at Bristol is another matter. But they've also played in March, so it's cutting down the number of months where they haven't actually played a competitive match.
It's Keogh who's teasing the bowler here because he's playing and then goes to withdraw the bat at the last minute. The ball shapes away and taken by Davis. There's no run.
So it means that by my reckoning they've played in 8 of the 12 months. They haven't played in November, December, January or February. They have played in March, both on pre-season tours and matches. Of course, the university matches have started in right at the end of March. A couple of years ago they certainly played at Durham University, that started on March the 31st.
Mahmood in the sunshine balls, left by Keogh. Again, that moves away and taken by Davis. There's no run.
And I suppose it's possible if some counties that have actually probably gone away even a bit before the strict pre-season period in March may have played in other months. I think funny feeling Glamorgan might have toured West Indies quite a few years ago now, which would have been possibly before March. I'll have to look that one up, but I reckon Northamptonshire have played in 8 months now.
Mahmood to Keogh. He spins round. He asks the question, Mahmood, rather emphatically, and he's backed up by the slips and the keeper, but
just looked a tad high, maybe.
By Kettlebrook. A little shake of the head, not out, but a yelp from Mahmood to end his first over after lunch. But the appeal for LBW was turned down. 37 for 2, Northamptonshire.
Well, he's continuing to threaten and challenge, isn't he? It's been a very, very impressive opening spell by Saqib Mahmood. Picked up 2 wickets. So my only thought about that one, first thought, Keogh's a tall man, unlike Ricardo Vasconcelos, and I just thought it might have been, especially with a new ball, might just have been going over the top. Here's Luke Wood in bright sunshine at Emirates Old Trafford, bowling left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Vasconcelos, who plays that up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Saqib Mahmood, and there's no run. We wait the arrival of a bit of spin into the attack at some point. Be very interesting to see how Matt Parkinson fares on this. Simon Kerrigan obviously having bowled so well. I suspect, like a lot of leg spinners, Matt Parkinson might like to bowl with the ball when it's still a little bit of hardness in it. Give a little bit of bounce. That's all in the future. As Wood comes in, bowls to Vasconcelos, who picks up a single as he just tucks that off his hip into the onside, where it's fielded by Saqib Mahmood. One more to Vasconcelos, he goes up to 11, and Northamptonshire up to 38 for 2, having lost Ben Curran for 9 and Emilio Gay for 7 before the break. Batsmen to come: Luke Proctor, Adam Rossington, Saif Zaib, Tom Taylor, Nathan Buck, Ben Sanderson and Simon Kerrigan. Obviously, I say, with a couple of batsmen having dropped out of this game and Gareth Berg not playing, does mean that Nathan Buck probably will go in at 9, which maybe in an ideal world is a little bit high, but he would of course strenuously deny that.
Sure he would.
So here's Wood again, bowling to the right-handed Keogh, who chops that away only as far as the slip cordon on the bounce, and there's no run.
Say hello to David, who's listening to us in sunny Redondo Beach, California.
Oh, I say.
Very nice.
Makes you think of that line in Fawlty Towers about going on the beach in the morning and then going in the mountains to ski in the afternoon. Isn't that terribly tiring? Great stuff. Here's Luke Wood in again, left arm over the wicket, bowls to the right-handed Keogh, plays it out into the offside, where it's fielded by Dane Villas, coming in from extra cover, and there's no run. That sounds absolutely what a lovely way to spend.
Yes.
I was going to think what time of the day it is there. They're behind us, aren't they? So it would be early morning, I suspect, in California.
Yes, he was tuned in last week, and it was about 5:30 in the morning. He was listening with his girlfriend Dakota, who's a big fan of Jimmy Anderson.
Well, who isn't?
Well, indeed.
Northamptonshire very pleased not to be facing him as well. Here's Wood, bowls full length to Keogh, who drives pleasantly, but only as far as Matt Parkinson at mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, I think the prospect of facing Jimmy Anderson and a fired-up Saqib Mahmood would not be a pleasant one for any opposing side. Well, that's not any disrespect to Tom Bailey, who bowled very well with a new ball before lunch, but that is a serious combination, which nobody would fancy very much. Here's Luke Wood in again, bowling to Keogh, short. Keogh sways out of the way, goes through to Alex Davis. End of the over. 2 overs for 2 now for Luke Wood, and 15 overs gone. Northamptonshire are 38 for 2.
We had listeners from all over the world last week. We had listeners in South America, in Thailand, in Australia, California. It was lovely.
Yeah, we had a couple during the Kent match. We certainly had a couple in Australia. We had a very keen listener in the Netherlands who was following progress of. I'd have to say most of them were Kent supporters. There seems to be Kent supporters pretty much all over the world. Perhaps not quite so many Northamptonshire supporters in far-flung parts, but
well, feel free to get in touch at BBC Lancs Cricket on Twitter. Is one way you can interact with us. There's Mahmood balls to Curran. That's a good delivery. Sorry, to Vasconcelos, which is a lovely delivery. It completely beats him all ends up. Can't quite believe he's not found the little edge there of Vasconcelos' bat. Through to the keeper.
Just almost did him on the angle there, didn't he? It was a clever piece of bowling, going around the wicket to the left-hander.
It's been a pretty stern examination, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Vasconcelos in particular, who's faced 36 deliveries, which I suspect the majority have been Mahmood's. Around the wicket again. Gets a little run here. Off the front foot, squeezed into the extra cover. Scuttles through for a single. Content to be at the non-striker's end, I'm sure, for the time being.
Absolutely. But it's interesting, Scott, because that last delivery, to me, sums up why Ricardo Vasconcelos is improving so much. I mean, he's always been, when he came to Northamptonshire, he's always been a beautiful striker of the ball, can hit boundaries. But during that, particularly during that 154 against Kent, you just noticed a maturity about his batting. He's much more able to just rotate the strike, to soak up a little bit of pressure, not looking to force the game. And I think that's a good example of it there.
Keogh pushing to the offside for a single.
Because I think he's, he's a better player than being just a hitter of boundaries. And if he can just develop that, it's all part of the maturing process, isn't it, for a young player, especially one at the top of the order. But if you can just work the ball around, rotate strike, form a partnership, it doesn't half help.
Well, yeah, share the burden of having to to face this stern test from Mahmood. Vasconcelos back on strike. 3 slips go crouching down. Mahmood around the wicket. It's another single here, played backward of point this time. Jogs through for 1, moves up to 13. Score moves on to 41 for 2.
I told the story during the previous game, and apologies if you were listening then as well, because you'll have heard this, but when he made his first century for Northamptonshire against Middlesex 3 years ago now, it was the day of the former players' reunion at the county ground. So there was a lot of old players there, and usually on former players' day, it's the emphasis is very much on nostalgia and yarning and a few beers at the bar. And gradually, one by one, a lot of the old players just came and left the bar and came and watched him bat and really enjoyed what they saw. A talented young man.
Mahmood to Keogh, who defends to mid-off, and there's no run.
What is interesting, I think he's made 6 first-class hundreds now, and 5 of them have been sort of 140 plus.
Mm-hmm.
So when he does get in, he's quite prepared to go big. I'm sure we'll be hoping for something similar today. Because as you made the point earlier, that reflecting what Simon Kerrigan was saying yesterday, day 2 here at Emirates Old Trafford is very often the best day of the match to bat. Not when Saqib Mahmood's running in.
Yes. Final ball of the over to Keogh. Nudged away into the onside, but for no wicket. That's the end of Mahmood's 8th over, 2 for 16. Representing a pretty impressive spell either side of lunch with a new ball. Captain Dane Villas is just having a little whisper into Mahmood's ear. 41 for 2 at the end of the 16th over of the Northamptonshire first innings. I'm just looking at Ricardo Vasconcelos' first-class record. As Andrew mentioned, 6 centuries, closing in on 2,500 first-class runs, an average of just under 40. Impressive numbers for the 23-year-old. He's Luke Wood, left arm over the wicket, bowls. A ball which shapes away from the Vasconcelos and through to the keeper. There's no run. Thanks to Peter Sargent, who sent me a tweet just highlighting that Lancashire's second 11 have completed a victory by an innings and 33 runs at Nottinghamshire, or against Notts. Jack Morley with 3 for 75. Left-arm spinner who made his first-class debut last season for Lancashire. Xander Selby, 3 for 26, and Jake Blatherwick, 2 for 32. Thank you, Peter. Wood from the Stay the Men bowls, pushes it a little bit fuller. Again, that little bit of movement shaping away from the batsman. The ball nestles into the gloves of Alex Davis, and there is no run. So yes, at BBC Lancs Cricket on Twitter, if you want to get in touch with us, watching via the live stream from Emirates Old Trafford. Watching Luke Wood walk back to his mark. He bowled a feisty spell last week against Sussex. He got himself all pumped up. It's down the leg side to Vasconcelos this time, gathered by Davis, and there's no run. He seemed to take a particular dislike to Sussex batsman Tom Clark, or at least that was a little contest that was bubbling up last week. The umpires had to get involved to kind of move them apart a little bit. It got intense, it did. Back underway after lunch, and Northamptonshire are 41 for 2 in their second innings, replying to Lancashire's total of 305 all out. 2 wickets for Saqib Mahmood before lunch. So Northants at 42 for 2, replying to Lancashire's 305. Vasconcelos moves up to 14. It's a Keogh on strike. Yep. Blonde-haired Luke Wood is steaming in from the Brian Statham end, running towards the pavilion. And bouncing in and bowls to Keogh. He's off the back foot, trying to force it into the offside. Villas had extra cover. Sweeps around to pick up the ball. And there is no run. 2 men positioned out on the leg side boundary now, because Josh Bohannon, who is at square leg, has dropped back towards deep backward square leg, and there's a long leg as well. Both are pretty much by the boundary rope, maybe a yard or 2 in. Here's the shorter boundary on that leg side, with the bowling here from Luke Wood. That's crunched away through extra cover and stopped brilliantly by Dane Villas. I suspect Keogh had that slotted down as a 4 to his name. It really was crunched away off the front foot, timed it nicely, then Villas has produced a terrific stop to deny any runs. It's a good looking shot, but for no run for Keogh. So he continues on 9, 42 for 2, 17 overs gone of the Northamptonshire first innings. We'll be hoping for a little period of quiet in this afternoon, a period where they can try and build a partnership. They'd be eager to see the back of Saqib Mahmood as well. I suspect we won't be too far away from seeing a little twirl from one of the spinners, Tom Hartley, or from Matt Parkinson. Mahmood will start his 9th over from the Anderson end. Got a 3rd man. He's got 3 slips. And Mahmood bowling wide of the crease, angling the ball into Vasconcelos, who works it off his hip and pick up and throw towards the keeper's end by Tom Hartley. As correction, Tom Bailey may have been tight with a direct hit.
I think it would have been. Rob Keogh was just treading water a wee bit there, wasn't he? Just a little bit slow out of the blocks. I see Middlesex have slumped now to 36 for 7.
Crikey.
Abbas took the first 6, but Kyle Abbott's taken the 7th.
Goodness.
That's against Hampshire at the Rose Bowl.
I noticed that Stuart Law didn't hold back last week when Middlesex lost at home to Somerset.
You may have more to say.
Yes. Mahmood to Keogh. Not timed. It comes off the kind of the toe end of the bat as he tries to drive it down the ground. Stopped by Mahmood off his own bowling, and there's no run. Lancashire supporters aren't too aware of Stuart Law. He doesn't tend to hold back. He man of strong opinion. Former captain here for a season. He wasn't happy with his team after a defeat against Somerset at Lords, and he's
especially when they were all over them for the first day and a half, really.
Yeah. Mahmood to Keogh again, reaching for this one, striking it through the offside. And Bailey scrambling to his left from mid-off to stop the ball, but doesn't deny Keogh a run. He gets a single, moves to 10, 44 for 2.
I think Lancashire will be conscious of the fact, I'm sure they will be, that we just alluded to it before, I have to go off and update BBC Radio Northampton that the composition of the Northamptonshire side in this game does mean there's a little bit of a tail. Tom Taylor you put him down as an all-rounder, but he'll be at 8. Then Buck, Sanderson and Kerrigan.
Mahmood into Vasconcelos, driven down the ground on the bounce, where Mahmood picks the ball up and then pretends he's going to have a little shy at the stumps, but doesn't actually release the ball.
And safe save either at 6 or 7, who's obviously he's a fine player, but he's a young, relatively inexperienced player, coming to the side off the back of a century for the second team. He's probably regarded more as the last couple of years as a white ball player than a red ball player. He's got the ability, I'm sure, to make the move into red ball, but there's a little bit of a tail there.
Mahmood to Vasconcelos, who's playing at a slightly loose-looking shot, and cut the ball, but plays underneath it through to the keeper. No run.
Yes, they may have found themselves into it earlier than they thought. If he got a nick on that. Yes, he got. It's a very different-looking batting lineup to the previous game, with no Alex Wakely, no Charlie Thurston. Luke Proctor coming in, having missed some of the pre-season because of injury.
Final ball of Mahmood's 9th over. And forward goes Vasconcelos and plays a bit more solid in defence this time. Mahmood is instantly signalling towards the Lancashire dressing room. So a little problem with one of his fingers or something, but he's waved towards the dressing room. Might be the end of his spell, actually. 9 overs either side of lunch, we shall see. That's the end of the latest one from Saqib Mahmood. 44 for 2, Northamptonshire.
Sanitizer time, I think. Yeah, safe save made his first team debut, not first class debut, but first team debut for Northamptonshire in a pre-season friendly against one of the universities a few years ago when he was 15. He was the only, the first and so far the only 15-year-old to have played first team cricket for Northamptonshire. We had a first class player who was just over 16 back in the 1920s, and others who've been. Peter Willey played when he was 16 as well. So he's been around for a while, and absolutely no doubting his talent. Brilliant fielder as well, hard-hitting batsman. Just hasn't quite made it in, as I say, in red ball yet, with bat or ball. But he has picked up a couple of fifers, I think, in red ball cricket, bowling quite long spells of left arm spin. Didn't get a role in the first innings here. He's got a lot of ability, but I know he's an ambitious young man, and he'll want to prove that he can be that sort of multi-dimensional cricketer who can make it in all formats. And well, he'll have a good opportunity here, one imagines. Bat at some point. He and Northamptonshire will be hoping it's not just yet. Here's Luke Wood to start his 4th over. 3 overs for 3 so far, so pretty tidy stuff. Now the field makes me think again they're going to possibly look to drop the odd one short to Keogh. 2 men back on the boundary on the onside. Deep backward square and long leg. Round the wicket goes Luke Wood. Bowls to Keogh, backward defensive, plays it up on the offside for Dane Villas to field, and there's no run. Keogh wanders off for a little walk towards square leg in the manner of Ted Dexter of years gone by. Settles into his crease. Plenty of encouragement ringing round the field for Luke Wood. Briefly a Northamptonshire player on loan, of course, a couple of years ago. Here's Wood round the wicket, bowls to Keogh short. He doesn't play that particularly well, and it drops agonisingly from a Lancashire point of view, close to second slip. Bounced off the glove, I think. Keogh gets a run, but that could easily have been the end of him. It was a short ball, just got in a little bit of a tangle. It looped up, and second slip diving, which I think is Stephen Croft, isn't it? Diving away to his right. Almost got a hand on it, dropped probably a foot away. But an anxious moment for Keogh and for Northamptonshire. He survives, he's 11, and Northamptonshire 45 for 2.
A nasty looking delivery, wasn't it, from Wood? It kind of, as you say, it cramped him for room. It was angled into him. He's bowling left arm around the wicket to him, and that was short and right into kind of his rib cage area, maybe a little bit higher than that, and he's kind of doing his best to fend the ball off, but almost just helped it into the hands of Croft. Had there been a third slip, he's a goner, isn't he?
Yes,
but,
it's just gone straight to him. There's obviously a bit of a plan here, because they've now got the 2 men back on the hook for Vasconcelos, the left-hander. And he bowls short to him. Vasconcelos not tempted, just ducks underneath it, but they've got a long leg and a deep backward square. Deep backward square, probably, let's say it's a very long boundary on that side of the ground. Probably about 15, 20 yards in. Hear the ice cream van again.
Oh, very up there. Oh, there it is, just in between the 2 office blocks.
Yes, there it is.
Little pink stripe along the side of the van.
Oh. Cut along, get us a 99. Really. That's a good chap. Very nice. If they've got a cider lol, I'll have one of those as well. Is Wood in again, bowls full length to Vasconcelos, who clips it straight to mid-wicket, and he's out. And Northamptonshire have lost a big wicket there. Ricardo Vasconcelos ball a full length. We've been talking about the short stuff, but once again, it's the full length ball that does the trick. Clips it straight to mid-wicket, where it's Tom Bailey takes the catch. Vasconcelos is out for 15 off 48 balls, caught by Tom Bailey off Luke Wood, and Northamptonshire in the mire at 45 for 3.
Yeah, second time that a fuller ball, actually, when the plan's been set for some short deliveries. And same thing happened with Emilio Gay, where Mahmood bowled quite a lot of short, aggressive stuff at him, and then pitched one a bit fuller and he edged to slip. That one he's just kind of chipped in the end up to mid-wicket, didn't he, really? And Bailey's a tall man. His height, I think, helped Tom Bailey there, because that would have been a slightly shorter man at mid-wicket. It may have got up and over the top of the fielder, but Bailey's a tall, fast bowler and took a relatively comfortable catch at mid-wicket off that little flick by Vasconcelos, and Wood peeled away in celebration.
You have to put that down as they would say in tennis circles, an unforced error, don't you, really?
It wasn't a great shot.
No, it wasn't a great shot. It was a bit loose. It was a bit of a nothing shot, really. And Vasconcelos taking an age to leave the field. The only thing I would say there is it wasn't quite as long as it was when he was out in the previous match against Kent. On that occasion, after he made 154 and he got out just before the second new ball was due, caught on the drive against Jack Leaning, bowling his off spin, and yeah, it took a very long time to get off there, and even longer there. But it's a disappointing end for Vasconcelos. Big wicket, as I say, and Lancashire cock a hoop. And again, a good bit of thinking, just sowing the seeds of doubt in the batsman. They're thinking about the short ball, and in the end it's just a loose shot against a full ball. And here's Luke Proctor, who comes in, who's facing that ball from Wood, who bowls down the leg side. Short of a length, goes through to Alex Davis, and there's no run. Well, we've had a story about one former Lancashire player making a happy return to Old Trafford in Simon Kerrigan. But you're hoping Luke Proctor can do something similar. So he hasn't played much of a part in the pre-season. He's had a little bit of an injury, a bit of a strain, and doesn't figure in the opening championship match against Kent. Here's Wood in again, left arm over the wicket to him, outside the off stump, just able to watch that go through to Alex Davis. End of a successful over for Luke Wood, featuring the wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos. Wood now 4 overs, 1 for 4. And Northamptonshire replying to Lancashire's 305 all out of 45 for 3.
A little bit of news from elsewhere. This is from Warwickshire. They've issued a statement regarding Dom Sibley, who hasn't batted for Warwickshire yet, and they've said that Dom Sibley has suffered a fracture to the second finger on his right hand following an X-ray being assessed. With regards to how he can contribute to the rest of the game, but yeah, Dominic Sibley has fractured a finger.
It hasn't been a great day for England's possible top order, with Sibley injured, Zach Crawley missing out.
England confirming Ben Stokes will be out for 12 weeks as well today.
Yes, he's struggling as well.
So the 1 or 2 batsmen across the county circuit will be looking at
Yeah.
possibility of trying to get some runs and keep themselves in with the shouts of the England squad this summer. There's lots of cricket to be played.
Keogh for England. And we are going to see some Matt Parkinson.
It was the end of Mahmood's spell, which was terrific either side of lunch. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 18. But the leg spin of Matt Parkinson for the first time in the game for him, and his first bowl since T20 finals day last year into Keogh. It's tickled away through mid-wicket for no run. First red ball game since September 2019 for a leggy from Bolton. Slipping a short leg in place. Parkinson gets Keogh onto the front foot, and that's played back to the bowler, no run.
It was noticeable he was having a good bowl on one of the strips at the other end of the square, just at the back end of the lunch interval. Had a good sort of 5-10 minutes out there. He's getting into some sort of rhythm.
Into Keogh, plays a forward press into the offside, no run. Well, he's into the game, isn't he, straight away, Parkinson? Everyone's been on the money so far. In his Lancashire whites. Blows a bit of air into his hand and comes back into Keogh. Almost living on that front foot, but keen to get forward. And that ball pushed safely into the onside on this occasion. Croft comes round from mid-wicket to field. Parkinson back in for Lancashire. Keogh forward once more. A little dab back to the bowler with his bat in front of his pad, and picked up by Parkinson, who hands it to his skipper, Dane Villas. Gives the ball a polish and loops it back to Parkinson. Final ball of his first over. Again, just dabbed away safely to mid-on by Keogh. So a maiden to begin with for Parkinson. You suspect both Parkinson and Hartley will have quite lengthy spells in this game for Lancashire, as we saw from Kerrigan yesterday. But a maiden to begin with for the leg spinner.
But it does make you wonder, Scott. I mean, we just touched on this earlier, that you know, if you're thinking of Matt Parkinson in terms of Test cricket as being a bowler who might have a role to play, you've just got to give him some overs. You've got to give him some bowling, and you know, it's the fact that I know obviously it's a slightly, well, it is a unique situation at the moment because of the pandemic and so on, and the truncated 2020 season, but for him not to have played any red ball cricket for 18 months really is just well, it's absurd. Well, here's Luke Wood bowling left arm over to the left-handed Luke Proctor, who plays it back down the pitch for, I was going to say for Wood to field. He doesn't bother in the end, he just sticks down a perfunctory boot, and it's Dane Villas who completes the fielding from mid-off. Well, Keogh again having to battle hard here. 11 off 33 balls. Fairly similar scenario to the previous match. Worked very, very hard, Rob Keogh, just to get himself back in the red ball reckoning. Here's Wood again, bowls short to Proctor, who pulls, doesn't time it, just cloths it a little bit, but he's going to pick up a couple of runs. It goes away through mid-wicket and chased back towards the boundary, but they pick up 2 easy runs. 2 to Proctor, who's off the mark, and Northamptonshire 47 for 3.
That's Daniel Lamb fielding there. So
yes, I thought it was a
12th man.
12th man, isn't it?
I think Saqib Mahmood just went off after that last over he bowled.
Yes, Keogh was talking to Phil Rowe, Northamptonshire former assistant coach, who's a member of our regular commentary team down at Northampton. There's Wood bowls short to Proctor, who drops the hands out of the way. Good short ball, testing around the line of off stump, just outside. But Proctor, equal to it, drops the hands out of trouble. It goes through to Alex Davis. He's talking about Rob Keogh having a little bit of a technical issue, just falling across a little bit, his head just going across a little bit too far and obviously affecting his balance at the crease. He's worked very hard indeed to rectify that. Some question as to whether he would have played in the opening match of the season. There was some thought that they might have played Kerrigan instead of him. Wood in, bowls full length to Proctor, who drives back to the bowler, who fields on the bounce, and there's no run. It was thought that they might have played Kerrigan and possibly left out Rob Keogh, but they didn't. And Keogh very conscious of the fact that he'd been given an early season opportunity to cement a place in Northamptonshire's top order. You can't do an awful lot more than get a 124, which gives David Ripley a few things to think about in selection, but sort of problems that you quite like to have. Here's Wood in again, bowls to Proctor, who works that away off his legs and picks up a single. It's fielded by a man coming in off the deep square leg boundary, and Proctor picks up another run. 3 to him, 48 for 3. And yeah, David Ripley's made the point on a number of interviews that we've done with him so far, pre-season and since the season started, that in terms of competition for places, it's probably stronger in the Northamptonshire squad than it's been for some time. So the squad has just got a little bit more depth, a few more options. And obviously when Wayne Parnell comes into the reckoning, which presumably will for the next game. 2 slips in place now, and a man coming in at short mid-wicket for Keogh, as Wood bowls short to him, but Keogh uses his height and plays it pretty well, just behind square on the onside. And he picks up another single off the last ball of the over. 12 to Keogh, 3 to Proctor. 21 overs gone, so it's been hard work. Northamptonshire 49 for 3, replying to Lancashire's 305 all out.
So is there a feel now that the squad at Northants kind of, you say, much more kind of broader squad is able to compete across the different formats?
I think so, yes. I mean, in a sense, it I suppose people have different views about this, but my own view is obviously last year Northamptonshire came in with David Ripley in for a little bit of criticism from some people saying, well, you know, he seemed to be very much targeting the T20, the white ball stuff, and using the 6 matches in the Bob Willis Trophy as a little bit of an experiment just to try out a few players. But in fact, I think he learnt some very useful stuff from that, and I think it has made the squad better and more rounded for the for that experience.
Parkinson starts a second over to Keogh. It's defended into the onside, no run.
So there is a feeling this year that that they should be in a position to challenge in the conferences of the Championship, and of course in the white ball as well, which probably traditionally in recent years has been Northamptonshire's strength.
Parkinson tossing this next delivery up to Keogh. That's driven to mid-off, no run.
I mean, I used the example of Charlie Thurston, who, when he came in for the first match of the Bob Willis Trophy last year, I think I probably wasn't alone in thinking, it's an interesting one, because he hadn't played a Championship match for a couple of years.
Parkinson to Keogh, up to beats Keogh, taken by the keeper. Davis clips off the bails, no run.
Received wisdom was, perhaps, well, he's going to have a future in white ball, if anything, but David Ripley saw something there and brought him into the side, and he promptly made 96 in the second innings there, helped to save the game, and then made his maiden century and an unbeaten 60 odd against Glamorgan, and finished up as Northamptonshires leading scorer in the competition.
Parkinson over the wicket. Keogh works the ball along the ground through the onside for a single to bring up the 50 for Northants, 50 for 3.
Yes, unfortunately it's not fit for selection, this one, with a back spasm. Interesting, you look at Rob Keogh's, Charlie Thurston's wagon wheel, and he does rather favour square of the wicket on the offside. It puts us in mind a little bit of a right-handed Jim Yardley, which older listeners may remember. They used to have sort of like at least 2 gullies in for him. But very successful. He's a good player. That's doing him perhaps an injustice. He's a better player than that, but he does favour that area. Hopefully he'll be fit again soon.
Parkinson to Proctor. It's pushed wide of off stump by Parkinson, and Luke Proctor ignores it. The final ball of Parkinson's second over. There's a short leg. There's 2 short mid-wickets, mid-on, mid-off. Short extra cover, backward point, slip. Parkinson, again, that's wide, and Proctor goes back and plays it late, cutting the ball down backward of square on the offside. It's fielded by Mahmood, and there's no run. 50 for 3. Keogh 13. Proctor on 3. So there kind of was a view, maybe unfairly from the outside looking in at Northants, that relatively recently was kind of priority was absolutely kind of white ball,
yes,
and in particular T20, and not so much 4-day cricket.
Yeah, I don't think that's unfair. I think that's not an unreasonable view. But as I say, I think David Ripley, it was perhaps looking at the the longer term view. But last year, people like Jack White, who came in to the side and again proved that the leading wicket taker in the competition. People like him and Thurston, Emilio Gay. In a sense, it's an ill wind, as they say, and the way that the slightly sort of shortened nature of last season, and yes, David Ripley obviously was looking at the T20 as far as winning something. That was, I don't think, it was never the feeling that Northamptonshire were probably never going to win the Bob Willis Trophy. They might have had a chance of winning the T20, but that experience that some of the players had, I think, it stood them in very good stead. Wood starts a fresh over, bowling round the wicket to Keogh, drives nicely away through extra cover, running up to that very short boundary, very long boundary rather, down to our left, and he's come through for 3, and they did think about coming up for a 4th, but they decided against it. 3 more to Keogh, 16 to him, 53 for 3, and that's a nice shot from Rob Keogh round the wicket, ball spearing in towards his off stump. He just leant on it away through extra cover, and it was a long chase for the Lancashire captain Dane Vilas down towards, say, that long boundary at extra cover. But no, I don't think it is an unfair view. I think Northamptonshire have been targeting white ball in recent years. Is Wood again, bowls to Proctor, who's nicely on top of that, plays it up to Vilas again, this time at mid-wicket, and he comes through for a single. 4 to Proctor, 54 for 3.
So do you potentially think that this format of the county championship split into 3 conferences, is that more appealing for Northamptonshire, do you think? Or not?
I think I think there's swings and roundabouts, isn't it? I think what's disappointed David Ripley, and I would imagine some of the players as well, is the fact that Northamptonshire, obviously having got promotion 2 years ago, here's Wood again, round the wicket to Keogh, who drives up to Vilas, who's having a busy over. 3rd ball in a row, he has to do the fielding, up an extra, and there's no run. I think there's a feeling that Northamptonshire, having worked very hard to get promotion and having come close a couple of times without quite doing it, they were very keen to finish 2nd that year rather than 3rd, because only 3 went up. Lancashire, I think, were always going to be the number 1 team in that division. Just break off as I know you got update BBC Radio Lancashire.
With Northamptonshire 54 for 3 in their first innings, replying to Lancashire's 305 all out. We've seen 3 wickets to fall so far, 2 to Saqib Mahmood and 1 to Luke Wood. The wicket to fall since lunch, the dismissal of Ricardo Vasconcelos, who was caught by Tom Bailey at mid-wicket, kind of chipped it straight to Bailey after a couple of short deliveries from Wood, and Vasconcelos out for 15. So Rob Keogh and the former Lancashire player Luke Proctor are currently batting for Northants. So 58 for 3 now, Northants, replying to Lancashire's 305 all out.
So to go back to what we were saying, having got promotion, I think they were very disappointed that they didn't actually get the chance to go up into Division 1, and to prove that they could stay there, because obviously in the previous occasions that Northamptonshire had gone up, they came straight back down again. Wood again round the wicket to Keogh, gets an inside edge, thick inside edge, dangerously close to leg stump, and it's run away for 4. But Wood head in hands, and you can't blame him. There's absolutely no way that Keogh knew where that was going. Just missed his leg stump off the inside edge and runs away down to the boundary in front of the hotel. 4 more to Keogh, 24 to him, 62 for 3, but 4 inadvertent runs, you have to say. That said, then obviously this format, potentially does give Northamptonshire a chance, finishing the top 2 in this, and then you get into the Division 1, and then who knows what happens. It's, round the wicket goes Wood again. That's a nice shot from Rob Keogh. That's a beautiful stroke. Up through mid-off. He's going to get 4 more runs, I think. Indeed he does, as it crosses the boundary. So a real mixed bag in that over. A couple of good shots. Certainly one less than impressive one. But at the end of it, Keogh is 28, Proctor is 4, Northamptonshire are 66 for 3 after 23 overs. I mean, David Ripley's made absolutely no bones about it. This does give Northamptonshire a chance, to be county champions if you're not going up into Division 1, and then, yeah, okay, that's quite tough. You've got every single game in Division 1 is going to be a really difficult game. As it is with the conference thing, you've got some games, and this is absolutely no disrespect to any of the counties in the group, but you've got a couple of counties that you would pre-season fancy your chances against in this particular group, in Group 3 of the Championship and the conferences. So it does give Northamptonshire a chance, albeit some would say a slim one, but it's a chance of challenging for the first ever Championship title. So I think they're reasonably happy with this.
Be interested to see how it all unfolds over the next few months. It should be just fascinating, shouldn't it, really?
One thing we know is you'll hear every ball of it.
Indeed.
On the BBC.
Absolutely. Parkinson's going to start afresh over. We're going to hear from Gary Porter from Lancashire's Cricket Foundation, who will be joining us for a little chat in the next few minutes. But here comes Parkinson into Keogh. It's dabbed right into the back down the pitch, and there is no run. Rob Jones comes round from short leg to field, hands the ball back to Parkinson with a healthy looking leg side field. 2 short mid wickets, mid on, forward short leg. Parkinson in, forward goes Proctor in defence. That's rolling back down the pitch and gathered by Parkinson off his own bowling. Again, there is no run, so Proctor on 4, Keogh on 28, 66 for 3. Keaton Jennings at first slip, crouching down. Parkinson to Proctor. That's nicely clipped off his pads down towards fine leg. He'll get a couple for that. Tom Hartley sweeps round from deep square leg down to fine leg to field. Proctor does come back for a second, so he's up to 6.
And the Northamptonshire Brains Trust going for their post-prandial lap down there to our right. This is David Ripley, John Sadley, the assistant coach, and Chris Little, the bowling coach, having a wander round.
Can't beat a lap of the outfield after lunch.
Absolutely. It's a long way round here as well.
You get your steps up, don't you? Yeah.
You can get through a lot of points and theories circling this ground.
It's like I need another helmet, another man around the bat. Stephen Crofty's tapping his head. Clear indication that he needs someone to bring out his helmet. Is he going to go in at leg slip, perhaps? We shall see. 68 for 3.
Conferences all round at the moment, because Dane Villas is going to have a chat with the bowler.
I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's get Gary in, shall we? While we have this little bit of a delay here at Old Trafford. We're just hearing from, waiting for the fielders to come out and for different bits of equipment to come out. So I've got Gary Porter from the Lancashire Foundation. He's just going to join us for a little natter. Got 3 balls left of this Parkinson over. Croft now does have the helmet, and we've got 3 in around the bat at short leg slip and slip. Very busy. There's lots going on out there. We've got Tom Hartley now jogging from leg side to the offside as well. So plenty of movement in the field. So here's Parkinson. Change of line for him as well. He'll bowl around the wicket to Proctor, who's shuffling down the pitch and meeting it and trying to clear mid-on, but doesn't.
Full toss does him.
He's caught by Bohannon. Proctor came down the pitch and tried to get it up and over mid-on. And Josh Bohannon running backwards takes the catch, and Matt Parkinson picks up his first wicket, his first 4-day game since 2019, and he has his first wicket. Northamptonshire have lost their 4th, 68 for 4.
Well, I have a funny feeling that's a stroke and a dismissal that Luke Proctor won't be in any great hurry to be looking at the replay. It wasn't pretty.
No, Proctor makes his way off the pitch. We'll say good afternoon to Gary Porter from Lancashire's Foundation. Good afternoon, Gary. You well?
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Busy time of year for you guys?
Yes, it is. I mean, stuff in the foundation obviously goes on all year round, really, to be honest. But obviously, now we're getting into the season, and hopefully restrictions are lifted with this this dreadful COVID, then I'm sure, like a lot of people, seeing excitement on the cricket field and local cricket clubs hopefully opening up and taking advantages of the next few weeks, hopefully, Scott.
And perhaps now more than ever, actually, Gary, the help provided by the foundation and the similar foundations around the country is absolutely crucial.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they do a lot of great work in the community, and a lot of stuff that goes on with things like sporting memories and healthy arts, and a lot of the coaching that really goes on in schools, and obviously with the the growing side now of the girls and ladies cricket, which has really taken off in the last few years. It's been really exciting, to be honest.
And you're helping local cricket clubs right across the northwest with a Lancashire line club scheme, which you might be able to expand on a little bit more at the end of this Parkinson over. But we'll switch our attentions back to what's happening out in the middle with Saif Zaib, the new batsman. But they did cross. Akio is on strike as Parkinson comes over the wicket, squares him up as he tries to work it into the onside. The ball squirts out into the offside, and there is a run there for Keogh, so he moves up to 29. The score moves on to 69 for 4. So 1 ball left of Parkinson's third over. And Saif Zaib, the new batsman, scratching around and taking guard with men around the bat at forward short leg and leg slip and slip, short mid wicket, backward square leg, mid on, mid off, extra cover and point. Parkinson from the Anderson end bowls, and forward goes Saif Zaib. Parkinson asked the question, but not out, says the umpire, at 69 for 4. So maybe, Gary, just explain a little bit more about what this scheme's all about.
Yes, it's. I joined the club in January 1994, and I think the first thing I'd like to say is, well, I've got the opportunity today, is just a huge thank you to anyone who's supported us over those last 27 years, whether they've joined our lotteries or they've worked as an agent or a collector, or just really bought a draw ticket on a match day, because in that time we've actually helped to raise and donate over £3 million. So that's a huge thank you to everybody out there who's supported us.
Yeah, and absolutely vital money, isn't it, really, to the growth of the game at the grassroots level?
Yeah, certainly is, and especially now with the local community clubs as we see them, because we can help them raise vital funds.
Is Luke Wood going around the wicket to the right-handed Rob Keogh, plays that up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Saqib Mahmood, and there's no run. So
are you obviously always keen for people to get involved and to join, aren't you? You'll never say no. Yeah, that's right. I mean, over the years, we've obviously gone round to clubs and invited them to join the scheme, and at this moment in time we've got over 70 local cricket clubs that have linked into the draw. Wood at the end of his run, sun behind a cloud at the moment, running in from this Brian Statham end bowl short to Keogh, who just ducks underneath it, goes through to Alex Davis, and there's no run. So how are people able to get involved and to join? Well, they can, if they actually go to the Lancashire Cricket Foundation website. There's a link in there to join our £1 a week lottery, and within that there's a line on there that support your local club, so you can really just go on there and just put your local club in, really. Wood again round the wicket to Rob Keogh, ball of very full length. The Yorker just jams down on it. He's done his bat not a great deal of good, but survives, goes out on the offside, and it's fielded by Josh Bohannon, and there's no run, stays at 69 for 4. And that relationship with clubs across the northwest to the county as well is vital, isn't it? Yeah, I think so. I mean, we've not only just seen Lancashire league clubs are associated with Lancashire in there. We've also got Cheshire clubs. We've actually even got a couple of Yorkshire clubs in it. Well, I never. Are they allowed? Certainly are. Wood round the wicket, bowls to Keogh's in behind that, plays it up on the offside. Bohannon again fields, and there's no run. And an awful lot of effort from a lot of people it goes into to things like this, isn't it? Yeah, I think we can see the really good work that goes into into a local community club, and we do know that there's a lot of people
who maybe don't go into the club themselves would support something like this because they see the good work going on, and are quite happy to support it.
Is Luke Wood, 2 slips in place, round the wicket to Rob Keogh short, outside the off stump, just lets it go through to Alex Davis, and there's no run.
And getting into the heart of the community and the links and from the community to especially in the last 12 months has been absolutely crucial, hasn't it, as well? And cricket can play a fundamental part in all that.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that recently. I mean, we probably had 25 or 26 new cricket clubs that have linked up with us since September.
Here's Wood in again, and bowls to Rob Keogh, and good length, plays it out in the offside. The busy Josh Bohannon fields. End of another tidy over from Luke Wood, 7 overs 1 for 24. Keogh is 29, Saib yet to get off the mark, and Northampton just 69 for 4, replying to Lancashire's 305 all out.
So the Lancashire Cricket Lottery Department, the Lancashire Line Club Scheme, it's there. There's information pretty easily accessible for people, and it all goes to further strengthen cricket right across the northwest.
Yeah, I mean during the first lockdown, really from I would say March until September, probably over £30,000 was raised through clubs linking up with this draw. And not only that, individuals have got a chance to win £1,000 top prize every Friday as well, Scott.
Well, and who would say no to that?
Yeah, we've actually had about 9 or 10 people win the £1,000 twice. So, and I think in my time here, obviously 27 years, we've had something like 1,400 £1,000 winners.
And how much has it grown just finally as we see Parkinson's starting a fresh over in and bowling swept away, or at least the attempt to sweep it from Zay, but this is the ball and there is no run. As it compared to what it was when it first launched back in kind of 94?
I think it evolves all the time really, because certain areas, we see things like 2008 when there was the financial crisis. We saw a lot of the companies that used to support us then struggle with the finances. And
Lewis Parkinson around the wicket balls. This time the sweep is emphatic. He gets that one away. The first one was just a rehearsal. That one he's absolutely nailed for 4. 73 for 4.
I mean, we've still had quite a lot of our long-time members. I mean, we've got quite a few that have stayed with us all 27 years, Scott, really, and they send nice little messages in if they're sending, if they pay by cheque or whatever, they put like nice little notes on, here's my annual subscription, it'd be nice to have a winner, and exclamation mark. But they always thank you for that, and, it's much appreciated, Scott, really.
I'm sure it is, yep, sure. Here comes Parkinson from the Anderson end. Well, he's not offering a shot here, and he's asking the question for LBW as Zay pads up to that delivery, but the fact he didn't offer a shot, I think, got Parkinson a little bit intrigued, but I think it was a little optimistic in truth.
It was a bit wide, but
yes.
That said, it's not the it's not the safest of options, I think, from Saib.
Parkinson once more full of ball, which is whipped away into the onside, and there is no run. 73 for 4.
Can I just ask, Gary, because it's an interesting thing that obviously we're very much involved and keep an eye on club cricket in our part of the world, in Northamptonshire. How easy have clubs in Lancashire found it to adapt and to reopen with all the various regulations in place?
And the sweep this time by Zabe is a sort of theatrical looking catch from Stephen Croft, and he's got him. Yes, a terrific piece of work by Croft. He was determined to get to it. Parkinson asked whether that was out. The two umpires nod in agreement, and Parkinson picks up his second wicket, and Zabe, who's looked to sweep quite a few of the deliveries so far from Parkinson, this time he gets the top edge, and Croft takes a terrific looking catch, and Northamptonshire have lost their 5th wicket. 73 for 5.
Yeah, it was, again, you sort of look at the way that over panned out. Tried the sweep and missed. Padded up, tried the sweep and succeeded. Padded up, tried the sweep again. Little top edge, off glove maybe. Very good catch. But, yeah, that again, Northamptonshire haven't really covered themselves in glory, I think, in the last 15 minutes with the dismissal of Luke Proctor and that dismissal of Zabe. Adam Rossington, the captain, coming out, hopefully to bring a bit of sanity to proceedings, but Lancashire completely on top now, and as I say, it's been a bad half an hour for Northamptonshire. Yeah, I was just asking the question about, because I know that some clubs in our part of the world have actually found it quite difficult, although they want to reopen, obviously, but with the various rules and regulations in place and things you can't do and things you can do, has that been the case here, that some clubs have actually found it difficult to reopen?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's a lot of rules and regs, obviously, you know, with this COVID or whatever. I think what really shines through is the determination of clubs and, you know, the love of cricket and the, you know, and really wanting to get the youngsters back and get everyone involved. Really, you know, you can see that shining through the conversations I've had over winter. You know, there's just a real thirst for cricket at all levels, I think.
Well, it's good to hear, but it's not easy for volunteers, is it, having to try and meet all the various rules and regs.
Final ball of Parkinson into the new batsman Rossington, who defends, and there's no run. 73 for 5 at the end of the over.
No, I think a lot of them are heroes inside local clubs, because obviously, you know, they do hours and hours of unpaid service just you know, to keep the club going, and I think, you know, you do get a feel for that in the community. I think a lot of people, whether they see it, you know, in the local paper, on social media or whatever, that they know the good work that goes on in clubs, and I think if they just ask, you know, individuals will support it. There's no doubt about it. We've got some of our local league clubs that, you know, that are earning £2,000 to £2,500 out of the drawing each year, really.
Well, Gary, we appreciate you coming in. Thank you for explaining a little bit more about that. I'm sure there are plenty of supporters, cricket fans, members of cricket clubs, not just in the Northwest, but the various parts of the country that will be contacting their county to see what they can get involved with. So we appreciate your time. Thank you very much, Gary.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Gary.
See you again. Thank you.
Gary Porter from the Lancashire Cricket Foundation. As Bailey starts a fresh over, Keogh defends, and there's no run.
Yep. Tom Bailey starting a second spell, and just look at that successive overs from Matt Parkinson. And we always say about leg spinners make something happen. Well, my goodness, that's been the case here this afternoon, because Parkinson's accounted for Luke Proctor. Was clubbing a very full ball. I think he did actually probably hit it on the full to Josh Bohannon, holding out at mid-on for 6, and then saved Zabe, caught a backwards short leg by Stephen Croft for 4. Good catch as Keogh's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch for Bailey to field, and there's no run.
Just to finish on that conversation with Gary, if you're interested in getting involved with the Lancashire Lion Club scheme, helping local cricket clubs across the Northwest, over 50 cricket clubs so far benefited from funds raised through this scheme, where you can head to lancashirecricket.co.uk/lotteries.
Good idea. I should be taking that leaflet back to Northamptonshire with me, passing it on to a few people who might be interested. Here's Keogh in behind that, plays it up on the offside where Luke Wood fields, and there's no run. Bailey, so starting his 7th over, 0 for 22 so far. And Matt Parkinson, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 8 with the wickets of Proctor and Zabe in successive overs. As I was saying a few moments ago, it's been a bad half an hour for Northamptonshire, really, one way or another. Is Bailey in again, bowls to Keogh and plays that up to mid-on, where Saqib Mahmood fields, the man who put Lancashire right on top with that excellent burst either side of lunch. Before lunch, picking up the wickets of Curran and Gay, and then Vasconcelos, bit of a loose shot, caught at mid-wicket off Luke Wood for 15, and then Proctor and Zabe, as I say, falling in successive overs to the leg spin of Matt Parkinson. Here's a very big appeal, and he's out, and Bailey has struck, and Northamptonshire slipped deeper into trouble. Rob Keogh just playing across that one a little bit. Again, we were talking about this tendency sometimes has just to fall across a little bit. It nipped back, it did enough. It looked a pretty good shout, and Michael Burns sends Rob Keogh on his way. Keogh goes for 29, and Northamptonshire in deep trouble now. 73 for 6, and Tom Bailey gets in on the act.
It's kind of unravelled pretty quickly here, isn't it, in the space for the last half an hour, 40 minutes or so for Northamptonshire. And Bailey with his first wicket, 6 down. Keogh goes for 29.
He looked a good shout, didn't it?
He did look a good shout. It doesn't look to be an issue with height, and the only kind of question mark would be whether or not that would perhaps slide down the leg side. But it looked.
No, I think it looked a very good shout. We're
yeah.
happily enough, not far off from being right behind the line, and again it just nipped back, and Keogh just coming a little bit, falling across a wee bit, and yeah, Michael Burns is taking his time, which was the right thing to do. But it looked a very good shout.
It did.
And now we're sort of through to the first of the all-rounders, if you like, and then. This is Tom Taylor coming in, and really then after that you've got the 3 bowlers, Buck, Sanderson and Kerrigan. We need to working out the follow-on, don't we now? So what, 156 needed to avoid the follow-on, which seems quite a little way away at the moment. Here's Bailey in again, bowls a Yorker length to Taylor. Good ball to get first up, just jams down on it and gets a single as it goes down to deep backward square where Matt Parkinson fields. So Taylor is away, single to him. Adam Rossington yet to get off the mark, and Northamptonshire 74 for 6.
Just look back on the replay of that LBW. I don't think there's too many complaints with that. No,
I don't think so. I think there's more of a problem with the previous 2 dismissals, which I don't think, as I say, let's just say I think in both cases the batsmen contributed to their own demise, the 2 against Matt Parkinson. But again, it's all about building pressure, isn't it? And he bowled a couple of good overs at the start, and I think certainly with the ball that he bowled to Luke Proctor was a little bit of a more of a loopy one, and Proctor thought, hey, there's a scoring opportunity here, tried to club him over the top, picked out mid-on, and then all of a sudden you fall down.
And in bother.
Yeah.
Parkinson to Taylor, working into the onside. It's such good fun when the spinner's involved like this, because there's so much happening. There's men around the bat. They're appealing for every possible form of dismissal that's going. There's yelps and cries and not outs. Lots of them, as well as the odd out. This is a leg bye for Northampton, 74 for 6.
I'm just trying to think, Scott, how I'm going to explain all of this to my update for BBC Radio Northampton in a few minutes' time, because rather a lot's happened in the last hour since I was with them last, and they were coasting along at 50 odd for 2, and yeah, no problem.
Tricky to squeeze into 20 seconds, isn't it?
Yes. Well, perhaps give myself 25.
Rossington strike. Here's Parkinson, and he sweeps this through the onside. Croft goes stomping after it. Rossington comes back for a couple. Off the mark with that. 77 for 6.
Well, you suspect the way Adam Rossington plays, he's not going to let Matt Parkinson just bowl at him.
No.
You suspect he's going to try and be proactive,
which is what Proctor tried to do. But
yeah, much good did it do him? But 77 for 6. I say Northampton still need another 79 to avoid the follow-on.
Short leg and a slip. And Parkinson is in and bowling. It's driven into the offside. Stopped at extra cover by Dane Villas, and there's no run. 2 for 10, Matt Parkinson. His first over was terrific, actually. He hit the ground running, Parkinson. Not bowled in 4-day cricket since 2019. Rossington nudges the ball down to the onside in Jones Field. There's no run, but he has hit the ground running, Matt Parkinson. A couple of wickets. He'll be thoroughly enjoying this. He's in the game. Rossington off the back foot. Drives down to mid-on. End of Parkinson's 5th over. 77 for 6. Rossington 2 and Taylor on 1.
Can I just say, Scott, I concur entirely with you. I've just seen the Rob Keogh LBW, and that was knocking the lot out, wasn't it? I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Don't think so.
And again, I can I can imagine Phil Rowe, if he's watching that at home, is going to just go back to the point he was making a week ago and commentary against Kent. Just this little technical thing that Rob Keogh he's worked incredibly hard on, but still just occasionally he just topples over a wee bit. I think there's a sign of it there. Well, here's Bailey starting his 8th over. He's bowling to Tom Taylor. Full length. Taylor drives up towards mid-on, and it's fielded by Saqib Mahmood, and there's no run.
Ball's swinging a little bit, isn't it, for Bailey?
Just doing a little bit.
Yeah.
His sun's gone behind the cloud, and yeah,
it's not loads, is it? But it's
no. It's just enough. It doesn't need to be extravagant, does it? It's just doing enough to keep the batsman guessing to an extent. Slightly open stance. Tom Taylor. Bat off the ground as Bailey bowls full length, big appeal for LBW, and it's a no ball. So there was a sort of, I say a big appeal, they were starting to appeal, and then I think they picked up the fact that it was a no ball called by umpire Michael Burns, but it was very full length. It hit Taylor on the pad, and I suspect if it hadn't have been a no ball,
they're up, aren't they?
Then they would have been up for that.
They would,
and they might have been back in business. As it is, Taylor survives, and Northamptonshire move on to 79 for 6. Bailey in again, bowls to Taylor, who's in behind that safely enough. Plays it up to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Tom Hartley. And we'll see him in the attack in the fairly near future. Certainly there's been a bit of encouragement for Matt Parkinson so far. Tom Hartley, left-arm spinner that was spoken of highly by Simon Kerrigan in his post-match interview last night. Here's Bailey again, bowls to Taylor, who goes to drive through extra cover and finishes up getting a single off the inside edge down to fine leg. Well, they all count. 80 for 6 in the 29th over. We have a solution, I think, courtesy of John Whiting. I think has answered his own question. I hope he's been busy at in the pile of wisdoms this morning, because we were talking about the last time that Northamptonshire have gone into a county championship match with 3 players who used to play for the side they're playing against, if you see what I mean.
Yep.
It's happening in this one. I think John probably found the solution. His Bailey bowls on Adam Rossington's legs, and he just clips that away, and it rattles into the boundary just behind square on the onside. Again, just in Rossington's arc, he goes up to 6, and 84 for 6. Welcome boundary for the Northamptonshire captain. And he points out, because in 1950, in fact for a couple of seasons just after the war, Northamptonshire had Buddy Oldfield, Bert Nutter and Gordon Garlick, who were all ex-Lancashire players again, who were playing for Northamptonshire. So he reckons 1950, August 1950, at Wellingborough School against Lancashire, Oldfield, Nutter and Garlick playing for Northamptonshire, and he credits Brian Barrett for that. So thank you very much, Brian. Good spot.
It's outstanding work, that.
That's a very good day's work.
It is. I'd be pretty pleased with that if I were you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, they all signed for Northamptonshire just after the war. For Oldfield and Nutter to have their testimonial in the same year. Here's Bailey again, bowls to Rossington, plays it out on the offside, and there's no run. Goes to backward point where Rob Jones fields. Yes, and I think they're both 1953 from memory. They both had a joint testimonial. Having done great work for Northamptonshire, Bert Nutter bowled an awful lot of overs between sort of 1948 and 53, 54. Probably too many, really. Didn't do his body a lot of good, I don't think. More runs for Adam Rossington as he squeezes that ball down towards third man, wide of the slip cordon. Chased back towards the point, and Rossington picks up 2 more runs. He goes up to 8, and at the end of that Tom Bailey over, Rossington 8, Taylor 2, and Northamptonshire 86 for 6. And I shall just go and try and explain the last hour to listeners to BBC Radio Northampton.
And we'll do the same for Radio Manchester listeners as well in the next few moments. But it's been an eventful 45 minutes thereabouts, and it's probably not done, because Matt Parkinson is standing at the top of his very short run up, and he's controlling his troops. He's moving people here, there and everywhere. He's Rob Jones putting on the helmet. It's short leg. Keaton Jennings at slip. Parkinson comes in and balls. Little in-to-out shot from Taylor, pushed along the ground to mid-off. Mid-off and mid-on are probably 10 yards deeper than kind of regulation mid-off, mid-on positions. Kind of halfway back to the rope, maybe. Short extra cover, short mid-wicket. Dabbed away softly, safely to backward point, where Tom Bailey scoops up the ball, gives it a very casual polish. So that's enough of that. And back with Parkinson, who twirls his way back in again and balls. And that hits the pad. He's down on one knee. He's asking the question rather emphatically, Matt Parkinson, pleading with that rather innocent-looking face. Umpire says not out. 86 for 6. 2 wickets for Bolton's leg spinner. Matt Parkinson has enjoyed the last hour of play, has helped reduce Northants to 86 for 6. Parkinson picking up the wickets of Luke Proctor and Saif Zabe. 1 wicket is also for Tom Bailey, a couple for Saqib Mahmood and 1 for Luke Wood. Lancashire all out for 305. In reply, Northamptonshire 86 for 6. Final ball of Parkinson's 6 over, 2 for 10, his figures. In from the Anderson end. Forward goes Taylor, the ball squirts backward of square on the leg side. Keeps the strike, gets a run. Takes the score on to 87 for 6. Taylor now 3 and Rossington on 3. Live from Emirates Old Trafford, with just the odd little patch of blue sky above us and plenty of white clouds. It has been a busy afternoon, where the game has skipped along at a pretty quick pace. Tom Bailey, 1 for 32 from 8 overs, will start his 9th. Comes in from the Statham end, right arm over the wicket and bowls. Oh, he's left it as Taylor, he's been bowled. And Bailey picks up his 2nd wicket. Taylor not offering a shot, and to his horror, the ball clattered into his off stump, and Taylor departs for 3. And Northants have lost their 7th wicket, 87 for 7. And a long walk back towards the dressing room for Taylor, who didn't offer the shot. And to his horror, the ball jagged back in and clattered the top of off stump. And Bailey celebrates his 2nd wicket, 87 for 7, and this first innings for Northamptonshire has unravelled pretty quickly. It's a lovely ball from Bailey, has nipped back in to clip off stump, or to uproot it really from the ground. Taylor will disappear back to the dressing room, knowing that a victim of his own misjudgment, not choosing to play at that delivery. And now Nathan Book has the task of trying to steady or stop this procession of wickets, which they've been tumbling for about an hour. Still trail Lancashire by 218 runs. 87 for 7. Bailey now 2 for 32. 2 slips. There's a deep square leg and there's a long leg. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. Bailey from the Statham end, bouncing in, bowling. Big appeal for LBW. He's gone first ball. Bucks out for naught. Bailey traps him in front. LBW 2 and 2 for him. He's on a hat-trick. 8 down now, Northants. 87 for 8. And the follow-on target that we were discussing a few minutes ago, well, that now firmly, that discussion now firmly comes into the equation.
Well, it does, and I suppose the question is whether Dane Villas would enforce it. I suppose I have a funny feeling he might not with the weather set fair. Yes, well, I was saying about I wasn't quite sure how I was going to explain the loss of 4 quick wickets to my listeners to BBC Radio Northampton just now. Well, they had a 5th one for by way of a bonus, because I was on air while Tom Taylor was dismissed. And now, of course, Nathan Buck, the happy hacker, having gone first ball. Tom Bailey on a hat-trick. And this really has been a fairly dire afternoon for Northamptonshire, who were 35 for 2 at lunch, 45 for 2 at one stage, and now 87 for 8. And, well, I suppose we were saying about the story yesterday being Simon Kerrigan with the ball. Perhaps it'll be Simon Kerrigan with the bat.
Could be. He's on his way out. He's got to walk in between a couple of his old teammates. He's got a smile on his face. Tom Bailey and Saki Mahmood probably say, good afternoon, Keggs, how you doing?
Having a chat. Well, you know, again, at the risk of sort of going over old ground, it does concern me a little bit. And I know, obviously, the loss of 2 of the batsmen that played against Kent couldn't be helped. I'm looking at it from Northampton's point of view, obviously, but you know, losing Alex Wakely and Charlie Thurston, well, that can't be helped. But you've got Luke Proctor in at 5, who, as I say, hasn't really played much cricket even the pre-season this year. Saib, you know, young, inexperienced player, batting at 6 in the Red Bull side. Adam Rossington, who to me is just wasted at number 7, and then Taylor, who, you know, is an all-rounder and capable of scoring runs, but hasn't a huge pedigree. Anyway, see if he can call the hat-trick.
He's in. Bailey to Kerrigan, who plays a very solid front-foot defensive push. He enjoyed that, I'm sure. Got everything in behind it.
Never get past that. They shall not pass, says Kerrigan. Yeah, so, you know, Rossington at 7, who I think is a little bit wasted, and then Taylor at 8, who's capable of scoring runs, but hasn't really got a lot of runs in red ball as yet. And then 3 bowlers. It does look a little bit thin.
Bailey right on with the wicket. Bowls a short ball to Simon Kerrigan.
That was quick.
He had his old mate bending his knees, ducking underneath it, flashed above him and through to the keeper.
And I realise that the Lancashire supporters won't really be remotely bothered about sort of Northamptonshire's batting order, but just make the point that obviously I'm sure Northamptonshire supporters will be saying, well, you know, what's happened here? And they look at the score, and I'm just trying to give some sort of context to it.
Bailey to Kerrigan, drops it into the onside, takes his bottom hand off the bat, plays that across his pad, plays the ball down into the ground. Croft comes up from mid-wicket to field. Kerrigan has a little wander down the pitch. There he goes.
Yeah, Tom Taylor's got an 80 in Championship cricket, and 98 not out. I think his highest score in white ball. So he can play. He's a capable batsman, but didn't look at his best today. It's probably fair to say.
Bailey to complete the over. Balls to Kerrigan, but down the leg side via a little deflection of Kerrigan's pad, I would think. Yes, leg buys, 4 of them. To take the shine off what was a otherwise wonderful Bailey over, which he picked up 2 wickets. But 91 for 8. Kerrigan on 0 and Rossington on 8.
Well, contributions gratefully received, whether they come off Simon Kerrigan's backside or any other part of his anatomy at the moment, we'll settle for that. Now the question is, I think, Scott, how does Adam Rossington play it here? How much faith does he have in Simon Kerrigan? Ben Sanderson can hang around, we know that, but he's going to have to, if Northamptonshire are going to get up over the follow-on mark, Adam Rossington's going to have to do most of it. So how does he play it? Well, we'll find out, because he's going to face this ball from Matt Parkinson with a slip and forward short leg in place. Rossington defensively forward, pushes it up to man on the drive, who is the Lancashire captain Dane Villas, who must be absolutely delighted with the way things have shaped up since lunch. Here's Parkinson again, bowls to Rossington, who's on the back foot this time, forces it up once again to Vilas at short extra. And there's no run. Parkinson busy in his work, already back to his mark, bowling from the far end, the Jimmy Anderson end, bowls to Rossington short, and Rossington just looking to work that away on the onside. Doesn't manage to get past Stephen Croft, he of the faded Lancashire cap, at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Just bringing in his mid-on. Rossington sweeps, and they're going to get runs here as it goes down towards this very long boundary. I think he's going to get 4. They'll lean round the corner of the pillar, and indeed he does. So 4 to Adam Rossington. Got hold of it pretty well, and there was a fielder down at deep square, but it's a long chase round there. And Rossington picks up 4 runs. He goes into double figures, 12 to him, 95 for 8. And a lot depending, pretty much everything now, depending on the Northamptonshire captain. See if he can pick something out of the rubble. He sweeps that and gets a little top edge, but it's safe. There's no fielder nearby. Goes down towards fine leg. Well away from the man at forward short leg, of course. And although Rossington didn't hit that particularly well, bit of a top edge, he gets 2 more runs. 14 to him, 97 for 8. And, well, Adam Rossington, I'm sure, is going to look to be positive, as he always is. Changing the field again. The man was on the cover boundary. Now comes in, because presumably they'll be looking to stop the single. With 1 ball left in the over, they'll want to be bowling at Simon Kerrigan. Rossington, for his part, they'll obviously be looking to try and get a single from somewhere. As Parkinson bowls to him, he hammers that off the back foot, but only as far as Vilas at extra cover. So no run there. Rossington 14. Simon Kerrigan yet to get off the mark. Northamptonshire 97 for 8. Which means they're still 208 runs behind.
Indeed. Yeah, it's a bit of a blistering hour of cricket, really. These things can kind of unravel pretty quickly, can't they? When teams get on a bit of a surge.
Well, you can tell how bad it was. At one point, I was just having to make a note next to the dismissals in my notebook to remind me of the order that they were out in, because there were so many of them to get into one report.
Yes.
Flurry, I think you call that.
Yes. It's going to be Tom Bailey. Picked up 2 wickets in his last over. Kerrigan's on strike. Kerrigan.
Well left.
Yeah, he's leaning forward into that, kind of thinking about flirting with the idea of playing at it. And kind of left his bat dangling just above the stumps. Through to the keeper, and there's no run. 97 for 8. Northamptonshire 3 slips. They're all stood there waiting for a Kerrigan edge. Should 1 occur. Bailey to Kerrigan. Just goes back and plays it across his pad safely into the onside. No run.
Just looking to see what Simon Kerrigan's career best is. You can probably tell me that.
He's definitely had a 50. He's might have a 60 something, 62, something like that.
Let's have a look. 62 not out. Very good. Lancashire versus Hampshire at Southport.
Remember, that was
13.
That was the game after his England debut.
Ah, right. Okay.
Barely to Kerrigan. Just nudged into the onside, no run. I think he got maybe 5 or 6 wickets in the match, and a 50 as well on the back of his England debut.
Well, 62 not out would be very, very handy here.
That would go down quite well.
Settle for that.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
His skipper would be pretty happy with that.
Would we have to interview him again? sorry, Keggs, you got to come down and do the media again.
Bailey to Kerrigan, but left through to the keeper Alex Davis, and there's no run.
See, Saqib Mahmood looks he might be limbering up. I wonder if they're not really needed at the moment, but thinking about bringing him in to try and polish off the innings. Tom Bailey's doing. Parkinson are doing a perfectly good job at the moment.
Bailey into his 10th over. Balls to Kerrigan, just pushed into the onside, no run back. This is the 5th on the spin, isn't it, for Bailey?
Yes,
so it might well
right.
be A short burst from Bailey and then bring Mahmood back into the attack if the captain's happy with the way that Parkinson's bowling, which I'm sure he is, then gives him that option, doesn't it? A little bit like what Rossington did with Kerrigan bowling at one end. And
yeah. Well, again, 7 overs, 2 for 17. He's picked up a couple of wickets, but he's giving you control as well.
Yep.
It's a win-win really for Dane Villas.
Who's been told to move, Villas?
He has, yes.
Tom Bailey says, I don't want you there, skipper, at kind of wide mid-off. I want you close in on the onside. So there's a point fielder, which is Rob Jones, and there's nobody else.
There's nobody in front of square on the offside, is there?
Bailey comes into to Kerrigan. He's actually bowled it full just on off stump, and Kerrigan will squeeze it back down the pitch. Fooled us all there. We're expecting something short to Kerrigan, and it didn't happen. End of the over, 97 for 8.
Yeah, nice bit of double bluff there, I think, from Tom Bailey. See if he baffled us. He was trying to baffle the batsman, but Simon Kerrigan was equal to it. It's all been a bit, Northamptonshire scorecard, all been a bit binary, hasn't it, this afternoon? It's Proctor 6, Zabe 4, Taylor 3, but first ball for naught. As we say, an awful lot now depending on the solid figure of Adam Rossington, Northamptonshire's red ball captain. And Sweater being brought on. Just has turned a wee bit, because Danny Lamb, isn't it, the 12th man is on there at the moment. He's just called for a long sleeve sweater. It just seems to have turned a little bit cooler this afternoon. There's a bit more cloud around. Perhaps it's just Northamptonshire scorecard that's giving me the chills. Matt Parkinson starts a fresh over, bowls to Rossington. Pushes it up to Dane Villas on the drive and extra cover. And there's no run. 97 for 8, Northamptonshire. Parkinson in again, bowls to Rossington, drives nicely. This time he's going to get certainly one run as it beats Villas. May just have got a hand to it, taking a bit of the way off it, an extra cover, but it goes out. Two fielders converge, one from mid-off and one from the cover boundary, and Rossington gets a single. It's 15 to him now, 98 for 8. It exposes Simon Kerrigan to the spin of Matt Parkinson with 4 balls to go. Saqib Mahmood certainly limbering up, so maybe he's going to replace Tom Bailey from this Brian Statham end presently. Here's Parkinson, bowls to Kerrigan, and that one just turning away. Full length, and Kerrigan lets it go through to Alex Davis. You can see there's certainly a bit of spin on that one, the leg break. Parkinson in again, bowls to Kerrigan, once again full length, Kerrigan forward, just drops it down on the offside, mindful of the fact that Rob Jones is there at forward short leg under the helmet, but bounced well in front of him. Good defensive technique from Kerrigan, soft hands. Parkinson in again, bowls to Kerrigan, again is pushing out on the offside this time, where Dane Villas fields. And he's just not particularly subtly given the sign to his fielders just to drop back a little bit, give Kerrigan the single if he wants it. I shouldn't think he'll take it. Parkinson in again, bowls to Kerrigan, just drops that down in front of him, goes down the pitch, and at the end of the over called by umpire Richard Kettleborough. Kerrigan yet to get off the mark, 14 balls, Rossington on 15. And Northamptonshire 98 for 8 after 34 overs, and I wonder, are we going to see the return to the attack of Saqib Mahmood? I think maybe we are.
Yes. Bailey went off, didn't he, at the end of his last over?
Yeah, which is why Danny Lamb's on. Realised it was a bit colder than he thought and asked for a second sweater. It just does seem to have, temperature to seem to have dropped a degree or two after lunch. So I don't think it's just the match situation, the effect it's had on Northamptonshire commentator. But, it's just so we haven't seen any sun for a while. It's a beautiful morning, but a bit more cloud around this afternoon.
Yes, Andy, who's operating one of the cameras square on the TV tower, So he's out in the elevated position,
yes,
square of the wicket. He likes to keep me informed with just exactly how cold it is out there. When we're saying it's lovely and bright and sunny, and he's on his TV tower with his teeth chattering because it's cold.
Perched up there, he looks like a lifeguard out of Baywatch.
It does,
doesn't he?
it's like the
that.
Hoff.
Yes.
Here's Mahmood in the bowls. And that's driven.
Oh, lovely shot.
That's 4 for Rossington through point out towards the boundary. That sat up nicely from him, didn't it? And goodness me, did he enjoy hitting that before.
Yeah, a little bit of a loosener from Saqib Mahmood. Bowled so well from the other end, actually, of course. Bowled from the Jimmy Anderson end this morning, bowling from the Statham end this afternoon. Yeah, bit of a loosener, and just pounced on it there, Adam Rossington. And he's just aware of the fact that he's got to take every scoring opportunity going if Northamptonshire are going to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on.
Brings up 102 for 8, so 3 figures on the board. Fallen off stump this next delivery from Mahmood, and that's crunched away to mid-off where Villas tumbled into his left fields, and there's no run.
I'm not sure why Dane Villas would enforce it, to be honest, because they say the weather's set fair. There's no rain in the forecast, and surely you just want Northamptonshire to bat last, wouldn't you? If the pitch is going to,
I think,
deteriorate to any extent,
there is close to 0 chance of him forcing the follow-on. Mahmood over the wicket. Again, Rossington's square driving the ball out to this time Hartley, who comes up from the wide third-man boundary to field. Rossington moves to 20 from 19. Score moves on to 103 for 8. Kerrigan comes back on strike. It's nice and loud out there, isn't it?
It is, yeah, plenty of bubble.
Yes.
It's a fielding side that's on top, isn't it?
Yep. They're all chatty and chirpy. Sure if Sammy Kerrigan's relishing the prospect of facing Saqib Mahmood here, but he wants square leg to come in. There's Mahmood. There's a short mid-wicket, and Bohannon at mid-on just creeps in a little bit closer as well. So let's see what Mahmood serves up to Kerrigan. Fends it off, doesn't he, really? Actually bottom hand off the ball, skids through at a decent length to Kerrigan. Clips it into the onside for no run.
The whole business of bubbling and encouraging from the field reminds me of Phil Neal, former Worcestershire captain, who was briefly Northamptonshire's director of cricket, and of course had a long and distinguished career with the England side, sort of one of the backroom boys. And he was saying that when he was captain of Worcestershire, he never liked a lot of noise at the start of the innings, because if the batting side then gets on top, we'll come back to that.
Here's Mahmood to Kerrigan. He's defending, but he's a little uncertain as to where the ball was going in truth. He's a little uncertain in the defence in truth, but he's still there.
Conference coming up with Adam Rossington. Yeah, Phil Neal was making the point that if there's a fielding side, you see there's an awful lot in club cricket. The team will be chirpy and right at the start. Lots of noise and bubble and send the bails to Wales and all this sort of stuff. And of course, as soon as the batting side gets on top, then it's a wonderful psychological boost, because they quieten the field down. And he said if you don't have all that at the start, then it's not an issue.
Mahmood bowls, and Kerrigan chips the ball into the offside. It's Jones that comes round from backward point. A slow ball from Mahmood to end the over. And Kerrigan still waiting for his first run. He's faced 17 deliveries now. 103 for 8. Northamptonshire with Rossington on 20.
I think if you spend a whole season watching club cricket, and especially watching junior cricket, and my son plays in some of the age group cricket, and some of the rubbish that you hear talked on the field in the course of a season, my God, you could write a book about it. It really is some of the most awful chirping. And you just think, yeah, okay, well that's fine while you're on top. You still be coming out with that stuff if the opposition's sort of 150 for no wicket. But
it's a good point, isn't it? Because if you start loud, you've nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go.
No.
Only quieter.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Right. Well, here's Adam Rossington, who's on 20, 103 for 8, and facing Matt Parkinson at the start of his 9th over. And Rossington playing that just wide of Keaton Jennings, who's at slip, and why he would be thinking about going for a quick single off the first ball of the over, I'm not entirely sure, but maybe there's a plan there. But anyway, sent back by Simon Kerrigan, and there's no run. Parkinson again bowls to Rossington defensively, back down the pitch, and the bowler himself fields. Yes, good man Phil Neal. We had him at Northamptonshire for a couple of years. Parkinson again, bowls to Rossington again, forward, back down the pitch. Parkinson fields. The gap between the departure of Mike Proctor at the end of '92 as director of cricket, and then Phil Neal had 2 years. Then in '95, Alan Lamb did the job on his own. Sweep there by Rossington, down to deep backward square. Parkinson bowling around the line of leg stump, and Rossington does take the single. He goes up to 21, 104 for 8. 2 balls left in the over for Simon Kerrigan to negotiate. Yes, 1995, Alan Lamb was captain and director of cricket and just about everything you like. Did a very, very good job. Memorable season for Northamptonshire. 3rd in the table, and in another year could easily have won it. Here's Parkinson in again, bowls to Kerrigan, solidly in behind that, front foot back down the pitch. The bowler himself will field, and then John Embry coming in as player coach initially in 1996. He had a couple of 3 seasons at the club, in fact. Here's Parkinson again with a little sort of like Maria Sharapova grunt as he bowls. So Kerrigan pushes that out in the offside, and there's no run. End of the over. Kerrigan still to get off the mark. A heroic 0 not out off 19 balls. 104 for 8. Northamptonshire replying to Lancashire's 305 all out, which means they trail by 201. It's just coming up to 3:30 local time. We've still got a few overs to go until tea. Of course, it is a later finish this evening as well. Just to remind you, it's a 6:15 finish today, as it was yesterday, to make up some of the time, of course, for the pause that will be on Saturday afternoon at the time of the funeral of the Duke of Edinburgh.
Moved from the Brian Statham end to Rossington. Slashed away down towards 3rd man. He'll probably get 4 for it. He does. I mean, there is a 3rd man in Tom Hartley, but he's quite wide, and that was played late cut down to 3rd man for 4 to Rossington, who's playing a different game to everybody else. He's 25 not out.
You don't want to give Alan Rossington any width. If you give him any width, then he's a very strong man, and he will punish you, as he did then.
Well, wondering how Rossington will go about batting here with Kerrigan, but he's been ultra positive. Wants a run here with Northamptonshire 109 for 8 in their first innings, replying to Lancashire's total of 305 all out in a blistering hour of cricket, really, where Lancashire have rattled through the Northamptonshire batting lineup, and they're grateful to 3 wickets for Tom Bailey. At 3 for 32, his figures, including 2 wickets in 2 balls. At 2 wickets for Matt Parkinson and 2 for Saqib Mahmood as well. Bailey at one stage on a hat-trick with a terrific spell of bowling from the Brian Statham end. Earlier today, Lancashire reaching 305, and in reply, they've reduced Northamptonshire to 109 for 8. Kerrigan looking for his first run, facing Mahmood. He gets it here. He's up and running with a little flick. In fact, he wants to come back. A little flick down to square leg. He has come back. He's got himself 2. Simon Kerrigan, and the score moves on to 111 for 8.
Don't worry about me, Captain. Come back for 2. This is going to be Simon Kerrigan's Jack Leach moment with the bat, I think. We've got the sun back again, which is very nice.
You can see the shadow following Saqib Mahmood as he's back into Kerrigan. Nips back into the Northampton batsman, and the ball deviates out into the offside. Headed by Rob Jones at Gully, and there's no run.
Still not much breeze, is there, today? It's
No.
quite still.
It's a pretty bitter wind last week against Sussex. Was it the same down in Northampton? It was
awful.
Absolutely blowing a gale.
Well, especially the third and fourth days when it was coming from the north, which is coming straight into our commentary position. It was fresh.
The move balls are delivery wide of off stump, and Kerrigan shows no interest in it, very theatrically pulls his bat away and allows that one to travel into the gloves of Alex Davis.
Matt Cole, our colleague from BBC Radio Kent, came with a pair of skiing trousers, and Ben Smith had got sort of skiing, looked like large oven gloves. Only two of them, I think a gatherer used for skiing. Not being a skier, I wouldn't know, but they did the job for him. Holding a microphone was a bit difficult though.
Mahmood to Kerrigan again. It's wide and left. It's the end of the over. 111 for 8 after 37 overs of the Northamptonshire first innings.
It was a bit like holding a microphone whilst playing a pair of cymbals, if you can imagine that. But much more pleasant up here at Emirates Old Trafford. Weather-wise, certainly, if not the scoreboard from a Northamptonshire perspective. Adam Rossington doing a good job for his side at the moment. 26 not out, 111 for 8. So the arrears under 200, 194 for 8. We're thankful for small mercies. Simon Kerrigan doing a good job. He's knuckled down. Knows what his role is at the moment, very much just to support his captain. Were Adam Rossington to get out, then we would have Kerrigan and Ben Sanderson together, and quite who would be supporting who then, I don't know. They could arm wrestle for that maybe. It's Rossington facing now with a slip in place, Keaton Jennings, and Dane Vilas on the drive at short extra. Parkinson comes in, bowls to Rossington, who's forward defensive, back down the pitch. Parkinson fields, just starting his 10th over. 1 maiden, 2 for 19 so far. Scott was telling you earlier, his first red ball game since September 2019. Parkinson again bowls to Rossington, who is again on the front foot defensively. Plays it up to Dane Vilas in that position at short extra cover. Other than that, he's got a deep backward point, extra cover on the boundary, deep mid-off. Rossington playing on the onside this time. Stephen Crofterfield coming in for mid-wicket. Then a mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square just in from the boundary, and a man on the 45-degree angle saving one on the onside. That's Rob Jones. Parkinson then again bowls to Rossington, who drives and decides to take the single, as goes up to the man at deep mid-off and about, what, 20 yards in from the boundary. So another single to Rossington, 27 to him, and Northamptonshire up to 112 for 8. And now the field becomes altogether more attacking for Simon Kerrigan. Forward short leg under the helmet, silly point under the helmet, short extra cover and slip in place. As Parkinson comes in, bowls to Kerrigan, who sweeps nicely. He's got a fair amount of that. It's running down towards the boundary. It's not going to be 4, as it's chased down there by Luke Wood, but they come back for 2. A couple more handy runs to Simon Kerrigan. He goes up to 4, and Northamptonshire up to 114 for 8. It's a good shot. Got on top of it, rolled the wrists. A couple of runs the result. Here's Parkinson again. Sunshine back out at Old Trafford, and Kerrigan finishes the over by playing that back down the pitch for Parkinson to field. End of the over. Parkinson now 10 overs, 2 for 22. Simon Kerrigan is 4. Adam Rossington 27. As the fielders await the arrival of the hand sanitizer. And Northamptonshire 114 for 8, replying to Lancashire's 305 all out, having lost since lunch the wickets of Vasconcelos for 15, Proctor for 6, Zabe for 4, Keogh for 29, Taylor for 3, and Buck first ball for 0. Northamptonshire going from 68 for 3 to 87 for 8. Lost 5 wickets for 19 runs in 7 overs. In what was, from a Northamptonshire perspective, not a pretty sight. However, still battling away, and as we've been discussing earlier, I think even if they were to be bowled out inside the follow-on target of 156, I think it's unlikely that Dane Villas would enforce the follow-on, given the match circumstances and the conditions, both in terms of the pitch and the weather.
Yes. There's another follow-on opportunity which has arrived in the game in Southampton, as Rossington off the back foot drives into the offside for a single, because Middlesex have been balled out for 79 in reply to Hampshire's 319 all out, with Mohammed Abbas finishing with 11 overs, 6 maidens, 6 for 11. But Hampshire haven't enforced the follow-on, so they're out having another bat again.
It's gone a bit out of favour, isn't it, the follow-on generally in around the world in Test matches as well. It's not that often you see teams following on.
Mahmood from the Statham end, short ball to Kerrigan, ducks underneath that and taken by the keeper, no run. I suppose it's situations like the one between Hampshire and Middlesex, and potentially the one here as well, because of the amount of time left in the game.
Absolutely, yes, that's the thing, isn't it? There's still 2 1/3 days remaining, a bit more than that.
And in particular the pitch here, Lancashire would be keen to have get out there and bat on it again, and they don't want to bat last on it, and all the evidence would point to not enforcing it. Ooh, that's a sharp delivery from Mahmood, and Kerrigan does well. He manages to get on top of that and keep it out, fends it off, takes his bottom hand off the bat and stands there and says, "Crikey, Saqib, that's a sharp delivery, thought we were mates."
One thing that we could ask Simon Kerrigan about, if we do get the chance to have a chat with him later, if he is the one that's put up for interview, then we could ask him what he thinks about the view that batting on day 2 is usually easier than...
He did allude to that, didn't he, in the interview
yes.
with you, which
So
is something that's...
I was thinking about.
Not been the case today, has it? Crikey. Oh,
my goodness.
He's slicing this one behind square on the offside for probably 4. Jones is scampering after it, and he might just get there in the nick of time. He does, Rob Jones. And Kerrigan comes back for a 3rd, but that was a good-looking shot, wasn't it, from
Touch of the Joss Butlers about that one. The old hockey player's wrists. Lovely shot.
Takes him to 7. Score moves on to 118 for 8.
I exaggerate slightly, but it was a nice shot.
I didn't pick up any sarcasm whatsoever in your tone of your voice there.
No, not at all. If he hangs around, he'll do for me.
Rossington waiting. As Mahmood comes back in and balls, Rossington plays and misses. A little cross with himself there, Rossington. A little flash of that past the edge, through to the keeper.
A little bit firm-footed, wasn't it? There wasn't a lot of foot movement, foot to pitch of ball. It was stand up straight and give it a bosh, but didn't make contact. Bringing the man in now from deep square, because with 1 ball to go, they're looking to try and stop the single.
Yes, deep square comes up, deep point up as well. Forward goes Rossington. Plays the ball into the offside. Luke Woods at extra cover to field. End of Mahmood's over. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 34 for Saqib Mahmood. 39 overs of the Northamptonshire first innings have been completed. 118 for 8, with Simon Kerrigan on 7 and Adam Rossington 28 not out.
12th man's just come on. Is that somebody that's serious lockdown locks? Who's
could be George Burrows, that.
Yes, it looks as though he certainly wasn't queuing outside the barbers on Monday morning.
I've seen a little glimpse of Keaton Jennings, who I think has gone, he's taken the shaver to the head.
Oh, right.
He had a magnificent thick head of hair. It was wild and free, And it had grown beautifully during lockdown, and I think he shaved the whole thing off.
There's Matt Parkinson starting a fresh over, bowling to Simon Kerrigan, plays it back down the pitch. That was George Burrows. He looked like a refugee from Deep Purple, didn't he? Circa 1969 or something.
Outstanding, wasn't it?
Very psychedelic. Here's Matt Parkinson. Rather more modest hairdo as Kerrigan paddles that away around the corner. He's going to get 2 more runs as it's chased down towards the boundary by Luke Wood. Good sliding stop, but it was just running down towards us here at the Brian Statham end, and 2 more runs to Simon Kerrigan, who so far, at the risk of putting the mouth on him, has shown good judgment, particularly playing Parkinson. 9 to him, 120 for 8. Lets that one go through outside the off stump. Now there's a certain amount of oohing and ahhing behind the stumps from Alex Davis in particular. Actually, I think that was a pretty good leave. I don't think there was a lot wrong with there in terms of the line, but again, it's all a bit of kidology, isn't it? Put a bit of doubt in the batsman's mind. Bright sunshine there at Old Trafford as, as Kerrigan plays that solidly up on just the onside of the pitch, well away from the man under the lid, Rob Jones at forward short leg, but more or less anything now I think that doesn't go to the boundary is going to be greeted with a certain amount of excitement by the close fielders. Down the leg side, Kerrigan thought about playing that little paddle sweep again. It just goes, well, it's half stopped by Alex Davis, not taken cleanly, but stopped it at any rate. And now, with 1 ball to go, the man at cover goes back onto the boundary. They give Kerrigan the single if he wants it, but I don't think he will, and he doesn't, just plays it out. Past the man at Silly Point, which is Stephen Croft under the helmet. End of another over. Kerrigan on 9, Rossington 28, and Northamptonshire 120 for 8. And the deficit is 185. And I think Luke Wood.
Yes.
He's going to come back into the attack. Short burst from Saki Mahmood, but now we're going to see a bit more left arm from Luke Wood. Picked up just the 1 wicket so far, that of Vasconcelos, so 1 wicket but a very important one. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 24 so far.
It was a shortish burst from Bailey and then from Mahmood, and now Luke Wood coming into the attack. So Dave Villas just keeping his seam bowlers nice and fresh with pretty short spells.
Well, as you said yourself, Matt, you know, if you've got Matt Parkinson at that end, just wheeling away and keeping control and threatening all the time, then fair enough. You've got 3 good seamers. Just rotate them.
So it would be Luke Wood, left arm from the Brian Statham end, with Adam Rossington 28 not out. And Wood with very straight approach comes in and bowls left arm round the wicket to Rossington. It's tucked away off his pad straight away. Takes a single, moves on to 29. Score ticks along to 121 for 8.
Just looking at you mentioned Middlesex bowled out with 79 by Hampshire at the Rose Bowl. Looking at Mohammed Abbas's final figures: 11-6, 11-6, 11 over 6 maidens, 6 for 11.
Good day's work.
Absolutely, settle for that, wouldn't you?
Would.
And of course they were the first 6, weren't they?
They were,
yeah. 6 in the innings.
I think he might be getting the headlines on the BBC website tonight.
Possible.
Now Kerrigan waiting for Wood. Short ball served up to begin with by Luke Wood to Simon Kerrigan. Unless
it's trumped by Simon Kerrigan's maiden first-class century.
Quite right. I have completely overlooked that. That's a headline that's starting to develop here. Yes. 9 from 35 deliveries faced.
Well, more to the point, they've put on 34.
Indeed, yes.
Yeah. In view of what's gone before, is, as they would have said in the famous sketch, luxury.
Brings the possibility of at least taking away the follow-on equation out of it. Trailed by 185. Kerrigan just playing across his pads and pushing it to mid-wicket, but
it's a good job he got something on that.
He's flirting with it a little bit, because Had he missed,
Yes.
there's a sizable appeal from Wood and Davis and Jennings and pretty much every Lancashire player out there. But Kerrigan didn't miss. Tucked it away neatly into the onside where Croft fields at mid-wicket. And probably said something to Simon Kerrigan along the lines of, "It's a good job you got bat on that, mate." With left arm around the wicket again and clipped away into the onside again to Croft. And again there's no run. 21 for 8. 41 overs remaining after this one, so 5 I think until tea.
Could just be a wee bit late tonight. 6:15. Yeah, if it goes the distance, might just be a little bit into overtime.
We're pretty much spot on like yesterday.
Yeah, we were.
For our finish, he obviously can play until 6:45 if needed. There's Wood in, short again to Kerrigan, bends his knees, gets underneath it. Gathered by Alex Davis, and there's no run. Got that additional half an hour to add on tomorrow. We'll be.
What's the situation with the lights here, Scott? There's no problem with them putting them on if they're needed.
Yeah, they're
50
fine.
some grounds. There are stipulations about when they can use them, when they can't. But
Yeah, we had them on for large parts of the game against Sussex last week.
we did. It was Northamptonshire against Kent.
Final ball of the over for Wood is fuller ball. It's an off stump. It brings Kerrigan forward. He defends to mid-off. It's the end of the over. The first one back into the attack for Luke Wood. Northamptonshire 121 for 8. Kerrigan on 9. Rossington 29.
It's never a great sign, is it, Scott, when you see that the lights going on before lunch, as they did on the, I think it was the second day of the third day, I think it was the third day actually, of the match against Kent. And it really was a bit gloomy, very cold. Well, here's Matt Parkinson, who's about to start his 12th over. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 24 so far. Bowling to Adam Rossington with a slip in place. Short extra. Dave Villas, who's been there for much of the afternoon, and bowls to Rossington, who just dots that one down on the onside, goes through for a quick single. Alex Davis runs round from behind the stumps, throws at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Rossington was home, and it didn't hit the stumps anyway. Good bit of backing up by Stephen Croft. No, sorry, the 12th man, wasn't it? Danny Lamb was the man backing up. Well done him. Prevented any overthrows. 122 for 8. Rossington up to 30. And now Kerrigan finds himself with plenty of company. Forward short leg. A sort of silly mid-on, silly point and a slip. As Parkinson comes in, bowls to him, takes a step down the pitch, on drives, just eludes the man at silly mid-on. Well, that's one way of doing it.
It is.
Goes on the bounce to mid-on and there's no run.
Skip towards the bowler, wasn't
Absolutely, yes, it was rather Edwardian. This time Kerrigan sweeps and he's going to get runs. In fact, I think he's going to get 4 runs because he hits it just behind square on the onside. It's the longest boundary. It crosses the rope now. Good contact. And if somebody said something to Kerrigan, I think he just turned round and they just have said, well, yeah, look where it's gone. 4 to him, 13 to Kerrigan, and 126 for 8, Northamptonshire. Good shot. So Kerrigan is looking to see, I think it's Luke Wood, isn't it, who's coming off the boundary. He's looking to see where he's finishing up. He's just on the edge of the square at 45, as Kerrigan was aiming through extra cover there and didn't time it at all, and it just goes on the bounce back to the bowler, and there's no run.
He's doing his best to try and get rid of some of these close infielders, isn't he?
He's doing his best, yes. Here's Parkinson again, was wide outside the off stump, driven away through extra cover. That was the shot he meant to play the ball before. He's played it to perfection. It crosses the rope. 4 runs to Simon Kerrigan, to the extra cover boundary. And he goes up to 17. Northamptonshire to 130 for 8. Partnership worth 43.
He has got rid of one of them.
And he's got rid of one of them. Yes, we're now down to just the short leg silly point and slip. And now Luke Wood has dropped back onto the about 10 yards in from the boundary. Extra cover's gone back. They're presumably looking to give him a single, which he doesn't want. And Carrigan playing solid defensive stroke, takes one hand off the bat as he drops it down at his feet. And that's the end of what was, for Simon Kerrigan, quite a productive over. A couple of boundaries in it, 130 for 8, he's 17. Adam Rossington is 30, and Matt Parkinson 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 33. Figures slightly dented, 9 runs off that over. Single to Rossington, and then those 2 boundaries for Simon Kerrigan, who's thoroughly enjoying his return to Old Trafford.
To say, I think he has enjoyed it. It's a good couple of days, hasn't he? I suspect he'll, in a quirky way, he'll be enjoying this just as much with the bat.
Sure he will. Sure he will.
He's under pressure. He's got loads around him there. He's managed to have a bit of fun in that last over. He's got kind of victories certainly to Kerrigan in that last Parkinson over. Been good fun to watch. Here's Wood to Rossington, who's defending, and there's no run. Hampshire are 2 for 2 in their second innings.
Crikey. that game is, as they say, moving forward.
Yes, yes. Dear.
It's the sort of match that the freelancers hate, those that get paid by the day. It's not good at all.
So Adam Rossington with 1 slip, 2 fielders deep, square of the wicket at point and square leg, and a third man who's in play now, because this is steered down towards third man where Tom Hartley comes up to field.
I do remember one instance when Jason Lurie, remember left arm seamer, played for Sussex, and Sussex were playing Northamptonshire. And just to explain that it wasn't the case in years gone by, I'm not sure how much it is the case now, but some of the freelance correspondents were paid by the day, and so if a game finished early, they didn't get paid for the whole match. They only get paid for 2 or 3 days. And on this occasion, it looked as though Northamptonshire were going to win in 2 days. Break off.
Kerrigan waits. Wood coming in. Balls and forward in defence because Kerrigan no run.
And Jason, I think they claimed the extra half hour, and Jason Lurie went in, and I can't remember who he was batting with, but he just managed to bat out the last half, the extra half hour, and so Northamptonshire had to come back the next morning to win, which they did. But it's the first time I've ever seen a batsman leave the field with 3 or 4 correspondents outside the press box applauding him in. He was forever after known as Jason Lurie, the freelancer's friend.
Wood for Northants. Ball, the short ball again. That's a sharp delivery, actually. I did have Kerrigan hurrying up to crouch underneath it, and almost lost balance too, did Kerrigan, by the time he bent his knees and crouched down in the crease.
It probably doesn't happen now, but it was certainly an issue in going back sort of 30 odd years.
It's a great image, that, of the 3 or 4 journalists applauding the batsman off. Well done.
Yeah, it happened. It happened.
Kerrigan 17 not out. 131 for 8. Wood balls. Kerrigan's dabbing it safely into the offside. No run. These two came together at 87. 87 for 8. So now 131 for 8.
Bit of a long way to go before they threaten the Northamptonshire 9th wicket record against Lancashire, which is at 156.
Ooh, right.
By Raman Subborough and Sid Starkey at Northampton in 1955, when Subborough got 260 not out.
I think it's probably safe, that record.
But
you don't know.
You can tell Simon Kerrigan that.
Don't know for certain. Wood balls. Again, it's short, and Kerrigan rides it and plays the ball safely into the offside. Jogs through for 1. Pinches the strike. End of the over. Once more of it, Kerrigan. Once more of the Parkinson-Kerrigan battle. 132 for 8.
I was going to say, I'm not quite sure that's entirely plan A as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. I think it's Kerrigan trying to shield Rossington is an interesting one, but nevertheless, yeah, he's doing an excellent job. 18 off 48 balls, Simon Kerrigan. You can see how much more of the strike he's had, because Adam Rossington, who was in some time before him, has only faced 36 balls. And Simon Kerrigan's faced 48, so...
Senior partner.
Yes. Yes, he'll be wandering down the pitch and saying to Rosso, just support me, just hang around for me. Well, here we go, and we're going to have a change of bowling. We're going to see the left-arm spinner to left-arm spinner. It's going to be Tom Hartley who's going to have a bowl. Who was, as I say, spoken of in glowing terms by Simon Kerrigan last night. I think, as I say, there's a club connection between the two. So Simon was saying. Bowling his first ball of the match from the Jimmy Anderson end with a slip and a forward short leg. First ball puts Kerrigan on the back foot. He just plays it back down the pitch for Hartley to field. Nice afternoon sunshine now at Emirates Old Trafford as Hartley comes in round the wicket to Kerrigan. Again, is in behind that, front foot this time, back down the pitch, same result. Hartley fields and there's no run.
Parkinson's figures: 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 33.
I'm sure he'd have settled for that. He's Captain Wood as Hartley comes in again, bowls to Kerrigan, who forces that away through the onside. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. Stephen Croft is off in pursuit down towards the point, and they pick up 2 more runs. 2 more to Kerrigan, 20 to him now.
Nice little shot, wasn't it? Whipped away through the onside.
Yeah, absolutely. All wrists again. You see, it's the Joss Butler touch again, I tell you. 134 for 8. Northamptonshire trailing by 171. It's Hartley again round the wicket, and he sweeps Simon Kerrigan, running down towards the boundary, and it's going to cross the rope again. Plenty of encouragement from the Northamptonshire dressing room, which is immediately below us. It's like stamping on the floor like at the proms at the Royal Albert Hall when they're playing the hornpipe. 4 more runs, chased unavailingly down towards the boundary by the 12th man, Danny Lamb. 4 more to Kerrigan, 24 to him, 138 for 8, and that's the 50 partnership.
Nicely done.
51 I've put on now for the 9th wicket. I've got an update for BBC Radio Northampton in a couple of minutes. If we've gone a whole hour without a wicket, I'll be highly delighted. And Kerrigan drives that into the offside and picks up another single as Luke Wood has to make a bit of ground to his right from backward point. Kerrigan playing that more or less square of the wicket, but it's another single to Kerrigan, 25 to him, 139 for 8. Partnership 52, so acknowledged belatedly on the scoreboard. Bit of applause from down below us. Hartley in again, bowls to Rossington, who steers that away out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary, which is Matt Parkinson, and Rossington takes the single. End of the over, 32 to Rossington, 25 to Kerrigan. Northamptonshire 140 for 8. The partnership now worth 53.
Well, nicely done. Can they safely steer Northamptonshire to tea with an unbeaten partnership? There's 2 overs left. Kerrigan has increasingly got more and more confidence as the innings has gone on. He's had a good couple of days, Simon Kerrigan, back here at Emirates Old Trafford, batting with his skipper. Will be Luke Wood from the Statham end. Well, Rossington on strike. Here's Wood handling it into the pads of Adam Rossington, who's quite content to take a single off the first ball. Score moves on to 141 for 8. Lancashire were pretty happy for him to take a single too. They'd got the 2 fielders square of the wicket on the out towards the boundary, deep square leg and deep point, as well as a long leg and a 3rd man. So there was a run there for Rossington if he wanted it. Lancashire were happy to give it, and he was quite content to take it. Second slip in place. Kerrigan waiting as Wood comes in and bowls to Kerrigan. Just kind of shuffles a little back and across and taps the ball safely out into the offside. And there is no run. So we approach tea on the second day of what has been a terrific game of cricket, albeit the afternoon session has belonged, of course, to Lancashire. But a 9th wicket partnership ending the session as it stands for Northant. So it's Kerrigan in line again to defend this next delivery from Wood. And again, there's no run. They trail by 164. And will have taken the debate about the follow-on out of the equation. Wood into Kerrigan. Beautifully played off the pads by Kerrigan. Guiding the ball down backward of square. Matt Parkinson comes up from the long leg boundary to field. Kerrigan moves up to 26. Score ticks along. 142 for 8. Two balls left of this over. Luke Wood looking for his second wicket. Gordon's gliding back in again, bowling to Rossington, who's firmly in behind the delivery. Rehearses the shot a couple of times and a little wander towards square leg. Just that one slip fielder, Keaton Jennings. Wood's final ball of his 10th over. Yeah, he's told those two fielders square the wicket to come up. So deep square, deep point. Wood into Rossington. Again, shuffles across the stumps and guides it to mid-on. A little jab of the bat. Picked up by Mahmood. That's the end of the over. And a 9th wicket partnership between Simon Kerrigan and Adam Rossington frustrating Lancashire, who had reduced Northants to 87 for 8 at one stage. It's now 142 for 8 with Simon Kerrigan on 26 and Adam Rossington on 33. 3 wickets for Tom Bailey, 2 for Matt Parkinson and 2 for Saqib Mahmood. Earlier Lancashire all out for 305. So over number 46 on the Northants first innings, and Tom Hartley comes into bowl. His left arm spin, chopped away through the offside by Kerrigan for a single. .143 for 8. Rossington on strike, so his fielders close in for Simon Kerrigan have retreated to slightly safer ground. 2 behind square on the leg side at a deep backward square leg. Rob Jones at leg gully. And so Rossington pushing it back to Tom Hartley. Picks up off his own bowling, spins the ball briefly from one hand to the other. Comes brushing in past the umpire again. Again defended by Adam Rossington back down the pitch. Kerrigan waiting at the non-striker's end on 27, but Rossington unbeaten on 33. And back and punching the ball nicely through the offside. Jogs through for a single. Parkinson comes up from the deep to field. Hurtles a throw in. Davis having to leap up to take the catch. And with Kerrigan back on strike, Rob Jones, wearing his sunglasses, puts his helmet back on and shuffles back in at forward short leg position. Hartley bowls to Kerrigan, who's watchful here, and pops the ball down into the offside. It runs towards backward point where Wood picks up. Kerrigan taps the bat again. Hartley brings Kerrigan forward. It's jabbed into the onside and there's no run, and that is tea. Players are turning and making their way back towards the respective dressing rooms for a little bit of refreshment for 20 minutes. A session that saw a period of wickets tumbling at regular intervals ends with a very handy little partnership between Kerrigan and Rossington.
Well, yes, it's been a sort of session of two very distinct halves, isn't it, really? Starting off after lunch with Lancashire right on top, picking up the wicket of Vasconcelos, and after that another 5 for 19 in 7 overs, with the Northamptonshire middle order just blown away, really, But it just goes to show that there are still runs to be scored out there with a bit of application and a bit of decent technique. And Simon Kerrigan and Adam Rossington getting some deserved applause from their teammates down below us as they come off the field. Kerrigan on 27, Rossington 34. Partnership so far worth 57 for the 9th wicket, and given Northamptonshire some hope of staying in this match. So there we are, tea on the second day, 144 for 8, Northamptonshire. We'll be back with you in around about 15 minutes' time. good afternoon. Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford for this, the third and final session of the second day's play in the LV Insurance County Championship match between Lancashire and Northamptonshire. You join us with Lancashire very much on top. Northamptonshire are 144 for 8 in reply to the Lancashire first innings total of 305 all out. I'm Andrew Radd. Joining me on commentary, Scott Reed, and Northamptonshire's plight would have been a good deal worse but for this doughty ninth wicket partnership between two of the old heads in the side, Adam Rossington and Simon Kerrigan. Kerrigan, of course, thoroughly enjoying his return to Old Trafford. He's 27 not out, Rossington on 34. Partnership worth 57 so far for the ninth wicket. And Scott, there are times when it wasn't quite sure who was the tail ender protecting the established batsman. It seemed as though Kerrigan was doing his best to shield Rossington from the strike at one stage.
I think he was enjoying himself, wasn't he?
He's thoroughly enjoying himself, no doubt about that. Well, these two have done well. We were talking before tea. I'm not entirely sure, in fact, I'm not remotely sure that Dane Villas will be looking to enforce the follow-on even if he was able to, but that decision will be taken away from him if Northamptonshire can score another 12 runs. 156 is the follow-on target. So we're just about to get underway in the final session, and it's going to be Saqib Mahmood. He's going to bowl the first over after tea, his 13th of the day. He's bowling to Adam Rossington with just a slip in place, and Rossington gets a single straight away as he has to hurry. Stabs it down on the onside, goes through for a single, and just had to press the accelerator a wee bit to get home. In the end, the throw was wide of the stumps anyway, so a single to Rossington, 35 to him, 145 for 8. Mahmood quite outstanding with the new ball at the start of Northamptonshire's innings. Picked up 2 wickets before lunch, Ben Curran for 9 and Emilio Gay for 7. Northamptonshire went into the break at 35 for 2. They moved on to 45 for 2 when Ricardo Vasconcelos was out for 15. Mahmood in again, bowls to Kerrigan, plays it quietly down on the offside, where it's fielded by Josh Bohannon, and there's no run. And when Vasconcelos was out at 45 for 3, then Keogh and Luke Proctor took it on to 68, at which point the collapse really started, with Proctor out for 6, Zabe for 4, Keogh for 29, Tom Taylor for 3 and Nathan Buck for 0 first ball. At that stage 5 wickets had gone for 19 runs in 7 overs. Mahmood in again, bowls to Rossington and just spit to Kerrigan rather, it just spat on him a little bit. Played it down well, a little bit of extra bounce from Mahmood. Kerrigan just having and Rossington just having a slightly suspicious prod of the pitch, where that ball landed just short of a length. And Northamptonshire at the end of that rather hectic period of an hour were 87 for 8, but I say these two have just steadied the ship and showed, if nothing else, that there's not an awful lot wrong with this pitch and you can bat on it and can score runs on it. Mahmood bowls outside the off stump to Kerrigan, who plays it out in the offside. Once again Bohannon fields and there's no run. It wasn't Northamptonshire's finest hour with the bat, it's probably fair to say. A little spell, some not particularly good decision making, to be brutally honest, but these two have done well.
A message from Ben Rhodes. He says, I saw Simon Kerrigan score 100 not out against Garstang in August 2019.
Well, Ben, that would be absolutely lovely if he did the same today. Full length Mahmood, and it's driven without any great timing up to extra cover by Kerrigan, and there's no run.
He says he might yet beat that 9th wicket partnership.
Well, Subborough and Starkey, Raman Subborough still with us. I think he's now well into his 80s, but Northamptonshire's oldest surviving captain now, was captain between 1958 and 1961. England player, of course, and very important figure in the administration of English cricket thereafter. As Mahmood bowls again, very full length to Kerrigan, who drives nicely and thought he might get a run, but a super bit of fielding at mid-off by Dane Villas, the Lancashire captain, diving away to his right, prevented a single. So the end of that over from Mahmood, who's now bowled 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 35. Kerrigan 27, Rossington 35, and Northamptonshire 145 for 8. Just wonder, Scott, it's just getting a little bit. Oh, you know, you've got to update BBC Radio Lancashire.
It has, yeah, because at one stage they reduced Northants to 87 for 8. With wickets for Tom Bailey. He's picked up 3 so far, 2 for the leg spinner Matt Parkinson, a couple for Saqib Mahmood as well today. But since the 8th wicket fell, Simon Kerrigan is having a wonderful couple of days here against his former side, and Adam Rossington have added over 50 runs for the 9th wicket. Kerrigan's on 27, Rossington's on 35. Northamptonshire 145 for 8 in reply to Lancashire's 305 all out.
I just wondered how you viewed the light, because it's just getting a little bit murky now. Now the sun's gone behind the clouds. It's not bad. It's perfectly playable at the moment. But I just wonder, given another hour and a half or so, whether they might just think that putting the lights on is an idea. Make sure we get a full quota of overs in.
Will be Matt Parkinson to open up from the Anderson end after. Tea, and he bowls to Rossington, who's prodding forward. Yeah, it's not too bad at the minute, is it? But I think it could be a possibility if the clouds remain for the next hour or so, that the lights are flicked on.
Looks brighter over in the city, actually, judging by just over to our right.
Rossington goes right back into his crease this time and whips the ball through the onside, but Tom Bailey's at mid-wicket to field, and there's no run.
Thanks to popping up on the television gantry this morning, I know which way the city is. So there we go. Great view from up there.
Parkinson to Rossington again, going back and drilled up to mid-on for a single.
It is a fantastic view, although, as we were saying earlier, not having a particularly good head for heights, I was not going to get too close to the edge. It's a wonderful view from the gantry upstairs. See over towards the city of Manchester.
Yeah, we're on the 2nd level of the player and media centre. The 3rd level above us is where the TV studios are and the TMS commentary boxes are located. Kerrigan on strike. Parkinson bowls. Forward he goes. Eases the ball through the offside for no run. And the TV gantry hanging just above our commentary position. City centre out to our right as we look. I'm watching Parkinson bowl and Kerrigan again forward in defence. And there's no run. 146 for 8. Kerrigan 27 not out. He's got a slip and a leg slip. Rob Jones under the helmet at leg slip. Defensive push forward by Kerrigan. And that's the end of his first over from Matt Parkinson after the tea interval. He was taken out of the attack, wasn't he, after a 12-over spell earlier on today, replaced by Tom Hartley just prior to tea, but Parkinson being given the nod straight after the tea interval. 146 for 8, Kerrigan 27, and Rossington on 36.
Yes, it's just a little bit of sort of milky sunshine at the moment. I say the light looks. There's a bit of sunshine over the city. Just a few shadows being cast. I say there's no problems with the light at the moment, but if it does stay cloudy, it might be an issue later on. Mahmood starts a fresh over to Adam Rossington. Just one slip in. Rossington on the back foot plays that up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Dane Villas, who seems to be everywhere in the field.
He's action man, isn't he?
He is. He's such a dynamic and proactive captain. He's having a chat with the bowler, coming up with an idea. Here's Mahmood in again, bowls to Rossington. He's just slightly surprised by the bounce there. Just rocked onto the back foot, played it down well, and it just drops out into the offside. And again, there's no run. Rossington stays on 36, who's faced 49 balls, but Kerrigan, in contrast, has actually faced 67 balls. So, as were saying earlier, Kerrigan just seemed to be doing quite a good job of protecting his captain, who's the established batsman. Kerrigan might disagree. Here's Mahmood, bowls to Rossington, and that, in contrast to the previous ball, didn't bounce that much, and Rossington, who was parked on the back foot, had to come down hard on it, but he did. Ran out into the offside, and they pick up a single. One more to Rossington, 37 to him, 147 for 8.
He played it quite well, didn't he?
He did, because it was just the previous one that just bounced on him a little bit, so he was parked on the back foot, and that just didn't bounce very much at all. And as you say, he played it well. Good reflexes. Vilas just coming in a little bit closer at extra cover as Kerrigan faces that ball, dabs it away down through backward point. He's going to get one, and I think that's all there'll be. As Tom Hartley comes in off the third man boundary. One more to Kerrigan. He goes to 28. And Northamptonshire to 148 for 8. The partnership now worth 61 for the 9th wicket. Very valuable runs indeed. Still a bit more work for these two and Ben Sanderson to do if Northamptonshire are going to get anywhere close to that Lancashire score of 305. Here's Mahmood in again, bowls to Rossington. Again on the back foot, plays it up to Vilas at mid-off, and there's no run there. One ball to go in the over, so presumably they'll be, well, I say they'll be coming in to try and stop the single. To be honest, it doesn't really signify in this partnership, because Kerrigan's faced comfortably more of the strike than Rossington since they've been together, and they've put on 61. So that said, they have actually got now 6 in a ring, looking to save one. As Mahmood comes in, bowls to Rossington, who's solidly in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. It's so straight down the pitch, in fact, that it hits the stumps at the bowler's end. End of the over, Rossington 37, Kerrigan 28. And Northamptonshire 148 for 8, 49 overs gone. They trail by 157.
Yes, if the plan was to get Kerrigan on strike as much as possible, and it's worked a treat.
It has worked a treat, but what hasn't worked is they haven't got him out.
No.
But, yet. But no, he's done well.
Yes.
Who was that for Garstang against? Who was it?
Yeah, a message from Ben Rhodes, who tells me, he didn't tell me who it was against, but he said, sorry, it didn't tell me who it was for. Let me see, it's got 100 not out against Garstang.
Against Garstang.
In August 2019. There you go. Parkinson is into Kerrigan, who's playing forward, squeezing the ball into the offside, no run. Yes, when he left Lancashire, and he was doing a little bit of coaching here at the different age groups at Lancashire during the latter part of his time when he wasn't playing but still contracted to the club. And dabs it into the onside for no run, and then eventually his contract expired, and then he left. He played a bit of club cricket in Lancashire, but played mainly as a batsman because of his struggles with the ball. He played as a batsman mainly for club cricket in Lancashire, but then slowly started to bowl more and more.
Was he at Fulwood, I think?
That's Fulwood and Broughton. That sounds right. Yeah.
Got that in my my notes somewhere. I think that's. I saw that's where he played some club cricket. Whereabouts is that?
That is near Preston.
Right.
Yeah, so that would make sense. There's a Parkinson balls to Kerrigan, pushing forward, no run. Yes, he's appeared as a batsman in club cricket mainly rather than the bowler, and then slowly starting to bowl a little bit more at club level, and then obviously his spell on loan with Northampton, and then a short spell with Northampton, and then a long-term contract, or a longer contract, 2-year deal. Defends this next delivery, no run. Yeah,
Fulwood and Broughton in the Northern Premier League. Agreed to play for Shropshire in 2020, but obviously things worked out rather differently for him. Came on Northamptonshire renewing their interest, as you say, come on loan in 2017.
On the front foot, back to Parkinson, he sends the ball. It trickles slowly down the pitch. Parkinson fields, end of the over, 148 for 8.
Of course, then he was offered a contract by Northamptonshire, 2-year contract for this season and next season, but he did play at the back end of last year, played 2 of the T20, the Bob Willis Trophy games. One of which, of course, was the one at Bristol that was abandoned at lunchtime on the first day, so he didn't get an awful lot of opportunity to do that. But he also played against Glamorgan in the one game that Northamptonshire won in the Bob Willis Trophy. Well, it's Saqib Mahmood starting his 15th over, 148 for 8. Here he is bowling to Adam Rossington, 1 slip in place, and Rossington plays that up to mid-wicket. A couple of helicopters passing across the ground. And Stephen Croft in there fielding at mid-wicket, easily identifiable by that cap of his that's sort of presumably started at dark blue and has now faded to a sort of browny colour. Wouldn't they give him a new one? Sentimental value, obviously. As Mahmood bowls again to Rossington, fuller length on the off stump, and Rossington drives it up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Dane Villas, and there's no run. Kerrigan down on his haunches, just retying his bootlace, settling himself in for a long stint at the crease.
Made his first-class debut, Stephen Croft, back in 2005.
Gosh, yes, he's
still going strong.
No, good for him. Been around a while then.
Yes.
And here's Mahmood in again, bowls to Rossington, comes across his stumps, plays it up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Tom Bailey, and there's no run. Bailey, of course, was on a hat-trick this afternoon after dismissing Tom Taylor and Nathan Buck with successive deliveries. Clean bowling Taylor and then having Buck LBW first ball. Didn't get the hat-trick, but was survived by Simon Kerrigan, which was obviously his first ball. Kerrigan has blossomed with the bat since then. Here's Mahmood in again, running away from us. Bowls to Rossington, who's in behind that, plays it up on the offside, where it's fielded by Josh Bohannon in the covers. And there's no run. Bohannon was in the action earlier, taking the catch at mid-on to dismiss Luke Proctor off the bowling of Matt Parkinson. Not a stroke, I think, that Luke Proctor will look back on with a great deal of fondness. Pretty much met it on the full toss and smeared it to mid-on. It's a good catch. You need to go above his head to take it, but not a great shot. And that's outside the off stump, driven again by Rossington. But the aforementioned Josh Bohannon back in the action again. Good bit of fielding at extra cover. And Kerrigan just has a little chat with his captain, tells him not to worry. I'm here.
Everything is fine.
Everything is fine. Don't worry, be happy. And now they're bringing up the man from the cover boundary, coming into the ring to try and stop the single. 6 now, saving 1. In a ring as Mahmood bowls to Rossington, who's in behind that, plays it up on the onside, where it's fielded by Stephen Croft. End of another tidy over from Mahmood, who's bowled 15 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 37. 51 overs gone. Northamptonshire 148 for 8, which means they still trail by 157.
Looking at Stephen Croft's record, his debut back in 2005. He's played 181 first-class matches, but it's his T20 record's extraordinary. He's played 195 T20 games.
Gosh, that's a serious amount of white ball stuff, isn't it? Few better over the years. What a performer he's been for Lancashire in that format.
He's at deep backward square leg. He's Croft at the minute as Parkinson starts the fresh over, and Kerrigan gets himself onto that front foot again.
And we've got an old-fashioned leg slip in there, haven't we? Which is Rob Jones in the helmet. We've got a slip and a which is Keaton Jennings, and Rob Jones at leg slip, with about not many yards separating them. I can think of David Steele, who might be at home listening in Northamptonshire, would be absolutely delighted to hear that there's a leg slip in there, a position that he took an awful lot of catches over the years.
Parkinson to Kerrigan, goes back and plays it off his pads into the onside for a single, just in front of square. Kerrigan moves to 29. Score moves on to 149 for 8.
Caught Steele, bowled Sully. Off spinner around the corner. A few better in there at the time.
Leg slip's gone to forward short leg with Rossington on strike. Plays into the offside, but for no run.
There hasn't been a phase of this match, so I mean, we're coming towards the back end of the second day's play, Scott, and there hasn't been a phase of this game that hasn't been absolutely fascinating for various reasons. But it really has been an enthralling game of cricket so far.
It's been good, hasn't it? Yeah, it has. And in the nature of the game so far, this 9th wicket partnership, which we didn't see coming at all, kind of emerges to write another kind of sequence of events in the game. It's been good. Parkinson to Rossington, plays it from the crease into the offside. A tumbling, enthusiastic Dane Velas.
It's great energy from the captain, isn't it? He's just in the thick of it at all times.
He's had an extra Weetabix again for his breakfast this morning. He's stopping the ball, cartwheeling around like he's 18 years of age. End of the over, 149 for 8. Kerrigan on 29 and Rossington on 37.
Probably ought to mention, of course, that Weetabix is made in Northamptonshire. of Northamptonshire produce.
There's nothing that Northampton cannot claim.
No. We claim of which they're very, very proud, and make out that it's. We'll say that it's manufactured using wheat that's grown in the county. But we claim everything.
Why not? How's Northamptonshire's Sam Curran getting on in the IPL?
Oh, I have no idea.
So, have a look.
Not first-class cricket, is it? Here's Saqib Mahmood, who's starting his 16th over, 2 for 37 so far, and he's going to be bowling to Simon Kerrigan, who works that one away. Again, he's one of those that if he'd missed it, there might have been a shout, but he got plenty of bat on it, worked it away to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Stephen Croft, and there's no run. Kerrigan stays on 29, 78 balls faced. He's hit 3 fours, Rossington's hit 4. And the partnership now worth 62 for the 9th wicket. And here's Mahmood, bowls to Kerrigan, gets a thick inside edge, and a couple of rather jittery strokes in this over so far from Simon Kerrigan. Mahmood just easing himself back into this spell, working up a good head of steam, bowled a good over to Rossington, the previous one. A couple of balls, one that bounced a bit, one that just died a little bit in the pitch, that Rossington played well. Ball now, 52 overs old. There's Mahmood in again, bowls to Rossington again. That didn't bounce much, but Rossington, to be fair, he probably wouldn't have commented on it if he just played forward, but he was just playing a little bit from the crease and had to play it rather hurriedly. Goes out into the offside and there's no run. 2 slips in place. Third man. Point. This position that Vilas has sort of somewhere between extra cover and mid-off, then a mid-on. Mid-wicket fairly close in. That's Croft. Square leg just behind square and a long leg. And here's Mahmood in again. Bowls to Kerrigan, who drives that out into the offside, and they pick up an easy single. Takes Kerrigan into the 30s. 30 to him. 150 for 8. An old-fashioned bonus point. You don't get it for 150 now. Used to many years ago. OFBP, old-fashioned bonus point. 150 for 8. 6 more runs required by Northamptonshire to remove the possibility of being asked to follow on, albeit a distant one. And Rossington, again, just playing slightly across that, gets a thick inside edge, goes out onto the onside where it's fielded by Stephen Croft at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And the tram rattles away into the station behind us, which we can hear but can't see, much to my regret. 150 up for 8. 1 ball left in the over, and so usually this is the cue for the field to come in and try and stop the single, which they do. 6 in a ring, saving 1 as Mahmood bowls to Rossington, who's playing that up to mid-off rather. It's fielded by Dane Villas. Rossington rehearses the stroke. End of another over. 37 to the Northamptonshire captain, Simon Kerrigan, on 30. 150 for 8. Northamptonshire trailing by 155.
You can't leave Manchester without having a little ride on the tram.
No, I shall have to try and engineer this somehow. I have been given one of our colleagues at BBC Radio Northampton's given me a very good recommendation of a restaurant in the city that is apparently now able to obviously to serve outside, and suggests that I try this out. But I'm getting terribly old, and when we finished here and done all our interviews and tidied up and get back to the hotel, I just want to put my feet up, make a cup of tea and watch Great British Menu, which I usually then fall asleep in front of.
Parkinson to Kerrigan, who's defending into the offside. There's no run. You might find it quite difficult to get a reservation. I think a lot of the
yes, I'm sure,
restaurants have been kind of booked up for weeks, really, with this weekend in particular, the first one where they're able to be open and serve outside. Wide ball from Parkinson's left by Kerrigan. There's no run. A couple of friends of mine have tried to get a kind of dinner reservation at some point, either tonight or tomorrow, and they've had little joy. No. Going to get in somewhere. Alexi yelp again from Parkinson as Kerrigan gets onto the front foot.
Well, you have mixed feelings about that, don't you? Sort of sorry for the people that can't get a reservation, but it's good news for the restaurants that have got to try and obviously make up for a lot of lost time in terms of trading, and if they're busy, then it's good for them.
There's Matt Parkinson over the wicket to Kerrigan, who looks to sweep the ball. It's a little bottom edge on that, I think, Kerrigan.
So feeling that was just going to come down off the bottom edge and roll back onto the stumps, but
it didn't.
It didn't, fortunately.
No. Rob Jones is diving around at leg slip, isn't he? He's in the dirt. Kerrigan plays forward in defence. There's no run.
One thing DS Steele wouldn't approve of is his leg slip in a helmet. I don't think he would feel that that's entirely the done thing.
In the regulations now, isn't it?
Yes, but I don't think David ever wore one, to the best of my recollection.
Parkinson again. Kerrigan playing forward, and quite nicely, coolly playing the ball safely into the offside. It's the end of the over. Kerrigan's on 30. 150 for 8. Trailed by 155 runs.
David certainly never wore a helmet when he was taking on Dennis Lilly and Jeff Thompson, and then the West Indian pace quartet in 1975 and 76. And of course he was the national hero, sports personality of the year 1975. Filled his freezer with lamb chops, courtesy of a sponsorship from a local butcher who runs he scored in Test cricket and kept him going for a long time. Him and Carol and the boys up in the lovely village of Geddington, where they live, not far from Kettering. Still a great man of cricket. Talk about the game till the cows come home. Turns 80 later this year, David Steele. Luke Wood comes into the attack, bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Rossington. Drives slightly uppishly, but it's gone away through extra cover. There's runs for him here. It's chased back by Dane Villas, almost inevitably, down towards the extra cover boundary. If he'd been the other side of the ground, I think he'd have set off in pursuit of that. They pick up 2. Briefly thought about a third, but they settle for 2 runs. Takes Rossington to 39, and Northamptonshire to 152 for 8. Just reaching for that a little bit, but it was safe enough. Underway through extra cover. Wood starting his 11th over, round the wicket again to Rossington, short, and Rossington pulls it, goes down to long leg, and they come through for an easy single. Rossington into the 40s, 40 to him, 153 for 8. We have, let's see how many overs left, 27 after this one. It's 5 minutes to 5 local time, so we've got an hour and 20 minutes So I think we're almost certainly going to be into overtime by the look of that.
Yep.
Quite considerably, in fact. But that said, Lancashire okay on the over rate, just about level pegging according to the scoreboard. Wood again round the wicket to Kerrigan. He plays that nicely behind square. They come through for one. They're going back for two. Kerrigan wants to get back on strike. Again, wants to protect his captain. Kerrigan set off very, very quickly for that second. He's thoroughly enjoying this, isn't he? It's the relish with which he completed that second run. Two more to him, 32 to Kerrigan, 155 for 8. Partnership 68 now for the 9th wicket. Kerrigan comes down and prods the pitch. 2 slips, the only close catchers in place. As Wood comes over the wicket to Kerrigan, and he's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Luke Wood just knocks it away with his boot onto the onside. Fielding completed by, I think there's another sub on. Is there another substitute?
George Balderson.
Oh, it's George Balderson. Right, okay. England under-19s player whose auntie lives in Northamptonshire. Luke Wood in again, bowls wide outside the off stump. Kerrigan flays at that, doesn't get a touch. He would have been very, very annoyed if this partnership had ended there in that fashion. It was a wide-ish short ball. Kerrigan went after it, could easily have got an edge, but didn't. It goes through to Alex Davis. Yep, his very proud auntie. I know just lives up in the north of Northamptonshire. Rightly very proud of her nephew and his career in the game, the way it's going. Here's Luke Wood in again, bowls to Kerrigan, who's in behind that, plays it up on the offside, where Dane Villas comes in to complete the fielding. End of the over, 40 to Rossington, 32 to Kerrigan, 155 for 8, Northamptonshire. Partnership 68. George Balderson had an injury, I think, Scott, you were saying.
Yes, he the actual injury itself, I can't remember what it was, but yeah, he ruled out the first game of the season because of an injury. He's one of the kind of a number of players who were given their chance last year. Lancashire handed first-class debuts to 6 players last year in the Bob Willis Trophy. A spin-off of the fact that no overseas players, and 1 or 2 of the players were taken up by the bigger England squads, and he impressed. He pressed on and off the pitch, actually. George Balderson, the impressive person to speak to. Parkinson balls to Rossington. There's no run. You could tell why he would be. He'd captain England at under 17 level, for example. The way that he kind of carried himself and talked about his game and the team's performance. He did well in the 5 games he had. Another Parkinson yelp as Rossington off the back foot steers it through the offside for a single.
It's somewhere between a yelp and a yodel, isn't it? It's a strange sound.
Rossington moves to 41. Kerrigan back on strike, slipping the leg slip into position. Parkinson balls and Kerrigan just leans into it. He asked the question, the ball hits the pad. The umpire says not out.
I'd have thought Kerrigan just about managed to get himself outside the line. Using all his experience.
Yes, he got a pretty decent stride into that, didn't he? Parkinson to Kerrigan. His bat on ball this time, just scooping it into the offside. There's no run. Dane Villas is bouncing around at short extra cover.
He's just great to watch. I love watching him in the field. He's just so energetic. It's terrific.
Parkinson over the wicket to Kerrigan, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. Lancashire fans listening to this will be aware of my views of Dane Villas. I do think has been an outstanding player for Lancashire over the course of the last 5 years, and an outstanding captain for 3 of them. He sets a wonderful example for the rest of the team. Tossed up by Parkinson. Forward goes Kerrigan, smothering the ball out into the offside. End of the over. Another one safely negotiated. These two have looked relatively untroubled.
So that, yes, that maybe was it Ben who messaged us early?
Yep.
Maybe he's right. Maybe that that Subarow-Starkey partnership is going to be threatened. If they're still batting tomorrow morning, definitely.
I think we're on, aren't we, for that? We're on for a bit of history. That turns out to be the case. These two have been terrific. They're a really good partnership. Visibly kind of grown in confidence and belief as Simon Kerrigan. It's obviously not his strongest suit. But he's played a terrific supporting role to his captain. Faced more deliveries, hasn't scored more runs. He's faced more deliveries, 32 not out. Rossington's on 41. Luke Wood bowls left arm around the wicket. He plays in immaculate forward defensive Adam Rossington and just holds the pose as well. He liked the feel of that bat on ball in behind it. Little fiddle around, isn't he? Twirl of the bat or two. Wood and Bailey and Villas in conversation. And here comes Luke Wood gliding in, bowling to Rossington. Turned into the onside. Saqib Mahmood gets himself across the ground to field the ball. Again, Dane Velas. And his two bowlers, Wood and Bailey, will have a little natter as they wait for Wood to get to the top of his mark. Very straight approach that Wood has. He's in ball into Rossington, who's forward and punching back down the ground, fielded by Wood off his own bowling, and there's no run. Where does Villas turn to try and break a terrific partnership between the two batsmen? Kerrigan at the non-striker's end. Rossington settling into his crease, ready to face this next delivery from Luke Wood. Flicked off his hip behind square on the leg side. Parkinson comes up from below the hotel. Throw comes in and Rossington content to take just the single. Ticks along to 42 not out. Northamptonshire to 157 for 8. Getting together at 87, these two. Wood to Kerrigan. And just bringing his bat across his front pad and turns it into the onside. And there is no run. A few oohs and ahs from the Lancashire fielders because he's played that shot quite a bit and across his pads, but he's not missed it yet. He's tucked it safely away to mid-wicket every time. Wood to complete his over. $157 for 8, Northamptonshire, and this partnership continuing to frustrate Lancashire, who had Northampton 87 for 8 at one stage. But Simon Kerrigan on 32, Rossington on 42. Lancashire all out for 305, Northampton 157 for 8. It's the end of Luke Wood's 12th over, 1 for 35. Luke Wood, the bowling figures. Tom Bailey, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 32. Saqib Mahmood, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 38. Wood, 12 overs, 1 for 35. Parkinson, 17 overs, 2 for 36. Tom Hartley, 2 overs for 10. It's Going to be Parkinson then, squad number 28. Little towel hooked into the back of his trousers, spins the ball from right to left and then twirls his way back in. Driven to mid-off by Adam Rossington. And there is no run. Rob Jones there with his hands rested on his knees under the helmet. Going from leg slip to short leg and back, depending which batsman's on strike. Attempted sweep from Rossington. The ball disappearing down towards fine leg. Keaton Jennings slides down, scoops the ball up. Was a little thin bottom edge off the bat of Rossington. It's come back for 2 runs. So 44 not out, 159 for 8. Trail by 146 runs. Parkinson 2, Rossington. Just dabbing the ball back to the Lancashire leg spinner.
2 successive updates for BBC Radio Northampton without a wicket having fallen. Wondering what's going on.
Parkinson to Rossington. Punch through the offside. He wants a little quick single. Oh, and the throw comes in from Josh Mahan and actually clatters into the pad of Rossington. He tried to hurdle over it. It hit the Northamptonshire captain. Gets a run though, moves to 45. It's a real gutsy innings this from Adam Rossington and Simon Kerrigan. He's 5 away from a 50. Kerrigan back on strike. Parkinson to him. And walks onto that front foot. Decent stride down the pitch. He brings his bat in front of his pad. And very deliberately playing it back to the blonde-haired leg spinner. And there's no run. Rob Jones is going to move position. He's been either forward short leg or leg slip. He's now in silly point. Parkinson to Kerrigan. It bounces down and it's picked up by the right hand of Rob Jones. He then has his helmet removed with a bit of help from Alex Davis. End of the over, 160 for 8. And time for a sanitation break as the 12th man comes on.
Yes, I'm saying it, second successive hourly update for BBC Radio Northampton that didn't have a wicket to tell them about. The trouble was the previous one had 6. So that sort of slightly tells the story of the afternoon. But it's been as it has been throughout this match. Fascinating stuff this afternoon, and these two bringing all their very considerable first-class experience to bear. Adam Rossington and Simon Kerrigan. Talking about captains leading by example, I think that's very much what Adam Rossington's done since he took over the Northamptonshire captaincy from Alex Wakely mid-season, when Alex decided that it was time to hand over to someone else. He'd had quite a long stint in charge, and I think he felt that he'd probably taken it as far as he could. And Adam Rossington took over. Different type of captain, very much one looking to stamp his personality on the side. As Luke Wood starts another over, bowls to Rossington, who's across his stumps, plays it out the offside, fielding by Stephen Croft, and there's no run. One thing I wondered about when he took over is he has a reputation probably for not being the most chatty individual, and I just wondered how he would relate to the side and get his thoughts across. And the point was made to me by 2 people in the dressing room that he may not say much, but when he does speak, people listen, and what he does say is usually worth listening to, and he certainly has done a good job since he took over. Took Northamptonshire, of course, to promotion in 2019. Back and across, plays that again in the offside for Croft to field, and there's no run. And winning that run of games that took Northamptonshire up at the end of 2019, his own performances with the bat and the gloves, both facets of the game were outstanding. He had a really good year. He was shoe-in really for a number of the Player of the Year awards. It sort of divvied them out between him and Ben Sanderson that year. What if Sanderson didn't win it? Rossington did. Here's Wood in again, bowls round the wicket too, and he's edged, and it's gone wide of second slips, running down towards the boundary at third man, crosses the rope, it's 4 runs, and Rossington goes to 49. Again, a sort of moral victory for the bowler, but 4 runs in the scorebook. Edged wide of slips. Only one in there at the moment, which is Keaton Jennings, and it ran away down to the boundary for 4. There's a deep backward point and a deep third man, but third man's fairly wide. Had to make a lot of ground. And Rossington goes to 49, 164 for 8. Northamptonshire. As Wood bowls again to Rossington, who's solidly in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Wood himself fields, and there's no run.
It's quite interesting, isn't it, the conversation about captains, the debate about the different ways that, not just in cricket, it's across sport, isn't it, the different ways that captains kind of conduct themselves or operate. Some wanting to be all action and lead by example, some are the strong and vocal types, aren't they, that lead by what they say and how they speak to their team, and some are more reserved.
Here's Wood, bowls round the wicket, very full length, driven by Rossington. That's another lovely bit of fielding by Dane Villas, diving away to his right at mid-off. I think if he hadn't got a hand to it, he'd possibly have gone all the way for 4. It's nicely timed, but good fielding by Villas. Cuts off any chance of a run. Yes, I mean it's a study in itself, isn't it? And it's one of the many things that makes cricket the fascinating, absorbing, often perplexing game that it is how different captains achieve results in very, very different ways. Wood round the wicket again, bowls to Rossington, pushes it up on the offside, fielded by Stephen Croft, who throws himself a little catch. End of another over. Rossington 49, Kerrigan 32, 164 for 8. Northamptonshire 141 runs behind. This partnership now worth 77.
Yeah, and terrific with the Northants skipper here. 49. There he is in conversation with Simon Kerrigan, who's had a blinding couple of days back at his old ground against his old teammates. It's a shame, obviously, his family and friends won't be here to witness his return to Old Trafford, but I'm sure they've been listening and watching on the stream. They'll be mighty proud of how he's gone about things over the course of the last 2 days.
I think you made the point this morning, Scott, that it was just looking at all the reaction from pros to what happened yesterday, and reacting to the social media posts and all the rest of it. And I was talking to Northamptonshire's head coach David Ripley earlier this morning, and sort of saying that what the reaction would be, and it's not lost on anybody the significance of this occasion for Simon Kerrigan, and he's certainly making the most of it.
And he's been a real nuisance to Lancashire as well. He's now 3 around the bat as Parkinson balls. He skips forward, he meets it on the fall and drills it through mid-wicket for 4. Terrific looking shot from Simon Kerrigan.
It's a fist bump from his captain for that one.
He does indeed. He gets
lovely
a
shot.
Rapturous roar from the Northants players in the balcony down below us, directly below our commentary position. So they're out there watching it and enjoying it. Moves to 36.
Partnership now worth 81. They've come close to doubling the score.
What was that record partnership again?
156. A little way off yet.
168 for 8. Parkinson back in to Kerrigan. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery from Parkinson. He kind of plonks that front foot and plays forward. The ball goes past the edge through to Davis, clips off the bails.
It's just the odd one now, just starting to go a little bit from Parkinson. A little bit of turn.
Silly point, leg slip and slip, all crouched down underneath the batsman's eye line. Parkinson bowls and it's onto the leg stump of Kerrigan, and he sweeps the ball to deep backward square leg. Settles for a single. 37 not out. I don't know what his highest score here is at Old Trafford. I mean, I remember that 60 odd he got against Hampshire at Southport being his best score, but I'm not quite sure what his top score here would be. But he's on to 37 at the minute. 169 for 8. Adam Rossington back on strike. Parkinson bowls and Rossington's forward in defence.
Made 59, just looking at, made 59 here against Yorkshire in the Roses match in 2017.
That has got to be it.
bowled Bresnan, and Lancashire's 432 all out.
Parkinson balls a little bit flatter to Rossington onto the pad. Just try to clip it down to fine leg, but it deflects off the pad just to backward square, no rump.
I suspect that's probably it.
Yeah.
Good match to get it in.
Parkinson in, balls a beautiful delivery that clips the top of Rossington's off stump. That is an absolutely lovely leg break from Matt Parkinson. The ball pitching, spinning away from Rossington and clattering into the top of off stump. That's a wicket that Lancashire needed to break the partnership, and it's an absolute beauty from the leg spinner Matt Parkinson. 169 for 9.
Well, leg spinners dream about dismissals like that, don't they? It's just the sort of thing that a leggy wants to see. It turned away. We just said the odd one is starting to go a little bit. There's one earlier in that over that turned a bit to Simon Kerrigan. And on that occasion, that was a beauty from Parkinson. There's no disgrace to be beaten by a delivery like that. The difference, I think, with that dismissal is that Adam Rossington was got out by a fine bit of bowling. One or two of his teammates, I think it's probably fair to say, got themselves out earlier in the day. But that was a super bit of bowling, and all credit to Matt Parkinson. The ball that deserved a wicket, and he got one, and it broke the partnership at 82.
Yes, he would have enjoyed that one, as you say, if you're a leg spinner. That is. I guess that's the very top of your list, isn't it? Of
that's what you want.
Of methods of dismissal. That's a terrific piece of bowling from Matt Parkinson. 3 for 44 for him, but well battered Adam Rossington, 49, and that's an excellent partnership between Rossington and Simon Kerrigan.
Yeah, batted 29 overs together, putting on 82 runs. So it wasn't just a block fest. They scored at around about 3 and over. Ben Sanderson has come out at number 11, and we did speculate about, I don't know, about an hour and a half ago how Simon Kerrigan would play it if he found himself as the senior partner with Ben Sanderson in at the other end. Sanderson's no mug with the bat. He can hang around. He was party to an incident last year which was one of the more embarrassing moments of my commentary career, which we'll come on to in a second. Painful to relive. Wood bowling round the wicket to Kerrigan, 2 slips in place. He drives that up to Dane Villas. An extra cover and there's no run. It was the Bob Willis Trophy match against Somerset, and Anthony Gibson and I were, a colleague from BBC Somerset, were sharing commentary, and I can't remember who was bowling, but Sanderson was hit on the pad, and there was an appeal, and Nick Cook was umpiring, former Northamptonshire player, of course. Wood back at the end of his mark, running in, bowls to Kerrigan, just short of a length. Kerrigan plays it well, plays it up to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Saqib Mahmood, and there's no run. And we suddenly saw Sanderson walking off without any particularly vociferous appeal and no obvious signal from the umpire, and we just wondered what was going on, and we were speculating what had happened. And it turned out that he was absolutely in front of everything, and the bowler had just sort of half said, "How's that, Nick?" And Nick had sort of just put his finger up in front of him, which we couldn't see. Wood again in, bowls to Kerrigan, drives up to Villas at mid-off, and there's no run. And he had actually given him out, but we couldn't see that he'd given him out, and it wasn't at all obvious, and we were floundering for a few moments until we did the old run back to the scorers and find out what had happened. But it really wasn't particularly covered in glory that moment. But
these things happen.
Well, I did have a word with Nick about that, and he said, "Oh, it was so obvious." Well, yeah, maybe. Wood again, round the wicket, bowls to. It's appeal for LBW, that's got to be worth a shout, and it's not out, says umpire Michael Burns. Now, the angle, he's bowling round the wicket, so it's possible that it may just have been going down the leg side. Possibly height might have been an issue as well. Hit him fairly high up on the pad, but it looked a decent shout. But Not out, says umpire Michael Burns. So Kerrigan survives on 37. Yes, I think Nick Cook gave him out like the Verger in Dad's Army in that episode with a cricket match, when he just puts a finger up in front of him. Kerrigan across his stumps, plays it up to Saqib Mahmood, who's at mid-wicket, and there's no run. I'm seeing Nick Cook. This must be, I think, is this Nick Cook's final year? I think he turns 65 in June.
Okay.
I think, is that when they have to? I think they still have to retire at 65. I think
He'll be missed on the circuit.
he will. The beast, good man. Always a lot of fun when he was playing for Northamptonshire. He's had a long career in the game. Round the wicket, and that's a bit of a smear by Simon Kerrigan. It's beaten the dive of Tom Bailey, I think, at wide mid-on. It's gone towards the boundary, and Bailey just manages to pull it back inside the rope, sends in a good return to Alex Davis, but they've managed to run 3. That wasn't pretty.
It's
probably fair to say.
It,
that was a slap. That was a Sunday afternoon slap, but effective. Kerrigan goes to 40. Northamptonshire 172 for 9. Follow on, of course, avoided long since, so they haven't got to worry about that. Villas hasn't even got to consider whether he would bat again, but I think he would have done anyway. 172 for 9, the deficit 133, and Kerrigan keeps the strike, which is as important.
Just watching it back, that Parkinson delivery, it has turned a mile.
Let's have a look at this one. Yes,
the Parkinson to Rossington delivery.
Oh golly, that's almost a Shane Warne to Gatting job, isn't it?
A mile.
Just turned him round and squared him up. That's a beauty. That's an absolutely top draw delivery.
Standing ball, wasn't it? Yeah.
It looked good in real time, but seeing it, obviously,
yeah.
He's bowling towards us, so we couldn't necessarily get an idea of just how much it had turned. But yeah, thanks to the camera at the other end, golly, that turned sharply.
It's Parkinson bowling. Forward goes Kerrigan in defence. There's no run. Actually, Lancashire have tweeted the greatest wicket-taking delivery by a blonde-haired leggy at Old Trafford? ?
That's clever. That's good.
Oh, and they've tagged Shane Warne into it as well, so I'm sure he'll see it. But
that's it. That was a carbon copy, wasn't it?
Superb.
Almost. Even to the fact that there is a certain physical resemblance, shall we say, between Mike Gatting and Adam Rossington.
Well, he's smiling. Is Matt Parkinson. Picked up 3 for 44. He's in some watery sunshine. He's bowling to Simon Kerrigan, who's shuffling down the pitch.
I don't like that. It worries me when he charges him. From a Northamptonshire point of view, of course.
172 for 9. In the 62nd over of the first innings for Northamptonshire. Parkinson bowls. Again, Kerrigan coming down the pitch. Pads the ball back to the Lancashire leg spinner.
It's like you associate the chassé down the pitch with a sort of Edwardian amateur, don't you, rather than necessarily with Simon Kerrigan. But done a good job so far.
2 balls left of the over. Parkinson into Kerrigan.
Oh.
And he lifts the ball up and over mid-on. He might get 4 for it. He's certainly come back for a 3rd here, and he does get 4 runs despite the efforts of Mahmood to cut it off. That little skip and chip to the right of mid-on down towards the boundary for 4 takes him up to 44.
I've left my blood pressure pills in the hotel, but it worries me every time he plays. Every time he comes down the pitch, you go, oh dear. But well, he's done a cracking job. I can't get over that delivery.
No,
from Parkinson. That was just superb. Well, I suppose, yeah, you had the Warne to Gatting, and then you had, of course, Richie Benno bowling Australia to victory here in the 1961 Ashes Test at Old Trafford, bowling round the wicket into the footmarks and picked up 6 wickets and won the game on the final afternoon.
Parkinson to Kerrigan, who sweeps high, and Stephen Croft is desperately scampering across the ground to try and get to it. There could be a run-out chance here. There is. Well, that was a bit of a mess to end the innings for Northamptonshire, with Ben Sanderson run out. Kerrigan going for that sweep, a big thick top edge. It went up and high, and Croft couldn't get to it, but then They crossed for one, and with the thoughts of coming back for a second, left Sanderson stranded halfway down the pitch. Throw came in from Croft, and Davis clips off the bails, and that's the end of the Northamptonshire first innings on 176 all out. So the deficit on first innings is 129 runs.
Yeah, a bit of a sad way from Northampton's point of view for the innings to end. Obviously, the thought was that Kerrigan was just quite happy with the single and to keep the strike. But Ben Sanderson, for some reason, I'm not entirely sure why, decided that he would turn for a second. There was a second, that must be said, but in terms of the context of the partnership and Kerrigan keeping the strike, it would probably made more sense for them to stick with one. But nevertheless, I think they've added the run, because they did complete one, so it's 177 all out, and Kerrigan left stranded on 45. But excellent job for the side. 177 all out, 62 overs. See if we can get the bowling figures up and bring those to you in just a second.
Yes, apologies for that. I didn't count that run that
no, it's just,
gone through.
I think they were just obviously working it out on the scoreboard. Yeah, that's. I suppose it's a minor point, because the law of averages is that the partnership, the innings probably wouldn't have been extended that much longer, but it just seems a slightly unfortunate bit of cricket, really, because I think that it was clear that Simon Kerrigan was only going to go for one, and as I say, I'm just slightly at a loss to know why Ben Sanderson turned for two. Perhaps he fancied to go himself, but yeah, it's a little bit of a waste of a wicket, but it denies Simon Kerrigan what would have been a very well-deserved half-century. But nevertheless, there we go, 177 all out it is, 128 runs behind. And give you the bowling figures, if you've got your pencil ready to fill in your scorecard. Tom Bailey, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 32. Saqib Mahmood, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 38. Doesn't really reflect how well he bowled, to be honest. Luke Wood, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 42. Matt Parkinson, 20 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 49, including the ball of this century, if the Warren to Gatting one was the ball of the last century. And Tom Hartley bowled a couple of overs before tea, 2 overs for 10. Simon Kerrigan, 45 not out, off 114 balls, with 5 fours. There were 10 extras, 6 leg byes and 4 no balls. 177 all out in 62 overs dead, so the deficit is 128, coming up to 5:30 local time. The light isn't marvellous, it's okay at the moment, but just would have thought maybe they'd thought about popping the lights on just to make sure that we get the full quota in, because the board's taken it down at the moment, but there's still quite a few overs remaining in the day's play. And if you're just tuning in or logging on, I can just bring you the story of Northamptonshire's innings. They lost a couple of wickets before lunch, Curran for 9 and Emilio Gay for 7. They went into the break at 35 for 2 off 12 overs. They've taken the score to 45 when the key wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos fell. It's caught at mid-wicket off Luke Wood for 15. That was 45 for 3. Matt Parkinson came into the attack and picked up 2 wickets in 2 overs. Luke Proctor for 6 and Saif Zaid for 4. That was 68 for 4 and 73 for 5 without addition. In the very next over, in fact, Rob Keogh was LBW to Tom Bailey for 29. That was 73 for 6. Then Bailey striking twice in 2 balls, with the wickets of Tom Taylor for 3 and Nathan Buck first ball for 0. That was 87 for 8. And talking about all sorts of possibilities and follow on and all sorts and lowest totals. And then we had that partnership of 82 in 29 overs for the 9th wicket between Adam Rossington and Simon Kerrigan. Rossington eventually out to that absolute peach of a ball from Matt Parkinson. He was out for 49. That was 169 for 9. And then Ben Sanderson run out by Stephen Croft for 0, 177 all out.
And And Lancashire have bowled Northamptonshire out for 177 here at Emirates Old Trafford to secure a first innings lead of 128 runs, including 3 wickets for Tom Bailey, 2 for Saqib Mahmood, 1 for Luke Proctor and 3 for Matt Parkinson, of which one of his victims was Adam Rossington. And Parkinson with an absolutely terrific piece of bowling to dismiss Parkinson. He kind of pitched on his leg stump, spun and clipped the top of off. It was a wonderful piece of leg spin bowling from Matt Parkinson to dismiss the Northamptonshire captain. So he made 49. Simon Kerrigan not out on 45. Lancashire all out for 305 in their first innings. Northamptonshire in reply all out for 177.
So the warm-ups just down on the outfield in front of us. David Ripley, as he tends to, just whacking a few hard balls at Adam Rossington with the keeper's gloves on. Just likes to feel the ball in the gloves before taking the field. And Northamptonshire bowlers all having a little role, including Safe Saib, which is interesting. I wonder if they may be thinking about giving him a bowl. Didn't get on in the first innings. Of course, that long spell from Simon Kerrigan, who's is he out there? I'm sure he is, actually. At least not over the far side where they're having a little bit of a practice. Nathan Buck is there, and Tom Taylor and Ben Sanderson. Perhaps they're letting Simon Kerrigan get his breath back after that long innings. Say 45 not out off 114 balls. He was in just a touch under 2 hours and hit 5 fours, and just ran out of partners really when he was within sight of what would have been a very popular half-century, bearing in mind the reaction to some of his boundaries. If he'd have got to 50, that'd have been stamping like Billy-O downstairs in the
public holiday, I think.
It would have been, yes. The freedom of Northampton, which, as we know, entitles you to drive a flock of sheep over the South Bridge if you're a freedom of the borough of Northampton, in exchange for informing Her Majesty of any seditious conventicle that may come to your attention. Sort of thing that we would all do anyway, of course.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I do it regularly, every other Tuesday.
So Northamptonshire then 128 runs behind on first innings. It's going to be a difficult game for them to win from here, you feel, but I think what they're going to have to do, realistically looking at it, is bowl Lancashire out for what, 150 if they're going to have a chance, you would think. I think chasing 300 in the 4th innings on a pitch that, again, the consensus is likely to turn as the game goes on. I think chasing 300 could be quite a handful. So that means, again, that Northamptonshire have really got to bowl Lancashire out for, well, you think 150, 160, something like that, which won't be easy, but while there's life, there's hope. And yeah, Simon Kerrigan isn't out there. Gareth Berg is. So hopefully no damage done to Kerrigan. Perhaps he's just having a sit in a hot bath for a minute, or a little bit of a rub down. But he's not out on the field at present, because Gareth Berg is out there, and he's involved in the little huddle out in the middle as umpires Richard Kettleborough and Michael Burns are in place. The Lancashire openers Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis making their way out to the middle. The Northamptonshire coaching staff, bowling coach Chris Liddle, who's just been out there with a box of balls and some markers just to give the bowlers a little warm-up. He's come back in, and Ben Sanderson, I think, is going to open the bowling for Northamptonshire at the start of this Lancashire second innings. He's going to bowl from this Brian Statham end with, let's just have a look and see what close catches he's got. 3 slips there at the moment. Vasconcelos at first, Keogh at second, and Emilio Gay with that hand warmer that involves shaking as though you're shaking maracas. touch of the Carmen Mirandas. And let's have a look at the rest of the field. He's just changing around a bit at the moment. He's got safe Zabe at backward point. Nathan Buck going down onto the boundary. It's a wideish third man. Extra cover in there. Mid-on, mid-wicket. And a long leg. And here we go. Start of Lancashire's second innings. Sanderson coming in to bowl to Keaton Jennings, who's on the front foot, plays it to backward point where Zabe fields and there's no run. Jennings, of course, in the first innings, dropped in the first over off Sanderson, edging to first slip. Just flew a little bit, and Ricardo Vasconcelos not hanging on, doing himself a bit of damage in the process. Had to go off the field for a little while. Was back on fairly shortly afterwards. But Sanderson having a bit of a frustrating day yesterday. Will it be better today? And Jennings stepping away almost as Sanderson was in his delivery stride, and in fact it goes through.
Yeah, I think Alex Davis dropped his bat, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Lancashire have just bowled Northamptonshire out for 177. Bolton's blonde-haired leg spinner Matt Parkinson with 3 for 49, including a magnificent wicket, bowling Adam Rossington, one that pitched on leg stump and clipped the top of off. A wonderful leg spin delivery from Matt Parkinson. So 177 all out at Northants. Lancashire lead by 128 runs, and they've just started their second innings. They're 0 for 0.
Yeah, a bit of a frustrating day for Ben Sanderson yesterday. Finally got a wicket with a drag on by Luke Wood, wasn't it? Short ball that he just chopped onto his stumps, and he raised both hands to the heavens. And having spent most of the day thinking there was absolutely no justice at all in this world. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Jennings outside the off stump, plays it up into the offside, where Proctor and Zabe converge on it. Proctor fields, sends in a little underarm return to Adam Rossington, and there's no run. Tom Taylor limbering up at mid-on, presumably will take the new ball from the other end. It seems to be the thought, certainly in the first 3 innings of this championship season for Northamptonshire. Taylor preferred to Buck, and Jennings just leans on that, plays it nicely into the offside, where Zabe fields and there's no run. 1 ball to go. We have still 17 overs to go once this one has been completed. So just coming up to 20 to 6 here in Manchester. So yeah, that means we're going to be well over the scheduled close of play, which is 6:15 this evening. Can play on, of course, until 6:45 if need be. Here's Sanderson, bowls to Jennings, who just dabs it down on the onside, where it's fielded by Ben Curran, and there's no run.
I suppose for these two, I mean, there's no time pressure, obviously, for Lancashire and the 130 in front, but it's actually quite nice to have a decent session, I guess, rather than coming out for 6 or 7 overs and then having to start again tomorrow.
Yeah, it's the opening batsman's nightmare, isn't it? Just having to go in and play yourself in, and you've got absolutely nothing to gain and everything to lose. But they have got time to set out their stall here, and Jennings pushing that down on the offside, fielded by Proctor. End of a tidy maiden over from Ben Sanderson to begin Lancashire's second innings. They are, though, 128 runs in front, and it is going to be Tom Taylor who's going to bowl the first over at the other end. Just tosses his cap to Safe Zabe, who sticks it in the back of his trousers. And the close field forming up. It is going to be Taylor, and still with 3 slips in place. Vasconcelos at first, Keogh at second, and Gay at third.
Be eager to get some runs, or Keaton Jennings, early in the season. 13 in the first innings yesterday, just 4 against Sussex last week. Still a pretty formidable first-class record that he's got with a bat. Keaton Jennings, 7,500 first-class runs at an average of 33, 18 first-class centuries. It's Taylor to Davis. He's worked off his hip out towards mid-on for a single. And that's the first run of the Lancashire second innings. Davis gets it.
Well, given that pros never miss these sort of things, I'm sure Keaton Jennings will have been aware of the sad news from Dom Sibley's point of view, that he's got a broken finger, and that might possibly mean that there could be an opening at the top of the England order for the start of the international summer, which is what, June the 2nd, I think the first test starts.
So it certainly sharpened the mind of batsmen
absolutely.
around the country. Yeah, first test match, England against New Zealand on the 2nd of June at Lord's. And he's cut away for runs here for Keaton Jennings as Taylor bowls around the wicket to him. He might get 4 for it. He does actually. That's played in front of square through the offside. He timed that very neatly. It's a big boundary with 2 fielders chasing after it, and it seemed to gain a bit of momentum as it went to the boundary rope.
That was just all about timing, wasn't it? Lovely shot. Stood tall, used his height on top of the bounce and punched it away.
5 without loss.
It was a lovely stroke.
So he's up and running. Bat on ball and runs for Keaton Jennings. It's Taylor. Picked up 4 wickets in the first innings. Comes around the wicket again to Jennings, who plays forward and pushes the ball very deliberately back to the bowler, and there's no run.
One of our colleagues in the written media were talking about Simon Kerrigan earlier and how well he batted, and he asked me what we've been feeding him down in Northampton. Well, Weetabix, obviously.
Well, clearly, it's the only thing to eat.
Wow. Homegrown product.
Taylor from the Anderson end. And Jennings with a little shimmy forward and plays it safely into the offside. There's no run.
Bricks with pate, the local delicacy.
I'm not aware of that.
Very nice. It's just quite a sort of a spicy, coarse pate.
Okay.
Very nice. Particularly nice. There's certainly a couple of manufacturers in the county that top pork pies with it. So you cut a slice of pork pie and you get pork pie and bricks with pate. That's very nice.
Sounds quite rich.
Well, it is rich.
Yeah.
Yes.
Taylor to Jennings, up onto his toes and defending to mid-wicket. There's no run.
I was going to say you wouldn't want too much, but that's a lie. I would actually want quite a lot of it. It's very, very good.
Making me hungry now.
Well, I had this debate with Anthony Gibson last year when Northamptonshire were playing Somerset, going through our respective counties' culinary heritage, and I think probably the West Country did have quite a lot to offer. To be fair.
Taylor in, Jennings defends, little nudge into the onside, and there's no runs. That's the end of Tom Taylor's first over. It's gone for that 4 that Jennings put away pretty emphatically through the offside. So he's on 4, Davis on 1, Lancashire 5 without loss. So they're having had a first innings lead of 128. That's moved on to 133.
Not forgetting, of course, Ockendou and baked taters. So local delicacies.
Okay.
Ockendou was originally a sort of ham hock, pork hock, something like that in pastry. There are so many. There are as many different recipes for that as there are towns along the A6, I think, in Northamptonshire. And baked taters was what you did with your leftovers for the Sunday joint, with parboiled potatoes and onions and whatnot. Short crust pastry around the outside. Very nice. Not slimming food. It's not grapefruit diet stuff, but so kept generations of Northamptonians going. Sanderson starts a fresh over to Alex Davis, who drops it down on the offside, fielding by Saif Zaib at backward point. Ben Curran, beg your pardon. Zaib's staying across on the onside. He's at mid-wicket, so it's Curran in there at backward point. Keaton Jennings coming down and giving the pitch a prod. Hasn't really misbehaved so far. It's the odd one towards the end of the Northamptonshire innings from Matt Parkinson. Did do a little bit as Sanderson comes in. Bowls good ball outside the off stump. Give Alex Davis the benefit of the doubt there. I think he drew the bat inside the line as it seamed away outside the off stump, taken by Adam Rossington. Davis played beautifully in the first innings for 57 with 7 fours. I think just when Northamptonshire were wondering how they were going to get him out, they managed to run him out with the aid of a terrific bit of fielding by Tom Taylor. But he looked very, very impressive up to then. Ball of full length, plays it up on the onside. This safe save at mid-wicket, who fields, and there's no run. A little bit cooler now. You can just feel even in our commentary position with the windows open, temperatures dropped a little bit. Clouds fairly high and fluffy over Manchester. Some not in sight at the moment, but the light is okay. The lights on the scoreboard fairly bright over to our left. And Sanderson bowls to Davis, who covers up, drops it down on the offside. Curran fields at backward point, and there's no run. Northamptonshire will be aware of the fact that, as we say, they'll know that they need to bowl Lancashire out for not too many in the second innings if they'll have a realistic chance of winning this match. At the same time, there's always the danger of forcing it, trying too hard. We've said a number of times in this match so far that patience is important with bat and ball. Sanderson bowls to Davis, who's in behind that, just drops it down on the offside. Emilio Gay comes up from third slip to field. So Northamptonshire just want to put the ball in the right place, be patient. So don't try and force the issue. They will have 2 goes at the Lancashire top order tonight and again tomorrow morning. We've still got 15 overs to go, so Scott says it's a good chance for these 2 batsmen to set out their stall. Sanderson comes in, good ball, right on the money. Davis in behind it, plays down, back down the pitch for Sanderson himself to field. End of the over, Jennings is 4, Davis 1. Lancashire, with 3 overs gone in their second innings, are 5 without loss, which is a lead of 133.
Yeah, it's easy to forget when a game is so well advanced, like we're into the 3rd innings of the match, that it's only day 2, so there's still so much time.
Bags of time.
So expect a nice, you would think, I mean in the ideal world, what these 2 will want is a nice, steady, a calm start to the innings. They've got loads of time to try and bat. Certainly for Keaton Jennings, he'd be really eager to get some time in the middle and get some runs. Alex Davis has started with a couple of half centuries this season, so he looks in fine fettle. More runs for Jennings this time, just turning the ball through the onside. It was angled into him from Taylor bowling around the wicket. Just steering the ball safely into the onside, and there's a single there for Jennings. He moves to 5, score moves on to 6 without loss.
Is it my imagination, or has it actually turned quite cool in the last half an hour or so?
I think when the wind changes direction a little bit, it kind of filters in through the windows and the top of our commentary box here. Get to notice it a little bit more, but it has dropped a bit chilly. And Davis is defending, and there is no run. I must mention, actually, I did mention this afternoon that yes, last week and this week, Andy, who's one of the camera operators on the Baywatch Tower on the square of the wicket, sent me a little tweet to say this is how this is survival gear. So that's what he's wearing, stood up on his TV gantry. And he's got everything on, hasn't he?
Scott of the Antarctic.
Yeah, it looks like he's about to travel to the North Pole or something. This is an edge down through third man by Davis. He may have it slightly open at the face, perhaps. Gets himself a single down to third man, moves to 2, 7 without loss.
I can imagine in the previous match when he had the snow here, it'd be like Captain Oates, just going outside or maybe some time.
Well, he's got his gloves on and his big winter coat and his bobble hat and his mask, and he's got the whole lot on there.
It's a splendid position down there, isn't it?
On the old Baywatch Tower.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All you're missing is the flag flying, the red and yellow flag.
Taylor to Jennings, who plays forward in defence very correctly. Well in behind, plays the ball out into the offside. There's Luke Proctor to field, and there's no run.
Haven't spotted Pamela Anderson yet either, but probably wouldn't be allowed in, I suppose.
The Hoff, he was the fella, wasn't he, on
Absolutely,
Baywatch?
yes.
He was the main man. 3 slips in position. Taylor to Jennings. Nudge into the offside. Tells Davis there's no run there. Sends his partner back. It has all the makings. This is a good opening partnership. Keaton Jennings was chatting to me about this. You know, one's left-hander, one's right-hander, one's tall, one's short. There's a lot there. They clearly get on. They're good friends. A lot there to suggest that Jennings and Davis, who have batted together now for quite a few seasons.
As you say, they complement each other really well, left and right hand, which always helps.
Final ball of the over. Taylor to Jennings. Just walks a step towards the bowler as he finishes that defensive shot. Keaton Jennings content with the way that he's got bat on ball and defended that over. He's got 5 runs so far. Lancashire 7 without loss.
It's one of the things David Ripley was saying about the opening pair that he's gone with this year, which is Ben Curran and Ricardo Vasconcelos, and he said, yeah, there's an awful lot going for it. They're very good mates. They both have the right temperament for the job. And he said if one of them was right-handed, it would be absolutely perfect, because they're both left-handers. And in fact, I say Northamptonshire this season so far, I've had left-handers at the top of the order, 1, 2 and 3, Curran, Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay. Charlie Thurston did bat for a time at 3 last year and made a success of it, so he comes back in the side, we'll see. 4 slips in place, Sanderson running away from us. Bowls to Davis, who's in behind that, drops it down on the offside. Curran comes in from backward point to field, and there's no run, so another slip in place. Vasconcelos at first, Keogh second, Gay third, and Simon Kerrigan finding himself back in the slip cordon. At 4th slip, he was in there for a while yesterday morning, wasn't he? And you found seniority within the team. So Paul Rank getting the slip cordon. Sanderson in again, bowls to Davis, who works that beautifully away through square leg, running out towards the boundary. It's the shorter boundary on the ground at the moment, with playing over the right hand side of the square towards the city, and they come through for an easy 2 as Safe Zabe, running back from square leg, beats Nathan Buck to the ball, running round from long leg. 2 to Davis, he goes up to 4, and Lancashire to 9 for no wicket in their second innings in the 5th over, after Northamptonshire bowled out today for 177. Sanderson in again, bowls to Davis, just comes across that a little bit, like he was thinking about aiming through mid-off. In the end it went to mid-on, fielded by Taylor, and there's no run. And if you're just joining us, and Northamptonshire 177 doesn't sound anything very special, well, it could have been a lot worse, because they were 87 for 8 at one point, and a bit of respectability at any rate salvaged by Adam Rossington and Simon Kerrigan, who put on 82 for the 9th wicket. Sanderson in, bowls to Davis, plays that up to extra cover, and again there's no run. Davis off on a little wander. Northamptonshire would dearly love to nip a couple out tonight at any rate, to end the day on a high note. It hasn't been a great day for them so far. Certainly playing catch-up at the moment as Sanderson comes in, bowls to Davis, who plays that away on the onside for a well-judged single. Zabe has to make quite a bit of ground, come round and cut off the ball, and Davis is through okay. 5 to him, 10 for no wicket. Field changes over for the left-handed Jennings. Light just fading a little bit, but he's okay at the moment. Still plenty of blue sky up there.
There is. Just needs to be another 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 degrees warmer, and we'll be. Yeah,
I was seeing it's supposed to be going to get a bit warmer next week, when Northamptonshire are at home again against Glamorgan. Here's Sanderson, bowls to Jennings again, just loses his line a little bit to the left-hander, who plays it out just behind square on the onside. Ben Curran runs round a field, thought about 2, settle for 1. And that's the end of the over, so Keaton Jennings nicks the bowling. He's 6. Alex Davis is 5. 11 for no wicket. I've seen Gareth Berg, who was on the field until Simon Kerrigan came back, just having a wander around the boundary. Before they find him something else to do. It was one of the hallmarks of yesterday's cricket that Gareth Berg was all over the place, performing all manner of duties, and the lights are coming on. The floodlights are coming on. One big pylon in front of the University Academy 92 building over to our right. And yeah, the floodlights are on. We've still got 13 overs to go, so good sort of, 45-50 minutes play. So it's probably quite a good idea.
Yes, they're flickering into life. It's Taylor from the Anderson end balls to Jennings, who's easing it safely into the offside for no run. Luke Proctor at extra cover fields for Northamptonshire, and there is no run.
Where are you next round, Scott?
Kent.
Oh, lovely.
Canterbury.
Canterbury. Very nice.
Yeah, Lancashire have not played a 4-day game in Kent for a few seasons. Played quite a couple of T20 quarter-finals against Kent in Canterbury over the last 2 or 3 years, but not a 4-day game. Taylor past the umpire to Jennings. It's a wide ball through to the keeper. No run. They've got Jimmy Anderson, I think, available for next week. Now, I'm sure they'll get him into the team, but it'd be quite tricky to replace some of the seamers there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Who would drop out? It's a question of whether it's sort of rotation or whether you're just looking to drop somebody. They all bowl pretty well today.
Maybe not go with 2 spinners, perhaps.
Maybe.
And Jennings defending into the offside. There's no run. They were due to have Jackson Bird available for that Kent match as well, so that would have been even more tricky to have tried and fit in your overseas signing Jackson Bird and Jimmy Anderson into the team at Canterbury. But obviously Bird's not coming now with that injury.
Yes, that was one of the quiz questions we discussed yesterday. Is what did Northamptonshire and Lancashire have in common? They both should have had Jackson Bird, but haven't. So due to sign, well, they had signed for Northamptonshire a few years ago and then didn't come.
Taylor to Jennings, driven. That's a diving Luke Proctor to his left-hand side. Gets a palm on that and pushes the ball up to Nathan Buck, who's at mid-on. No run for Jennings. Remains on 6, 11 without loss. All these county championship games, 5 or 6 on the spin for most counties, so it's a good chunk of the season. He'll have a decent idea as to how each group's looking at the end of this opening batch of championship cricket. Teams vying for the top 2 in each group. Jennings plays a forward defensive. And there's no run.
Well, Northamptonshire's hopes not helped over much by the fact they didn't get a batting bonus point, of course. Didn't get any batting points at all today, being bowled out for 177.
How are the other games in the group looking?
Sussex are building a big lead against Glamorgan down at Cardiff, I notice.
Yes, lead by 190 at 475 for 7. Taylor to Jennings. It's steered away off his pad through the onside. Stopped by Simon Kerrigan at mid-wicket. No run. It's the end of the over. 11 without loss, Lancashire in their second innings. Jennings has 6. Davis has 5. Lead of 139.
Sussex top orders in pretty good shape today. Aaron Thomason 67, Tom Haynes 87, man in form. Stian Van Zale got 100, 113, and then down the order George Garton 97 of 117 balls. Ollie Robinson is 61 not out. So yes, Sussex building a big lead there in the other match in this group down at Canterbury. Yorkshire 379 all out yesterday. Kent 246 for 7. Grant Stewart is 40 not out. Matt Milnes on 20. That was after Zach Crawley missed out today. He was bowled for a single. Jordan Cox made 38. Played nicely at Northampton in the previous round. Ollie Robinson, who I think was very impressive, made 44 today. And one Darren Stevens, promising youngster, he made 52. Well, the end of the sanitisation break. It's amazing actually how quickly those floodlights have really taken effect, because they've only been on a few minutes and already the difference it's made.
Yep.
Which is, I suppose, what they're there for.
Yeah, you can see the shadows being cast from the players. It's from the floodlights, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is. It is now. There's not a. So the natural lights just faded a little bit. Well, Adam Rossington standing up to Ben Sanderson. Still the 4 slips in place with a point, shortish extra cover. That's Luke Proctor, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. As Sanderson comes in, bowls to Davis. That squirts off a thick outside edge, wide of 4th slip, runs down towards the 3rd man boundary. Smart bit of fielding by Ben Curran. They come back for 2. 13 for no wicket, and Alex Davis up to 7. Yes, it has made a big difference in the last few minutes, and probably guarantees that hopefully we'll get not far off a full allocation in, if not a full allocation. Still got best part of 12 overs to bowl today. And at least Northamptonshire, as a result of all the spin that was bowled in the first innings, are well ahead on over 8, +7 I think it says on the board. Is Sanderson in again, bowls to Davis. That's a nice shot, timed away through square leg, just in front of square, and Nathan Buck ambles round from long leg to field, and they come through for a comfortable 2. Davis up to 9, and Lancashire to 15 for no wicket. So the lead climbing steadily, now 143. And Sanderson in his 4th over. 0 for 8 so far. Keeper still standing up, but Sanderson bowls on leg stump, and I think he's been dropped. He clipped that one away to safe Zabe, just in front of square. Now the question is whether it carried. A little difficult to see from here, but judging by the reaction, I think he may just have got there, but he didn't hang on. Difficult to tell. We'll have a look on the replay in a second. It went very low, that's the thing to say, but just judging by the reaction, I mean, Safe Zabe's, I'll say, one of the very best fielders in the squad. Sanderson again, bowls to Davis, plays it up on the offside, fielded by Proctor at extra cover. Yeah, Zabe's just...
It's just the body language.
Kicking the ground, isn't he?
Yeah.
Just looks frustrated. It was a bit of a loose shot from Alex Davis. And if that was a drop, then he's probably the most surprising fielder on the Northamptonshire side to drop it, as I say. Actually, an outstanding fielder. We'll check that one up for you. Here's Sanderson in again. Bowls to Davis. Crikey, that bounce just took off.
Didn't it?
Very well taken by Adam Rossington standing up. Quite sure where that came from. It's just the odd ball, isn't it? That's just bouncing a wee bit more than you might expect. I suppose it's coming towards the end of the second day. He's got a new ball in his hand. But yeah, Northamptonshire will be very frustrated if that was a chance that's gone down. My gut feeling is that it was. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Davis, who's solidly enough in behind that, just drops it down at his feet. Rossington comes from behind the stumps to field. The end of that over, Davis is 9, Jennings is 6, and Lancashire 15 for no wicket in their second innings. They lead by 143.
Yeah, well, it would have been a sharp chance, wouldn't it? I mean, going off the body language, as Andrews mentioned there, it probably was a dropped chance, but it went low to him, barely ankle height, diving forward, trying to get fingertips under the ball, but I think that will go down as a chance. Not snaffled on this occasion. Here's Taylor to Jennings. Very easy looking defensive shot, which is popped out into the offside. A few running repairs from Alex Davis. strapping things on, tightening things up. He's on 9. Davis at the non-striker's end. 3 slip fielders behind Lancashire's tall left-hand opening batsman Keaton Jennings. Taylor balls to him. He's in behind to nudge it back down the ground. And there is no run. Live from Emirates Old Trafford. Playing under floodlights. Chilly evening, but it's clear. We've had uninterrupted 2 days of county championship cricket so far. Following the live stream via Lancashire's and Northamptonshire's website, or on the BBC Web Sport app as well. Taylor to Jennings. Getting forward and serenely just pushing it up to Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run. You can follow the county championship with live text reports, commentaries as well from all across the county championship if you download the BBC Sport website and app. News of a 50 for Ollie Pope for Surrey against Leicestershire. And Jennings maybe a little late on it, hence a few oohs and ahs, as that's guided to mid-on where Buck fields, and there's no run. So half century for Ollie Pope. Surrey 182 for 3. Leicestershire making 375 games. Some games well advanced across the county championship. Everyone started on Thursday, so everyone's on to day 2, but a lot of games deep into their third innings of the match after low scores in the for Essex, for example. Clipped down to fine leg by Keaton Jennings, but Sanderson's there. Scoops the ball up, throws it into Rossington. And, sorry, 1 ball left of the over. 16 without loss. Yeah, Essex roll out for 96, for example. Durham made 259. Essex are batting second time round, 191 for 6. The Hampshire-Middlesex game, that's been a busy one too, because Middlesex were 79 all out in their first innings, replying to Hampshire's 319. Hampshire 129 for 2 and lead by 369 runs. Only day 2, 317 front with 7 wickets remaining. So 1 ball left of this over from Tom Taylor. Alex Davis on the strike. Davis leaves this delivery through to Rossington. That's the end of the over. You may have heard the spikes of the boots of Gareth Berg coming down the metal staircase which leads out of the dressing room. He's got some pads. He's got a bit of protective gear with him. He's got all sorts of goodies, I would think. The 12th man there for Northamptonshire. And Emilio Gay will begin himself all protected. We might well be seeing a little bit of spin in the not too distant future. Taylor 4 overs, 1 maiden for 8. Sanderson about to start his 5th over. 4 overs, 2 maidens for 8. Assuming it might look at spin sooner rather than later, but he might also go in a kind of a short leg position, something like that maybe. We shall see, but Emilio Gay has strapped on the pads. He's got his helmet. Whether he's in use close in for this over or whether he's being held back ready for a Simon Kerrigan over, maybe we shall soon find out. Jennings on 7, Davis on 9. Lancashire lead by 144 runs.
Just trying to think about this time of the day. We're always thinking about who the interview's going to be, who's going to be put up for the media a bit later on. Just wonder if Northamptonshire might be a coach day today. We'll see. Sanderson in bowls, just strays on the leg stump of Keaton Jennings for the second time in as many overs, and this time Jennings takes full advantage, just glances it away. There's no fine leg, and it crosses the rope in front of the Old Pavilion for 4. Jennings goes to 11, and Lancashire are 20 for no wicket, with Alex Davis on 9. We've still got 9 overs to go after this, and Lancashire slowly but surely building themselves into a very strong position. 148 runs ahead, with all their second innings wickets in hand. And of course we've still got, after today, 2 full days left to play. Still the 4 slips in place as Sanderson runs in, bowls to Jennings. He rocks onto the front foot, pushes it up to Luke Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run there. Keeper not standing up for Jennings. They just seem to think that they want the keeper, Adam Rossington, standing up when Alex Davis is facing. Just had to nip off and do an update for BBC Radio Northampton. Didn't have a chance to have a look at that the Zabe one.
Yeah, didn't quite catch it on the replay.
Right.
So it doesn't really give us any clear indication.
There's Sanderson rocks onto the front foot again, pushes it up to mid-off. Once again, it's Proctor who fields, and there's no run. Oh well, doubtless the Northamptonshire dressing room and have a view on it later.
Going off the reaction of the players, like kind of the.
I think it was a chance. I really do. It was low and it was travelling, but it's one that you normally expect to see taken. And the position Northamptonshire in this game, they can't afford to squander any opportunity to make inroads into this Lancashire second innings. And Jennings there getting another single as he plays it down behind square on the onside. Nathan Butt comes in off the boundary in front of the point to field. One more to Jennings, 12 to him, 21 for no wicket in the 9th over. The field changing over for the right-handed Davis, and Adam Rossington putting on the helmet to stand up, as he has been for the last over or two when Davis is facing Sanderson. Still the 4 slips in. Vasconcelos, Keogh, Gay and Kerrigan. There's Sanderson in, bowls, and Davis in behind that, just drops it down at his feet. Rossington comes round from behind the stumps to field, and there's no run. Tosses it to Luke Proctor, who does the shining duties. Sanderson in his 5th over, no wicket for 13. At the other end, Tom Taylor's bowled 4 overs for 8. Simon Kerrigan is whirling his arms, so I suspect we'll see him into the attack fairly soon. He's had a good day with the bat after a good day with the ball yesterday. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and that turns Davis around, gets a thick outside edge, beats 4 slips, running down towards the boundary, and Ben Curran is in pursuit, manages to pull it in yard or 2 inside the rope, but they come back for 3, and Adam Rossington realised that Alex Davis was just dawdling a wee bit, completing the 3rd run, and if there'd been somebody behind the stumps to the bowler's end, I suspect he might have had a throw, but there wasn't, so he didn't. They complete 3 runs. Davis goes up to 12, and at the end of 9 overs, Lancashire are 24 for no wicket in their second innings, and it rather looks as though, indeed it is, it's Kerrigan time.
I think Ben Sanderson's not enjoyed his trip to Old Trafford.
No,
so
he hasn't, has he? He's just after that catch went down first thing yesterday morning, he's just generally looked a bit disgruntled.
Yeah, run out for naught earlier on. He's
that wasn't good. Actually, it wasn't a good bit of cricket, was it? It really wasn't.
We think he's seen a chance at put down again in this innings. Just found the edge of Davis's bat there, turned him round, got him, squared him up, and got the edge, and that flashed away from the slips. Yeah, maybe not quite been the type of game we'd have hoping for. Not that he's bowled badly, far from it. He's bowled well. Not had too much good fortune, maybe. So those pads that Emilio Gay was strapping on it before the previous over, it's because Northamptonshire are turning to Simon Kerrigan for the first time in the innings. He picked up 4 wickets in the first innings. So Gay at short leg, Vasconcelos at slip, Davis is on strike, and Kerrigan is into the attack from the Anderson end, and forward goes Davis. That's out into the offside for no run. So Kerrigan's got those 2 fielders close in. There's a short mid-wicket, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, backward point. Davis comes down the pitch and takes on Simon Kerrigan, hits it back over his head. It's gone for 6. Back over Kerrigan's head towards the long off boundary. A little into-out, that shot from Davis with a skip down the pitch. It was a terrific lofted shot for 6.
First 6 of the match, isn't it,
I think it is, yeah. He moves to 18, 30 without loss.
Hasn't Alex Davis read the script? Have a word.
Let's have a look. I think you're right. I can't remember another one.
I don't think there's been another one. The good news is I've also had a message from George Balderson's auntie.
Oh, excellent.
Who was actually following our commentary, and indeed very, very proud of nephew George.
Rightly so. Kerrigan to Davis. It's off the back foot. It's driven through the offside for one run. Takes him on to 19, 31 without loss. Kerrigan seemed to find a really nice groove, didn't he, in the first innings for Northamptonshire. He bowled a lot of overs. 34 overs, 4 for 60. And he was able to really tie one end down for Rossington. It allowed him to rotate his strikers from the other end. You wonder whether Lancashire's plan might be to try and ruffle up Kerrigan a little bit more this time.
I think there's every chance, and in a sense that would make very good cricketing sense, wouldn't it?
Maybe a little glimpse of that from Alex Davis just a few moments ago with that 6. And Jennings on strike. A little bit more watchful Jennings, but gets a run nonetheless. And deliberately manoeuvring the ball through point for a single. Takes him to 13. Score moves on to 32 without loss.
What do you reckon, coach day today, Scott, for
Could
Northamptonshire? I think it might be.
Yeah.
It's never good news,
It's
is it?
not,
Coach day?
not really. This is an attempt to sweep it from Alex Davis. Lonely appeal from somebody. I'm not quite sure who. I don't think it was from Simon Kerrigan. Someone was having a solitary yelp. Yeah, I think it's got a coach day feel to it, I'm afraid.
Could ask Adam Rossington what he thought of the ball that got him out, but maybe not.
Kerrigan to Davis. It's eased back down the pitch, and there's no run. So Kerrigan's first over's gone for 8. But one of that was that burst of energy from Davis to hit him for 6. 32 without loss, a lead of 160.
So it took them about an hour to score 8 runs off him in the first innings, but yeah, good intent from Alex Davis. And 6 up there on the board. It is the first 6 of the match. Towards the end of the second day. Now Tom Taylor's taking his sweater, so he's coming off, and I think we might be going to see a little bit of Nathan Buck by the look of it. To have a go with it while the new ball is still fairly hard. It is going to be Nathan Buck who's going to bowl from this Brian Statham end. This chucks his sweater to Wayne Parnell, who's in his approved green, what do you call that, high vis, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah.
To show that he's official. Mercifully no grey cap. Still available, of course, from the Northamptonshire shop. Buck starting his fresh over round the wicket, bowls to Keaton Jennings, who's hit high up on the pad. Very optimistic appeal from second slip. I think Rob Keogh might just wanted to, I don't know, keep his arms warm or something by waving him in the air, but not a great deal of chance of that being given. Safe Sabe going through the motions of a bowling action. I wonder if he thinks he might get on before the close. Possible. Nathan Buck picked up a couple of wickets towards the close of the first day's play against Kent in the opening match. Down the leg side, and Jennings just wafting a bat at it, but Buck not quite having sorted the radar out yet. It goes down for Adam Rossington to tumble away to his right to complete the stop. 32 for no wicket, Lancashire leading by 160. Very much the home side's day, without a doubt. Floodlights on. And Buck again continues round the wicket to the left-handed Jennings, who drives, nice on drive, good bit of fielding, good half stop by. Let's see who that is there. It's Tom Taylor, isn't it? It is Tom Taylor, who it was the hand as well that he damaged yesterday, which is why he looks a little uncomfortable, having dived away to his right. It was a good stop, half stop. They managed to come through for a single, but he looks as though he's smarting a bit there. Takes Jennings rather up to 14, 33 for no wicket. He dived away to his right, so he stopped the possible 4. Over the wicket goes, but very full length to Davis. It's a full toss, in fact, and Davis whips it away through mid-on for 4, and that really was a bit of a gift. And Davis taking full advantage, put it away nicely. 23 to him, 37 for no wicket. It's been a good start by Lancashire. We said Northamptonshire really need to knock Lancashire over fairly cheaply in their second innings. Well, apart from that, what we think was a dropped chance offered by Alex Davis early on to square leg. There hasn't been a lot of sign of anything for Northamptonshire so far. Davis going down on one knee. Looks to drive, doesn't really time it, goes up to Tom Taylor, who's now at mid-on to the right-hander. Definitely see the effect of the lights. A few shadows out there at the moment. Sunshine, you'll see a bit of sun over the city at the moment. Over to our right as Buck comes in again, bowls to Davis, who very full length, almost Yorker length. He just jams down on it, and it goes up to Ben Curran, who's fielding at mid-wicket, and at the end of another over with Davis on 23, Keaton Jennings on 14, Lancashire 37 for no wicket, 165 runs in front, and Simon Kerrigan plodding up from the boundary in front of the hotel, far end of the ground, I think Jimmy Anderson end of the ground. He's about to bowl his second over, the first one having gone for 8, which is, by his standards in this match, very, very costly.
Yes, he had pretty miserly figures. Lancashire couldn't really get him away in that first innings. He did a terrific job for his captain, going for very few runs, and then of course the 4 wickets as well. But comes bouncing back in, bowls to Keaton Jennings, looks to paddle sweep him down towards the fine leg boundary, but Buck comes round to cut it off. Jennings gets a single, moves to 15, 38 without loss.
Yes, it was 3 overs worth in 1 ball, wasn't it, when Davis hit him for 6. He was going for just less than 2 and over in the first innings.
Well, Davis continued to try and be kind of positive to Kerrigan. Oh, well, he's getting himself a little bit tangled up here, is Alex Davis. I think he's just trying to lap it or paddle it down towards fine leg, but didn't get it right. Kerrigan again brushing in past the umpire and bowling to Davis. A bit more conservative approach this time with a forward defensive. There's no run. Gathered by Emilio Gay at forward short leg, and then the ball loops back round to Kerrigan, who's trotting in again. Davis comes down the pitch, back over Kerrigan's head, high over Kerrigan's head, down towards the pavilion for another 6.
Well, that's that question answered. Yes, he is going to try and go after Simon Kerrigan still. That was a super strike. Really got hold of that. It's gone quite a long way. Cleared the sight screen, hasn't it, at the far end?
It's cleared the sight screen. It's in towards the seating in front of the pavilion. That's where Luke Proctor's currently always found it. I mean, on the top row of that.
He said yesterday there's sort of a few, the odd steward around the ground, presumably not least to retrieve the ball from the stands. That was one of the great jobs last year, isn't it? The T20 with no spectators in. You had people dotted around the ground retrieving the ball from the back of the stand.
And it had to be sanitised as it came back on the pitch.
Oh yes.
Umpire's a little inspection of it as it was rattling around the concrete and the seating area for a bit, that ball, but it's okay. So that maybe, as Andrew said, is an indication as to what Alex Davis' approach will be to Simon Kerrigan. Goes back this time. Kerrigan spins round and asks the question. You go back, I suppose you're dicing a little bit with danger. Umpire says not out. Umpire Burns. Final ball of Kerrigan's second over. Forward goes Davis. Content with his work from the over, and why not, having hit Kerrigan for 6. It's the end of the over. 44 without loss. Davis 29, Jennings on 15.
Umpires are just going to have a, I think, going to have a chat now. I think it's just a sanitisation break, isn't it? I just wondered if they were going to have a little look at the light, bearing in mind there's really sort of no natural light now. It's the sort of shadows as there are being cast by the floodlights, which certainly in the first match that Northamptonshire played against Kent was enough to bring them off on at least one occasion, but they seem okay at the moment, are they? I think they were just having a chat while the players, well, the hand sand came out with Gareth Berg and Wayne Parnell bringing out the bottles of sanitizer. Batsman having a conflab mid-wicket. Just having a quick look at what's happening in the other games in this group, which I would imagine probably they'll be past close of play. Certainly close of play down at Cardiff, where replying to Glamorgan's 296 runs in front, and then down at Canterbury, which is the other match in Group 3, which is Kent versus Yorkshire. And that one, Yorkshire all out yesterday for 379, Kent just all out for 265, so a decent lead there for Yorkshire. Nathan Butt bowling round the wicket to Keaton Jennings at the start of another over. He plays it to square leg, where it's fielded by Saif Zaib, and there's no run. 44 for no wicket. Time just coming up to 6:30 here in Manchester, with still best part of 6 overs to bowl. So we will be on overtime. We clock out later. 3 slips in place. Buck round the wicket to Jennings, who again is just across his stumps. Plenty of time. Uses his height well to work it out into the onside, where it's fielded once again by Saif Zaib, and there's no run. Vasconcelos at first slip. Keogh at second. Gay at third, and Keogh and Gay both clearly with the hand warmers, which they're shaking to get them to work, to do the necessary. Does rather look as though they're in a South American band. Round the wicket, and that's cracked away by Keaton Jennings. That was a bit of a long hop. It asked to be punished, and Jennings obliged and was onto it like a flash. Cracked it away through the covers. Retrieved by Ben Curran from the front of the store here, and that's 4 more to Jennings. 19 to him. 48 for no wicket. Takes a fresh guard from umpire Kettleborough, who of course has changed ends as we're in the second innings. Beautiful shot from Jennings. 48 for no wicket. His 3rd boundary. Buck again round the wicket, bowls to him just short of a length, probably Buck's natural length really, which is back of a length, I think. That's played up to mid-on. It's fielded by Tom Taylor, and there's no run. Adam Rossington feels the need to run from his position behind the stumps to have a chat with Nathan Buck, possibly about change in the field. And yes, they're pulling out 3rd slip. So Emilio Gay moving out from 3rd slip into the covers. So they've really strengthened that offside field now. They've got 2 slips, 3rd man, backward point, extra cover, and a mid-off. As Buck comes round the wicket, bowls to Jennings, who aims to play it away on the onside. I think it's just hit him high up on the thigh pad. Don't think there's any bat involved. Indeed not. Leg bye signalled by umpire Kettleborough. 1 more onto the total. 49 for no wicket, Lancashire. Buck in his 2nd over, already gone for 9 runs. Kerrigan 2 overs for 15, which I say is extraordinary. We consider yesterday he bowled 34 overs for 60. But Lancashire clearly with a plan, and so far it's working well. Buck in again, over the wicket to the right-handed Davis. Lets that go through outside the off stump, taken by Adam Rossington. End of another over. Buck 2 overs for 9. 13 overs gone in the innings. Lancashire 49 for no wicket, which means they lead by 177. If you're just tuning in to us or logging on, wherever you are in the world. I can tell you that Lancashire all out this morning for 305, having resumed on 264 for 8. Northamptonshire then bowled out for 177 after being at one stage 87 for 8. And now Northamptonshire looking for a breakthrough before the close of play with 5 overs left. And another conflab between Simon Kerrigan, who's about to start his 3rd over, and Adam Rossington. Is there somebody else? I was just wondering if Luke Proctor might be thinking about having a little bowl. Is Luke's loosening up as well?
Quite handy at these stages, isn't he, Luke Proctor, sometimes? Kerrigan balls, it's Jennings going back and cussing out into the offside, but there's no run.
Yeah, it's amazing the number of times when Northamptonshire need a wicket. He's the man.
Kerrigan over the wicket to Jennings. An open face of the bat and guiding the ball safely along the ground through backward point for a single. 50 partnership up between Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis. Jennings has 20, Davis has 29. One's faced 43 deliveries and the other 37, so a pretty even partnership for this first wicket for the Red Rose. Brings Davis back on strike, and this has been a good little contest, Kerrigan to Davis. Just a single this time, little push and go into the offside, and a slight scamper from Davis actually. The pick up and throw towards the stumps from Keogh. Davis set off and then quickly had to shift through the gears to get himself safely in.
Yeah, if that had hit the stumps, it might have been quite close.
Davis to 30, 51 without loss. Kerrigan back into Keaton Jennings, dabbed down beyond the reach of Vasconcelos at slip, down towards the 3rd man boundary. Taylor able to sweep around, 20 yards to his right to cut the ball off. Jennings comes back for a second, so he moves to 22. Score moves on to 53 without loss. Still got Emilio Gay under the helmet at the forward short leg as Kerrigan brings Jennings, a tall man, forward onto a good stride down the pitch and defending into the onside. No run. So a backward square leg, short mid-wicket. There's a deep mid-wicket, mid-on. It's quite deep. Mid-off, short extra cover. Kerrigan to Jennings. Shuffles across his stumps and defends. And there's no run. End of Kerrigan's 3rd over. 53 without loss. 4 remaining this evening, with Davis on 30 and Jennings on 22.
Just looking at some of the other games around the country, Scott, down at Southampton, where it's been all action today. Hampshire 319 all out. Been bowling Middlesex out for 79 after being 14 for 5 at one stage. Hampshire in their second innings 165 for 2, so they're leading by 405. At Derby, where they've already finished, Derbyshire 390 all out. Worcestershire in reply 243 for 7. Also close of play at Chelmsford, where Essex are 208 for 6 in their second innings, so just 45 ahead of Durham with 6 wickets down. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 112 for 2 in their second innings against Warwickshire. They were 72 ahead on first innings, so Nottinghamshire 84 runs ahead rather, with 8 wickets standing. And it is going to be Luke Proctor, as predicted. Saw him limbering up. And Rob Keogh now limbering up as well, so maybe we're going to see a bit of off spin as well, but it's Proctor for the time being. He's about to start his spell. 2 slips in place, close catches. Proctor bowls from this Brian Statham end immediately. Davis looking to score, drives up to mid-off. Just finds Nathan Buck fielding there and there's no run. Yes, an animated bit of limbering up now from Rob Keogh. I was saying earlier on, Scott, when he just had to go up and do an update, that with Keogh and Gay both shaking their hand warmers, it looked like a sort of South American band. Outside the off stump, this one. Davis doesn't have anything to do with it, lets it go through to Rossington and there's no run. It was done sort of in perfect synchronicity.
South American band.
So like the percussion section of Edmundo Ross and his orchestra or something. Too young to remember that.
Yeah, I'll take your word for that one.
Absolutely.
I believe it.
Older listeners will know what I'm talking about, possibly. Here's Proctor in again. Bowls to Davis. Comes right across his stumps, and a bit of encouragement there for the bowler, and certainly Adam Rossington was interested for a moment, but he works it safely enough into the onside, where it's fielded by Ben Curran. And there's no run. Gesturing now to the dressing room, just wondering what they're after. Helmet, maybe? But, Tom Taylor was gesturing to the away changing room, and that's a lovely shot from Alex Davis. Once again, Proctor just straying onto his legs. Tried it the ball before, this time made perfect contact. It rolls away over the boundary for 4. Nice shot from Alex Davis. Good balance. 34 to him now. Played beautifully in the first innings, and certainly full of positive intent at the start of this second innings. 34 or 42 balls now for Alex Davis. 57 for no wicket. 2 sixes and 2 fours. And just setting the seal on what's been an outstanding day for Lancashire. And here's Proctor again. Bowls to Davis, pushes it out the offside. Just goes up to extra cover, where Emilio Gay fields. And there's no run. Floodlights now clearly casting shadows. It is remarkable. I say, looking over to our right to the city, you can see that there's some of the buildings there are illuminated by the evening sun, but we haven't got it here.
There'll be a few beer gardens in the city centre enjoying a bit of sunshine.
Won't there just? There's be a few people out there tonight, I would imagine. Here's Proctor in again. Bowls to Davis, who chops that down to backward point. Fielded by Safe Zabe. End of another over, the first over for Luke Proctor today. 1 over for 4, and Lancashire 57 for no wicket, leading by 185. Davis on 34, Jennings 22.
Yeah, I think Simon Kerrigan's just going off, isn't he? So Berg's coming on. There's 12th man Kerrigan making his way off the field, and we did see Rob Keogh warming up, so it will be a change from the Anderson end, with Keogh replacing Kerrigan.
And now Ben Curran finds himself with an armful of caps, sweaters, various other garments, which he's now passing on to Simon Kerrigan, presumably to take up to the dressing room. Either that, or Ben Curran's opening a shop.
So 3 overs to go tonight. So see a couple from Keogh from the Anderson end.
I was just going to mention the latest update in the West Country Derby down at Taunton. It's a tight old game, that one. Okay. Somerset 312 all out. Gloucestershire 290 for 8. So just 22 behind. It's mostly pretty much a 1 innings game there by the look of it. And the last one of the scores today at the Oval, Leicestershire 375 all out. Surrey 209 for 3. They're still playing there.
I think Ollie Pope has a half century for Surrey.
That'd be good news for England.
So here's Keogh to Jennings. That's a turn down into the onside and picked up by Emilio Gay at short leg, and there's no run.
Yeah, Pope 73 not out. Ben Folkes 43 not out. So hasn't been a great day for England in some respects, but better for those two.
Keogh to Jennings, forward in defence, and there's no run.
Dom Sibley injured, and Zach Crawley missing out today.
Kerrigan's going around picking up all the loose bits and bobs here. Jennings defends, and there's no run. Oh, very tidy, Simon. Well done. You've collected everything there.
He's like the PE teacher after sports day, isn't he? Going around collecting all the jumpers and.
It's like all this mucky old bunch leaving all their stuff around. I'll tidy it up. Keogh to Jennings, and that's played into the offside. There's no run.
Just going to go off and find the lost property box collected at the end of term.
You'll find that blue hat in there, I would think. I'm only joking, no offence. Jennings plays it into the offside. And there's no run. It's a bargain at £11.99 on Northampton's website if you want to buy it. The Wayne Parnell modelled blue cap.
What is it, a trucker something or other?
That was it, yeah, something like that. a beauty.
That's one word for it.
It's Keogh. From the Anderson end bowling to Jennings. That's a forward push by Jennings into the offside. So 2 left tonight then. 57 without loss. Lancashire will be thrilled, even with that 82-run partnership between Kerrigan and Rossington. They will be delighted with the day's work and where the game is. Lead of 185.
No, they've had an absolutely terrific day. I think the first thought this morning was that Northamptonshire will be looking to polish off the innings as quickly as possible. Well, I think they'd have taken 305. That wasn't too bad. Picked up the last 2 wickets for 41, but then the batting collapse really started by Saqib Mahmood, and his figures in no way, I think, reflect how well he bowled. You look at the figures: 16 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 38. Well, yeah, it's okay. But he bowled beautifully with the new balls. Terrific spell. Picked up 2 wickets before lunch. Could easily have had a couple more. And started the rot, really, as far as Northamptonshire were concerned. But a good effort by the whole bowling unit, really. Everybody played a part. Is Luke Proctor starting a fresh over to Alex Davis. In behind that, plays it back down the pitch for Proctor himself to field. This is the penultimate over of the day. It's well, I say that I think it's 6:45. They'll probably get the last one in, unless they really slow up. It's what, 19 minutes to 7, I think. Proctor in, bowls to Davis, plays that up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Tom Taylor, and there's no run.
Mentioning batsmen looking to try and take advantage of unfortunate injuries for likes of Don Sibley, for example. Another name to push around there, Hasib Hamid.
Oh yes.
50 not out for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, what a good player he looked a few years ago. I think he obviously still is, but actually that awful injury out in India, wasn't it? And set him back a bit. Proctor in again, bowls to Davis, drives up to extra cover, where it's fielded by Ben Sanderson, finds himself in the covers, and there's no run. Yep, I think again, as with Simon Kerrigan, it would be great to see him bounce back and realise his potential. You know, this sort of problem that the England selectors probably would like to have in some respect. So they've got an embarrassment of riches, and Proctor bowling once again to Davis, plays it up to extra cover. Once again Ben Sanderson fields, and there's no run. Not too often Ben Sanderson finds himself in the covers, but I'm sure he won't mind for the very tail end of the day. Still not much breeze, hasn't been all day really. Been a very still day, but very pleasant. I think the forecast is good for the next couple of days. Not exactly scorching, but fine anyway. No rain in the forecast. Proctor in again, bowls to Davis, just squares him up a little bit. Davis plays it up towards mid-off, but Ben Sanderson, an extra cover, just trots across and does the fielding himself. Passes the ball on to Nathan Buck, who does some furious polishing on his jumper before returning it to Luke Proctor eventually. Just wondered, in fact, this has got to be the longest bit of ball polishing I think I've seen for a long time. Whether it has anything to do with the fact that it's now 18:44 according to the clock, and they're probably keen not to have another over. That was a prolonged piece of polishing. And Davis plays the last ball of the over up to mid-on, fielded by Tom Taylor. That's the end of the over, end of Luke Proctor's work for the day. 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. And I think we are going to have the last over of the day's allocation. Umpire's just moving into position. And yeah, he's there before the clock turns round to 7:15. So yes, we're going to have the final over of the day, which will be bowled by Rob Keogh.
Another eventful day. Plenty has happened.
It's been another fascinating day's cricket. Lots to talk about.
Just, I mean, that hour of play, well, it wasn't even that, was it? Maybe half an hour of play as Keogh bowls to Jennings, cutting it through the offside for a single. He lost 5 wickets for 19 runs in 7 overs, so kind of barely half an hour's play, where things unravelled pretty quickly for Northamptonshire. Either side of that, it was all quite calm and sedate. So how Kerrigan and Rossington battered when they came together.
Yeah, it was a mad half hour. I think the coaches obviously are going to be analysing the way those wickets fell, and as I say, if you got out, that's fine. Adam Rossington getting the original unplayable ball from Matt Parkinson, for example.
And Keogh to Davis, content to play it from the crease, just guiding into the offside for no run.
Rob Keogh got a decent ball as well from Tom Bailey, the LBW.
Keogh comes in to Davis, who defends.
But I suspect one or two of the others, Northamptonshire players, when they get back to the hotel tonight and think about the day's play, perhaps feel that they gave the wickets away a little bit too cheaply.
Davis gets a single, a wristy shot which weaves its way through the leg side for 2. To the right of short mid-wicket, to the left of that forward short leg fielder. So Davis to 36 not out, and Lancashire 60 without loss. A lead of 188 with 2 balls remaining on the second day of this county championship fixture here at Emirates Old Trafford. We'll be back tomorrow morning from just before 11 o'clock, Andrew and I, live on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the live Lancashire stream from Emirates Old Trafford for day 3 between Lancashire and Northamptonshire. The floodlights beaming down, and Keogh clutching the ball and coming in to Davis, who goes back and just dabs it back to the bowler. And again, there's no run. A final ball on its way. Dry of the palm of the hand from Keogh. Little polish from Luke Proctor, rather vigorous looking polish. Keaton Jennings has removed his gloves at the non-striker's end. His day is done. He'll be back tomorrow morning. Keogh bowls to Davis, gets him playing forward, and then Rossington takes the ball and clips off the bails, and while Rossington stares at the square leg umpire, Davis has removed his gloves. He tucks his bat under his arm. Rossington still stands there looking at the square leg umpire, as indeed does Ricardo Vasconcelos. But that is stumps. That's a close of play, and Davis is on 36.
They thought they got him there, didn't they?
They did. Jennings on 23, and Lancashire 60 without loss. And there is the Keaton Jennings haircut. Look at that. He's removed his helmet. That is extraordinary.
It's like an extra from Papillon, isn't it?
It's such a shame. It was such a beautiful mop of hair he had, and it's no longer.
Prisoner movie. Well, it's been an emphatically Lancashire's day, Scott. I have to say Northamptonshire have been second best today with the bat, certainly, and if they're looking to try and make inroads at the start of the Lancashire second innings, they didn't. And some excellent batting in that last session. Alex Davis in particular carried on where he left off in the first innings. I'm sure feeling disappointed that he missed out on a big score after being run out, and determined to make amends in the second innings. And he's come out full of intent, 36 off 55 balls, 2 sixes, 2 fours, and ground staff just coming out to do the necessary. The umpire still out in the middle. Gareth Berg, the 12th man, and Sanderson last off the field, deep in conversation. But as I say, very much Lancashire's day. At the close of play, 60 for no wicket, leading by 188. From me, Andrew Radd from Scott Reed as well. And we'll look forward to being back with you tomorrow morning at the start of day 3 for what we hope will be a third fascinating day's cricket in a row. For now, from Scott and myself from Emirates Old Trafford, very good evening to you.